Good evening and welcome to the January 6th, 2021 virtual meeting of the Board of Education. I am the Board President, Melissa Ellis. This meeting is being televised on AACPS TV and streamed live on AACPS YouTube channel. If we are interrupted during the broadcast of tonight's meeting, the meeting will be stopped and we will take a short recess until we can continue. If for some reason we cannot continue, we will notify you as soon as possible when a new meeting will be scheduled. The board attorney has asked that I read the following statement. The Maryland Open Meetings Act, a state law, requires public meetings to be open to the public and to be held in places reasonably accessible to individuals who would like to attend these meetings. The virtual format of this meeting of the Board of Education is due to the COVID-19 emergency and is necessary in light of the serious health risks associated with public gatherings, as well as the governor's various executive orders limiting public gatherings. While a virtual meeting of this type was not envisioned by the Open Meetings Act, steps have been taken to ensure that this virtual meeting includes alternate accessibility features that the Open Meetings Act Compliance Board and the courts have reviewed and approved, broadcasting the meeting with video and audio on cable TV and the web, and allowing written public comments to agenda items be filed with the board office and considered by the board. The board attorney has opined that the public access provided by this technology makes this virtual meeting reasonably accessible to the public and provides appropriate opportunity to observe the conduct of the board's public business consistent with prevailing best practices during this emergency situation and therefore complies with the Open Meetings Act. Please pause for the invocation, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. O God, we pray to administer that which is just in all educational policies, being ever mindful of your guidance, stir us to action with love, wisdom, and understanding. And we pray for the peace of our nation and the safety of those in our nation's capital. Now, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And please bear with me a moment as I toggle through my various screens. Still getting used to conducting meetings this way. And next on the agenda, item 2.03, approval of the minutes. Do I have any comments?
So moved.
Concerns? Do I have a second?
Seconded.
Any discussion? Do I have consensus to approve the minutes?
Yes.
Next, we have, and I'm sorry, my screen is not working properly. I believe we have the agenda, approval of the agenda.
Madam President,
Yes, Ms. Antwine.
I respectfully request to make a motion at this time, please.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I motion that the agenda item concerning Mo Gaba Day currently at 7.01 be moved to agenda item 4.01 after public comment.
Okay, do we have a second for that?
Second.
Any discussion? Ms. Howe? Call roll.
Dr. Tobin?
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Mr. Smith?
Aye. Apologies for the lateness. I was having some computer difficulties. I'm dialed in through my phone. Can you hear me all right?
We can hear you.
Yes.
Okay, great.
Ms. Antwine?
Aye.
Mr. Silkworth?
Aye.
Ms. Frank?
Aye.
Ms. Schallheim?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0.
Any other comments on the agenda?
Madam President, I also have a motion I'd like to make at this time.
Okay.
I move that the board add item 7.10 2020-2021 board meeting, hearing, and workshop calendar to the agenda.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Great. Do we have consensus to add that item to the agenda? Any dissent? Great. Anything else? Okay, so we will, is there a motion to adopt the agenda as amended?
So moved.
Yes. Second.
Ms. Howell?
Dr. Tobin?
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Mr. Smith?
Aye.
Ms. Antwine?
Aye.
Mr. Silkworth?
Aye.
Ms. Frank?
Aye.
Ms. Schallheim?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0.
Next item 2.05, board recognitions. Tonight we have none. Next item is 2.06, educator of the month. I believe we have Ms. Tobin.
Sorry, I have to unmute here. Yes. The Board of Education recognizes Mr. Nelson Alvarez as the Educator of the Month for January 2021. Mr. Alvarez began working for AACPS in 2018. He joined Eastport Elementary School after having been through a devastating hurricane in his home of Puerto Rico. He uses his personal experience to mentor students and encourage positive growth in his students, specifically those who may not speak English as their first language. Mr. Alvarez volunteers his personal time to help with extracurricular clubs and activities, such as MESA, homework club, and winter concerts. He is always willing to translate for staff members, parents, and students who need assistance. He is a true asset to the Eastport community and an exemplary teammate to his coworkers. Mr. Alvarez, you are a kind and positive teacher, always helping others without giving it a second thought. We thank you for all that you do for the students of this county, but especially the students at Eastport Elementary School. Congratulations and thank you.
Congratulations indeed. And thank you for all that you do for our school system. Next, we have item 2.07, Employee of the Month. I believe we have Mr. Silkworth.
Yes, thank you, President Ellis. Today, the Board of Education recognizes Ms. Sherry Dudley, Chief Custodian at the Professional Growth and Development Carver Center. The Carver Center was built in 1944, but you would never be able to tell. Ms. Dudley does an exemplary job keeping this training facility looking brand new. The job performance of Ms. Dudley is outstanding. She displays a high level of professionalism and is a positive influence to those around her. While the Carver Center does not house students, there are AACPS professionals who visit daily, and Ms. Dudley ensures that the needs of these groups are always met. The balance between professional life and personal life can often be at odds, but Sherry leads by example, balancing her job and her love of life easily with her laughter. Ms. Sherry Dudley, Anne Arundel County Public Schools is lucky to have such a dedicated staff member. Today, we celebrate you as the Employee of the Month for January 2021. Congratulations.
I need to take a moment here, first of all, to tell you how sorry I am that we're not doing this in a room together. There's no feeling like that when we see our staff being recognized in this way, and normally it's done with a big surprise and a big hoopla, and I'm very sorry that that's not the case right now, but I am so happy that we have reinstated these recognitions. That being said, this being our first time doing it virtually, I did not realize that the honorees are here with us and could, and so I would like to go back to Educator of the Month and ask if you would please say a few words for us. My apologies.
Don't worry. Thank you very much to everyone. Thank you to the board, and thank you to all my colleagues. I'm gonna be honest, this recognition is for my colleagues, my school. They are awesome. Everyone has helped me from the first day I got here, to my apartment, to helping me with donation. It's incredible, and all the love I have received. I give thank you to all of them. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Alvarez. We are very lucky to have you, or your students are. So I'm sorry as I continue to jump around between screens. Ms. Dudley, would you like to say a few words?
Ma'am, you are muted.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. This is such an honor for me. Thank you so much. And Anne Arundel County Public School staff, far and near, they have really touched me in a lot of ways. And we just have a great team, no matter what department or, it's just a great team. And it's just I'm really fortunate to work for such a great group of people. I really am. They're very supportive, and this is an honor. Thank you.
Well, thank you. I know the award was well deserved. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And next we have Volunteer of the Month, Ms. Corkadell.
Ms. Corkadell, you're still muted.
Oh my apologies. Thank you, President Ellis. As we have seen over the last year, the strength of a community is directly connected to the level of commitment and sacrifice its citizens are willing to provide. Fortunately, our AACPS community is filled with thousands of such citizens, volunteers who are committed to using their talents to support our students, teachers, and schools. Today, we celebrate the dedication of one such volunteer, Mr. Gerald Cunningham. The Board of Education is very thrilled tonight to honor you as our January 2021 Volunteer of the Month. For the last several years, Mr. Cunningham, a retired IBM professional, lovingly traveled over 500 miles to volunteer at Crofton Elementary School, where his grandchildren attend. And Grandpa, as he is affectionately known, has become a school-wide staple. Mr. Cunningham has a master's degree in mathematics, and with this extensive mathematical knowledge, he assists in instruction, working with small groups to ensure their understanding of mathematical concepts. His work in supporting students one-on-one in math is fueled by the positivity that he provides. If a student needs additional help, he is quick to take the time to provide positive feedback and make at-home resources for the students to use. His impact is not just limited to academics. Crofton school events provide encouragement, advice, and Crofton Elementary Principal Desalee Davies recalls, the quality time that he affords in attending school events, providing encouragement, advice, and love will have a forever impact on those who call him Grandpa. Last holiday season, a mother wrote a note to Mr. Cunningham expressing heartfelt words of thanks for being a grandfather figure to her son. As a military family, Grandpa's presence in her son's life afforded him the love of a grandfather even when his relatives were afar. Teachers also profit from Mr. Cunningham's dedication. The support he gives to teachers is far-reaching, including but not limited to making copies, donating supplies for student tasks, attending field trips, and offering his time to set up for school events and assemblies. He is also a great mentor. Kindergarten teacher Nicole De Leon shared, I had the privilege of teaching Mr. Cunningham's grandchildren when they were in the second grade. At the time, I was a first grade teacher and relished in the support and time that Mr. Cunningham spent in supporting my maths instruction and helping the students in small groups. Now into my fourth year of teaching, Mr. Cunningham still goes above and beyond to support my classroom, as well as the students in my class, none of which he has any relation. The impact that Mr. Cunningham has made on my life is everlasting. I have grown as a teacher and person as a result of knowing him. In addition to his commitment to students and teachers, Mr. Cunningham is also committed to the overall betterment of the school. A recent project he is involved in is the development of a courtyard space that will facilitate outdoor classroom. According to his first grade teacher, Doreen Fishett, Mr. Cunningham took the time to share his ideas for an outdoor classroom, measure the area, and even price out the cost. Crofton Elementary feels truly lucky to have Mr. Cunningham as a volunteer. As Principal Davis so aptly put it, I am honored and in awe of his commitment to our school and community. Mr. Cunningham, you are a great asset to Crofton Elementary School and the entire Anne Arundel County Public Schools community. And we thank you for your years of service as a volunteer and for your dedication to our students.
I don't know if you can hear me or not, but
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
I miss the kids, I miss the teachers, I miss the administration. This virus needs to get out of the way so we can get back and enjoy ourselves, and I miss the kids a bunch. Thank you very much.
They miss you too, sir. Thank you so much for your service.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank all three of you for joining us. I wish we were gathering and taking pictures and celebrating you in person, but it's just as heartfelt. Thank you so much. Next is item 3.0, public comment on agenda items. And I'm sorry, give me a moment. I'm too many screens.
Ms. Ellis?
Yes, I'm sorry. I've lost that screen. I have so many
That's
screens
okay.
up.
I will tell you that our written comments, we had 19 for item 4.02, 1 for item 7.01, and 1 for item 7.09, which were posted to the website and sent to you all in advance. Our first speaker tonight is Ms. Kristen Caminetti.
And I have now found my list, and thank you so much, Ms. Howell. Ms. Caminetti.
Thank you very much. Dr. Arlotto, President Ellis, and members of the board. As a member of the Academics Committee, I have been privileged to see much of the behind-the-scenes work that has been going on to continue to make virtual learning as robust and meaningful as possible, while simultaneously developing a hybrid model of education. I know there are dozens of people, all of whom care tremendously about the students of Anne Arundel County, working practically around the clock to pull off this Herculean task, and I'm grateful for every single one of them. As you begin to roll out the family survey in which caregivers would choose whether to have their children continue to learn virtually or return to classrooms, I ask you to please do the following. 1, to whatever extent possible, move forward in a way that prioritizes the needs of students, not the wants of families. Those students who need in-person instruction the most should have their time in classrooms safely maximized. 2, ensure that families have all the information they need to make a fully informed decision. I know Dr. Arlotto and his team are working hard to respond to questions posed by the Parental Alliance for Student Safety, and I look forward to seeing those answers on the FAQ online. Thank you for that. 3, prioritize the safety of teachers and staff. Students cannot learn effectively if teachers don't feel safe and cared for. When teachers are safe and cared for, students will be too. 4, develop the survey in such a way that allows caregivers to put their priorities in order of importance. Give families an opportunity to say what things matter most, such as staying virtual, being in a classroom setting, keeping the same teacher, or perhaps having a teacher fully dedicated to virtual learners. Knowing what things are important to each student's success will allow administrators at individual schools to make informed decisions about where to best place each student. If you are able to accomplish these 4 goals, I am confident that the vast majority of families will feel comfortable making a decision for their children, no matter how difficult a decision it may be. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fine.
My video is not starting, so I'm just going to speak. Good evening, board members. I am here as a parent and former public school teacher to cite the need for a choice to return to in-person learning in February, just like many other school districts have done and are doing since August. Not one special education student I know in this county has had their accommodations met since last March. Not one. They simply can't be met virtually. AACPS is not listening. Regarding the new high school schedule released before break, student wellness still accounts for 90 minutes of our high schoolers' week. Yet Dr. Arlotto's advisory council and Mr. Smith's town hall students unanimously expressed that wellness is not meeting their needs. Instead, we extended the school day and cut lunch and club time. AACPS is not listening. The Children's Hospital of Philadelphia has recently stated that we need to move beyond case rates and test positivity because they cite the evidence of in-school transmission being limited when mandating masks, limiting the size of student groups, and communicating with families. Anne Arundel County is not listening. In a study done by the CDC in the state of Mississippi, just released in late December, children under 18 who had close contact with persons in large gatherings outside the household were associated with positive COVID test results, whereas attending school or childcare was not. The CDC even created a graphic for school districts to use. In fact, pediatricians, Dr. Fauci, the CDC, and the WHO have all stated that children need to be back in school. Again, Anne Arundel County is not listening. So who is Anne Arundel County listening to? Random metrics set by our county in September that haven't been updated with the latest data and models. TAC, who simply uses fear-mongering instead of evidence or fact, and not real individual teachers who want to help plan a return to learning. By not giving the simple choice to return to learning, our driving value of all means all has meant that no one has their needs seen, heard, or met. So
Your time has expired.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Edwards.
Hi, my name is Selma Edwards, and I have a sophomore and a junior student at Annapolis High. I want to provide some thoughts on how we can really reopen our high schools. I see the number of hours our kids stare at a computer screen. I watch some of their classes. Some teachers are doing a great job, but it's still not a substitute to face-to-face learning. Some teachers are not doing as well, but I do not blame them. They are not trained, and in many cases, they don't even want to teach online. They are doing their best. In my opinion, the amount of work the students are being given on a daily basis is not reasonable. I understand that no one is currently monitoring the cumulative amount of work a student gets. No one is monitoring the student experience, your main target audience, the student. As a marketer, I'm constantly monitoring my target audience to ensure that I have my target market has a positive experience. Failing to do that results in lost revenue, and eventually I lose my job. The public school system should do the same. Our school system has 5,000 students and another 5,000 staff members with a budget of $1 billion, 10,000 people and $1 billion. With this level of resource, I know we can come up with the best solution on returning face-to-face. So here's what I suggest. Number one, survey your audience. Do they feel the amount of work is reasonable? Do they feel the more time online is the best way for them to actually learn? In my mind, the most important issue during these crazy times is their mental health. They need some sort of normalcy. Number two, bring back the students that want to come back, even if only for a couple of days during the week. Some kids are perfectly happy being home, but there are several that are not. In fact, you are losing them. For the teachers who do not want to come back, assign them something constructive and meaningful for them to do. Then follow the CDC recommendations and open the schools. Other states have done that. Put tents on the parking lot, allow for social distance, be creative. If transportation is an issue, ask the parents, or maybe even some of your 10,000 staff members, if they can help getting students to and from school. I can guarantee to you they will say yes. If the private sector can be creative and evolve in order
Your time has expired.
Thank you. Ms. Ledbetter.
Good evening. My name is Shannon Ledbetter. I'm a mom of 2 secondary students. I read an article published by the Baltimore Sun on January 4th that said by mid-fall, only 37% of the nation's public schools were online only. Anne Arundel County is one of these systems, and it's harming our students. Since 12:30 today, I have been personally told of over 110 students who have experienced documented harm caused by virtual learning. Depression, anxiety, disengagement, suicidal thoughts, dropped grades, increased medications, refusal to get out of bed, tears before, during, after every school day, and hopelessness are just some examples. Yes, these are unprecedented times, and this is really hard. We are all dealing with hard choices, but the choice doesn't have to be between only school online or going back to in-person pre-pandemic classes. The ultimate goal should be to provide students with the best education you can while adhering to COVID policies, not over-adherence to COVID policies and giving students whatever education is left over. Just one day in the building for all age groups could be a game changer. It wouldn't be perfect, but it would be a start. Those suffering the effects of virtual learning are frustrated and angry, not just because of the harm being done, but because they don't feel listened to, because they feel minimized. They feel their needs have not been met, and they feel their voices have not been acknowledged for 299 days and counting. Without the compassion and understanding of our teachers, principals, and counselors, we'd be lost. But how much longer can we continue to, as a community, to keep this up? How much harm are we causing that we can't undo? Some scars don't heal, some kids don't bounce, and sickness isn't the only thing that ruins lives. Not every student will choose a hybrid COVID-compliant option, but for those who feel like that offers them the least amount of harm and the most hope, that's an option they deserve to be given. And I'm here tonight to urge you, to beg you, to plead with you to give it. Thank you for your time.
Mr. Griffith.
Is it my turn to speak?
Yes.
I want to talk about the shutdown of high school sports. Mental health is a serious issue. Our children's mental health continues to decline. I have 3 children. They're well adjusted, but I see it each and every day, and it terrifies me. We need action to help these kids. It's a current crisis, but has long-lasting impact. We continue to talk about metrics, but how are we calculating the loss these kids are experiencing? If it's metrics that need to be looked at, let's examine the metrics around mental health, the metrics around student participation in sports as it relates to higher grades, improved mental health, community engagement, and all the lessons learned from participation and competing. High school is so much more than math and English. It's the entire experience: athletics, community involvement, school pride. Let's not forget, our own high school experiences. Was what you remember a topic in history class? Or do you remember the relationships you made and the experiences you had outside the classroom? The impact is measurable, and these kids are getting robbed of that experience. Study after study shows students who had a history of high school sports participation did better on all measures of mental health than students who did not play sports. Lower rates of depression, less stress. And we know in these times that is important. Sports are voluntary. That is a distinct difference between that and in-school learning. Even in a virtual learning environment, in-person sports can happen safely. And as I've noted, that impact is significant to our kids. In-person sports is already happening at the younger youth levels. My kids ask me, why can we go to a restaurant, go to a movie theater, but I can't play baseball or lacrosse? Do we have an answer for them? Let them play and grow and be healthy young adults. Ideally, all 3 sports seasons could happen, but we've run out of time for that. Remember, spring season lost last year. The last time spring sports were played in this county was 2019. Please don't allow the next time to be 2022. Let's give them a significant season. Let's be proactive about solving the issues. Give the students a chance. They will make you proud. We need serious leadership. And I ask, as it relates to getting these student athletes on the field, if not now, when? And if not you guys, then who? Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Cascio?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, sorry about that. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. I must say, though, that I'm dumbfounded at the number of times that we kick the can down the road about when and how to reopen schools. We have been faced with unprecedented problems over the past 10 months. There is no question that we needed time to formulate plans. The time to implement these plans has arrived, and yet the AACPS website now lists a new ambiguous reopening date. Why? We must follow the science, not the fear. Our children are being devalued as politics takes precedence over education. Our children cannot continue to be forced to learn virtually when thousands of other students across the nation, in states where metrics are even higher, are safely learning in classrooms and have been since August. Our health officer set the metric at 15 per 100,000 for a return to in-person learning back in September. Why did schools not reopen using the hybrid model then? Instead, panicked parents desperately sought to form learning pods and hire tutors as they were concerned about the learning gaps that continue to grow as virtual learning is not reaching all our students equitably. Despite the tremendous efforts of thousands of amazing AACPS teachers, the only way to address this loss of learning is to give parents and students a choice of learning models. Last night, the order of vaccination priority was revised, and people with underlying health conditions were moved down the list, while teachers have been moved up. This is great news for our teachers, yet more vulnerable people may miss their chance to receive a vaccine when teachers won't even be able to return to buildings. Teachers are essential, and we must treat them as such. Late spring is an arbitrary date. We need to reopen as soon as the protocols and vaccine schedules are set. I have teacher friends all over the country who were initially reluctant to return to the classroom, but now that they see that it can work with the proper protocols in place and even without the vaccine. We teach our children starting at a very young age how to make smart choices. Right now, they see they have no choice and must learn virtually. If AACPS truly values its students, including those who are struggling academically, socially, and emotionally, the board will give students and parents the right to choose what's best for them. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Bass?
Hello, members of the Board of Education. My name is Matthew Fass, and I'm a junior at South River High School. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak to you to give a student's perspective of virtual learning. Being this is my junior year, I've begun my research for college. Last year, when choosing my classes for my schedule, I knew it would be critical to take a very challenging course load to help my chances for college selection. Little did I anticipate that virtual learning was going to make this a poor decision. The lack of a one-to-one relationship with my teachers has significantly affected my learning. Because taking AP and honors classes virtually is seeming to be very difficult for me, my teachers are doing an incredible job under the circumstances. This style of learning is not allowing me to excel and will ultimately affect my future higher learning opportunities. Let me be as clear as I can. I want to be back in school. So do most of my friends. The emotional toll that virtual learning has taken on us is damaging our futures. I've read a report that said if remote learning continues into 2021, students will suffer an average of 7 months of learning loss. I don't even have 7 months left in my junior year, and lower income students will suffer even more than me. I'm 16 years old and I'm about to get my driver's license. If I'm responsible enough to drive a car, then don't you think I'm responsible enough to wear a mask and stay socially distanced? I have respect for all those who want to remain learning virtually, but I want my choice. Why can't I, along with my parents, be given the same consideration and a choice? While I was preparing for this hearing, I researched the vision of the Maryland State Board of Education, which I assume is similar to yours. The vision states the following: ensure all students have access to a world-class educational system that prepares them to graduate ready for post-secondary learning, rewarding work, and success in society and life. Virtual-only learning is not preparing me for anything listed in the vision I just read. We need to be back in school. My peers and myself are counting on you to help us. I want to do well in school and go to college. Please let us go back in February. Thank you very much for listening to my concerns.
Thank you. Ms. Oakes?
Good evening. India Oaks, Hillsmere Elementary. The spring reopening plan is almost no different than the one put to a halt in November, with the school system once again forcing families to make critical decisions based on a confusing plan that still violates the law. It's impossible to fit every concern in 2 minutes, but I will reiterate this. The definition of a survey is an examination of opinions made by asking people questions. And no one disputes the school system needing such data to prepare for reopening buildings. But what will always be in the wrong is the school system trying to hoodwink families by calling the family registration form a survey, when it's a binding contract families cannot change. It was a travesty forcing such decisions in October. It will potentially be a fatal blow now to force such decisions when case rates are at their highest and climbing. Moreover, under AACP's strategic plan value of all means all, it states that all students, families, employees, and community members feel welcome. This is not the current case. Students are struggling. Families feel lost with a total lack of communication from parents who are immigrants, or are illiterate, or just to be blunt, did not grow up with an upper-class white person's vocabulary, and employees do not feel welcome as their concerns are ignored and they are unknowingly placed in infected environments. And so, yes, we need the case rate to return to original metrics requirements. And yes, we need a needs assessment of all students. But until there is a plan in place that fully meets the needs of all our kids and staff in a safe environment, reopening schools should not even be up for consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Wands?
Hello. Thank you for letting me speak tonight to advocate for the choice to return to in-person learning. I'm a parent to 2 high schoolers in this county. Our kids are suffering academically, socially, and emotionally. I personally have seen an increase in depression, anxiety, and eating disorders in our teenagers since the pandemic began. I worry that our children may not be able to fully recover from the isolation and lack of academic instruction. My son, a high school STEM student, has told me that his science teacher had 12 minutes to cover 54 slides on complex genetics topics. He basically had to teach himself Algebra 2 last spring. He will be taking calculus next year, and I worry about all the gaps in his math education, as well as other core subjects. If teachers are worried about transmission, offer COVID vaccinations. Other states are offering vaccinations to all of their teachers over the age of 50 years so that children can be back in school. Now that the vaccine will become available for all educators in the state of Maryland by the end of January, the metrics set by the county health officer will mean less. For those who are vaccinated, infection and transmission risks will be greatly reduced. I'm not only a parent, I'm also a healthcare worker, and I see firsthand the need for masking and social distancing and washing our hands. Our children can do this, especially at the high school level. Their desire to be back to some form of in-person learning far outweighs the discomfort of a mask for our kids. For those who are doing well virtually, stay home, and this will naturally make our cohort smaller. But for our students who are not doing well, we must give them a choice and get them back before we lose them completely. Please offer our students a choice to come back to school. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Bray?
Madam President, that speaker is not signed in.
Ms. Amadofu?
Also not signed in.
Mr. O'Donohue?
Also not signed in.
Ms. Coleman?
Also not signed in.
Ms. Bray again. Still not signed in.
Correct.
Ms. Holbert?
She is signed in. We're waiting for her to pop up now.
I'm here. Sorry. It doesn't need to be restated. The 2020 was a difficult year for us all, but the students of Anne Arundel County are also facing the fact that what little joy and happiness they may have found during this time may also be removed from the possibility of inclusion in the yearbooks for this year. In November, guidance regarding the submission of yearbook photos for inclusion was sent to parents, stated that the Board of Education, per the Board of Education, any group photos with non-family members would need to include both masks and social distancing in order to be considered. This policy was further dictated by yearbook representatives at South River High School to students attempting to submit photos. Due to this overreaching policy, we started reaching out to Board of Ed and Anne Arundel County Public Schools officials. And in doing so, we discovered that, in fact, that no such policy had been issued. This was confirmed by Board of Education officials and Mr. Alato himself. The deadlines for some photo submissions have passed, and while others are quickly approaching. Therefore, many of the memories that these kids have had this year may have already missed a chance for inclusion in whatever form of a yearbook that may be put together. While Mr. Alato clarified that yearbook sponsors were just trying to discourage students from getting together in groups without masks that they want to submit for the yearbook, we certainly don't need to be reminded of the executive orders and guidelines in Maryland as parents of seniors that may not enter a school building at all during their senior year. Whether a student is in a picture with a few friends unmasked doesn't mean that they gathered uncontrolled or didn't follow CDC safety guidelines. It unfairly assumes that we as parents and our students can't be responsible. They deserve leniency on this, and they deserve a book that will show faces and not just eyes. As of just about an hour ago, a new email was sent around to parents with guidance that says that in some photos that they submit, they may or may not be wearing masks based on the setting and guidelines of this year. But that new guidance does not confirm that those pictures without masks will be allowed. And in fact, the excuse that not all photos can be included might be easily used to explain why they did not make it into the yearbook. It's a start, but it's not a positive answer. Additionally, will this guidance be further distributed to families throughout Anne Arundel County who may have also been unknowingly given this guidance and may be applied? Thank you. I appreciate your time. And please open the schools.
Thank you. Ms. Caminiti.
Dr. Arlato, President Ellis, members of the board, and Ms. Gaba. Over the past few years, I have followed Mo's story. Throughout it all, what I saw was a story of love, a boy's love for his teams, a boy's love for life, and a mother's love for her beautiful son. There is no doubt about why Mo captured the attention and love of so many. Ms. Gaba, as so many parents of children with terminal illness do, you exemplified the selfless love we all hope to give our children. It was clear in every photo that you shared that you were Mo's world. As I have taken the time recently to understand more about the proclamation before the board tonight, I am again struck by the way Mo has inspired others to want to be better, to love better, to love more. And so it is my hope that what started as a way to honor one inspirational boy will move our school system to find a way to equally honor every child of AACPS who has been taken too soon. AACPS experiences the death of many children each year. We must remember them all. Mo's legacy continues in the way his life and his love inspire all of us to do and be better and love more. I hope the way Mo seemed to share his love with all will encourage our Board of Ed to do the same for all AACPS children who have died. Thank you, Ms. Gaba, for sharing Mo with the world and inspiring all of us to love more and do better. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes.
Ms. Ellis, Kinley
Yeah.
Bray is now signed in.
I'm sorry, I forgot to go back. Thank you. Ms. Bray. I believe you are.
Here we go. I got it. Thank you.
Yeah, so I just want, before you start, I have you signed up for 2 different agenda items. Is that correct?
Yeah, I am signed up for 2, but I only wish to speak now, and I'll hold it to 2 minutes.
Okay, that's fine.
Thanks so much. I'm the mother of a 3rd grader at Hillsmere. I spoke back in November about how disruptive the discussion about reopening has been for the parents and staff of our school system. Not much has changed. Around December 10th, I was approached by our PTA president to participate in a district-wide parent feedback group. I enthusiastically agreed, hopeful that we would have learned from the 97% of speakers at that November meeting who called for a needs assessment and more data before opening schools. At our one and only committee meeting, I asked Dr. McMahon specifically if she intended to circulate a needs assessment as called for by Mr. Smith prior to introducing plans for reopening. She assured me that that was in the works and it would be distributed to families before the winter break. She then presented us with a schedule that was complete and that altered the 2-hour break and other aspects, and asked whether parents would prefer to have the schedule implemented at the first of the year and then perhaps another change happen if hybrid learning was a possibility at the semester break, or whether we would prefer that any schedule change be delayed. The consensus was one change was all that our students could possibly endure because we have already been through such disruption. I ask you tonight, why are we so focused on returning to a hybrid learning model now, or even at the semester break, when our 7-day rolling average was something on the order of 20 cases per 100,000? You guys clearly determined it was not safe to return to school, and you said you'd revisit this in the future. Now that rolling average is something like 49 cases over 100,000. It's certainly not any more safe to return. But more importantly, we all want schools to open safely. We want to know as many of the operational details as possible before we do, but parents really need you to listen. I would prefer, and I think I speak for many parents, that you stop making plans without feedback and presenting schedules and hybrid options as a fait accompli. We've asked you, and I ask you again, to please conduct an actual needs assessment, the one Mr. Smith asked for back in October, before moving forward on any reopening plan. And just as an aside, I'd like to commend the students, the staff, the teachers of Hillsmere Elementary School who have done an incredible job with virtual learning since March, and particularly over the fall semester. We've been thrilled with the experience. It's not perfect, but it works for most. And where there are chances to improve, we think that should be targeted to the students who need it the most. Finding out who those students are is going to require a needs assessment. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And just to check here, so do we have Ms. Amadofu?
Madam President, none of the others are signed in.
None of the others. Okay, thank you. That concludes the public testimony portion of our meeting. Next, we have item 4.01. Mo Gabbard proclamation. And I would like to turn this over at this time to Ms. Antwine. Ms. Antwine, are you with us?
Ms. Antoine, you appear to be muted.
I do think Ms. Antoine has had some technical difficulties this evening. She called in and then I did see her make it onto the camera a few minutes ago. Let me see, and I apologize, I don't really believe we should move forward until we resolve this. Let me just check in with her for a moment.
Hey, how's it going up there?
And I will remind everyone, the meeting is still live, though we are in recess. Sometimes it's kind of hard to remember. Thank you.
Madam Vice President, while Mrs. Ellis is working with Ms. Antwine and some of her technical issues, we do have Mr. Trumbauer representing the county executive, who is logged in and ready to go. If that is at all helpful, and then we can come back to the MOGABA 4.01 proclamation.
Yes,
I'm sorry. While I am working through this issue, I did hear that. I definitely think that sounds like a great idea.
Okay, great. Yes, please proceed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Trumbauer, welcome. Thank you for taking time out of your busy schedule to spend some time with us and our Board of Education. And I know you wanted to give us a brief update on the revenue on the fiscal year 2022 revenue outlook for the county. So welcome and thank you for being here.
Thank you, Dr. Arlotto, and to the board members. I'm pleased to be here. Is it best if I share my screen? I know you have my presentation, but I can control, or you guys can.
Mr. Trumbauer, if you want to control, that's perfectly fine.
Okay, let's see how that goes. So, okay, can you see the presentation on the screen?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay, fantastic. I've done enough of these to know to always ask. So again, I'm Chris Trumbauer. I'm the acting budget officer for Anne Arundel County. I believe you have had similar presentations the last couple years. So it's my pleasure to be here tonight. And what this will be is just kind of a top level snapshot of where we are at the moment. I'm going to go through the fiscal year 20 budget, which we just closed. Talk a little bit about the FY21 budget, which we are halfway through, and then we'll end up talking about the FY22 budget, which the county executive will introduce on April 30th this year. So first, let me see if I can move here. So these are the recently closed numbers for FY20. We just closed the books on our certified annual financial report. And what you'll see here is a couple of big variances on two of our big revenue sources. The first is the income tax. And what happened was when the pandemic hit and it was clear there would be a significant fiscal impact back last spring, we revised down our income tax estimates and our recordation and transfer tax estimates in anticipation of a negative economic impact. But what we saw in reality, now that those numbers have been finalized, is that second half of FY20, those negative impacts didn't really materialize. And there's two reasons for that. On the income tax side, it's largely due to the federal stimulus. So the assistance programs that Congress passed, like the Paycheck Protection, as well as the individual stimulus payments that went to individuals and families, that had its desired effect. And so people's personal income, while it did affect many families as an aggregate, it was not nearly as bad as we had feared in our projections. So what we see is an actual $42 million difference in income tax on the positive side. So that's certainly good news. And then on the recordation and transfer tax, I'm sure members are aware that the real estate market is pretty hot right now. I don't think anybody really saw that coming. And so rather than a big fall off in recordation and transfer tax, we actually, had a pretty good year for it in 20. So that's the $13 million you see there. And just about every other significant revenue source is down. State shared revenue includes casino monies. Local sales tax largely comes from BWI parking lots, licensing and permits, and other. And the other is things like park and rec fees, entrance fees and things like that obviously we suffered because we had, I think, given a pass on the park fees for several months during the pandemic. So you total all that up and we came out $40 million ahead of where the FY20 budget thought we would be. But remember that was past 2 years ago. So, and I'll say this is pretty typical. The county generally budgets pretty conservatively because it's better to be wrong on this side than not make as much money as you thought. So this is not unusual. The only thing that's unusual is we thought it would be a really bad year and it turned out not to be so bad. So how this plays out is the 40.1 million carries over from the last slide. And then we did realize about $28 million in what we might call savings. So this is under expenditures. And that's, again, largely from programs that didn't happen because of the pandemic or other cost savings. So you add those two together, you get 68.2 million. We were anticipating using 52.9 million of fund balance, but we ended up actually generating 15.2 million. So again, that's good news in the short term at least, for the county fiscal balance sheet. So what you have is the 80.4 million that we had at the end of 2019. You add 15.2 from the last slide, that fund balance generation, and then that totals 95.6. So in last year's budget, we had designated $37.7 million of fund balance to go in to help shore up the budget. So bringing that all down to the bottom, you get about $58 million is quote unquote available. Now that's a big number, and I just want to pause for a second to remind board members that this is not recurring revenue. This is fund balance. So this is one-time revenue that can be used on certain things and to plug holes in the budget. But we're very cautious not to use one-time revenue to pay for recurring costs, because that would perpetuate a structural budget deficit. Okay, so getting on to the Revenue Stabilization Fund, which is more colloquially known as the Rainy Day Fund. We're in pretty good shape there. We had 78.5 at the end of the last fiscal year. We're projecting about $1.4 million of interest. And then in the current budget year, we had a $1 million contribution. So that means we're about $81 million, which is about $3 million up or from the maximum that we're allowed by code. So we're in pretty good shape. The bond rating houses like that, and we'll continue to try and build that up because we don't know how long the economic impacts of the pandemic are going to last, and we don't know to what extent there may be future federal assistance. So it's very good to have money in the bank for if things don't recover the way we hope they do. Just looking year over to year, we increased from 21 to 20 pretty modestly, about 1.5%. That's $23 million. That's much less than the previous increase from 19 to 20. Next slide is a look at the last 3 years of operating revenue. So these are the budgeted amounts for 21, but the actuals for 19 and 20. So what you can see is that the adopted budget for 21, which is our current fiscal year, actually totals less than what we just closed the books on 20. Now, we're hopeful that if the second half of the fiscal year holds pretty well, that we will similarly have positive increases in 21 and that these revenue sources will grow. But quite frankly, it's too early to get our hopes up on that, especially considering all the uncertainty that is out there. But you can see again those two big ones we talked about before. Income tax in 21, the adopted budget is lower than what the actual in 20 was. And again, in recordation and transfer, that one is lower than what 20 is, which we hope that the numbers will end up being more favorable than that. Here's just a pie chart of how everything is broken down. The two largest revenue sources for the county are obviously property tax and local income tax. Property tax is the more robust of the two. There's a number of other contributors in here. Recordation and transfer tax is kind of the most important of those, but you can see that that's only about 5.5% of the total revenues into the county general fund. So here's a picture of 21 where we are to date, and we don't have a lot of numbers to share at this point. So this is more of a narrative to share with you. We will have a cleaner picture of the projections later this year as we get ready to introduce our budget on April 30th. But right now we're looking, as far as income tax, we're feeling much better than we were at last spring. And that's, again, largely attributable to the federal stimulus. If there were to be additional federal stimulus, then that would have a continued positive impact, we believe, on county economics. And then the federal tax change from a year ago, that also had a $16 million positive impact on our income tax revenues. And then there's some other kind of unusual, arbitrary things that happened, and we're just going to kind of call them one-time revenue influxes, but that's about $20 million too. So all those things together should, fingers crossed, end up improving those projected numbers that I showed you on the previous slide. As far as recordation and transfer tax, this one is we're being a little bit more cautious on this. Right now, the real estate market is still strong, but history shows that that can't last forever. So it will eventually plateau and start to go down, largely due to the lower housing inventory. But mortgage rates are still currently historically low. In fact, a piece of advice, if you haven't looked at refinancing your house, it'd be a good time to do that. I'm in the middle of doing that myself right now. But unit sales and prices are up. Inventory is getting down. I'm no real estate expert, but that is what I hear from real estate people. So here's a quick graph to kind of put the recordation and transfer tax into context. Folks will probably remember the big run up to the housing boom about, I guess, 15 years ago, and then the precipitous drop off. That was the time when I actually was first elected to the county council in 2010, and we were dealing with, unfortunately, the response we had to do to that loss of revenue. It wasn't pleasant, but I hope that the county has learned that lesson and we're being much more cautious. But you can see the curve is much less acute, but we do expect it eventually to turn on the downward side. So we don't want to get carried away with our recordation and transfer tax projections. Next slide is just giving you some more context for the real estate market. You can see that the orange line is the number of units sold, and that has really been growing since the bottom in 2009. But again, we expect that to plateau a little bit, and the same with the average price. Here's what I was telling you about mortgage rates. This is the plotting for the last 20 years or so. But you can see we're at historic lows, less than 3% for 30-year fixed. So it's a good deal out there if you can get it. Okay, so this is probably the most important slide, and I suspect what board members are most interested in is kind of the FY22 outlook. And I'm not going to read through my bullet points here, but I will say that the number one word I want to lead you with is uncertainty. But that being said, short term, we are looking at hopefully a fairly stable budget, in that the worst case scenarios that we were afraid of last spring, at least to date, haven't seemed to materialize. But we're going to see potentially reduced income tax if the unemployment stays high. We are a little bit worried about a dip in property tax receipts if there's some folks out there that simply can't afford, to pay their property tax. We are insulated because of the homestead credit and the property tax cap. We're insulated a little bit about a downturn in the real estate market or even assessments. But what we're most worried about is just any unfortunate situations where people can't afford to pay. And then eventually the housing market will cool off. But policy things to consider, we are keeping our eye on additional state education funding mandates, also known as the Kerwin bill. Session comes back in, I think, in about a week, and we'll see what happens with that. There's the resilience costs for county assets. I think the Pittman administration has been very clear that we want to build for the future and that we want to take sustainability very seriously. So we're going to be looking at long-term costs of making sure that we are building sustainable assets and that we're putting our county infrastructure in places that make sense. In some cases, that may have a greater short-term fiscal cost, but we think it is very smart fiscal policy for the long term. And then the big unknown and some of the things that we're probably going to end up spending a lot of that one-time fund balance that we talked about earlier is on COVID-19 response and support programs. So the county received $101 million of federal CARES dollars. We've spent almost all of that. We did hold some in reserve, but that's going to continue paying for ongoing programs. We suspect that there will be new needs and new programs in the last half of this fiscal year, and that fund balance is where we would go to pay for those things, absent any additional federal stimulus or state support programs. And then, of course, there are built-in cost increases for our recurring revenue considerations. It's about $10 million of new debt service this year, $10 million of pension contributions, and then other costs that we haven't put dollar figures on yet, such as the OPEB, which is like retiree healthcare, health insurance, and then built-in cost increases. And then remember, we have our employee negotiations and whatever base increases our department needs. So in general, what I'd like to leave you with is the county fiscal situation is not as grim as we feared that it might be last spring. In the short term, we view it to be very stable, but much as Dr. Arlotto put before you, a responsible budget this year, I think you can expect County Executive Pittman to put forth a budget without a lot of new bells and whistles, but trying to shore up our critical programs with an eye particularly on the universe of people that were affected by the COVID pandemic. I think what that has done is exposed some vulnerabilities among our population. We've certainly seen people at the lower end of the income scales be disproportionately affected, and I think the county executive wants to ensure that we have the support net in place, to protect those families and those individuals. So I just want to leave you with we're cautiously optimistic that we're in a stable place, but we really have to be careful because the long-term fiscal impacts of this pandemic are unknown and may be for some time. So with that, that's my last slide, and I'm happy to entertain any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Trumbauer. Thank you for being here tonight and for sharing this, what we'll call cautious good news. Definitely a sigh of relief right now that we could use. So I'll start in turn in case there are questions. I'll start with Ms. Tobin.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Trumbauer. I'm absorbing it, and I don't have any particular questions at the moment. Thank you.
Ms. Corkadell.
Thank you, Mr. Trumbauer, and please extend our gratitude to County Executive Pittman and your entire team. This is that time of year where you guys don't sleep in the budget office. Have your virtual cots all set up. So it is much appreciated because this data continues to change live, and there's definitely good news on the horizon that you had shared. I don't have any particular questions at this time, but I did want to make a point to thank you for keeping us informed.
Ms. Antwine. I'll come back in case.
Madam President,
Mr. Smith, I'm so sorry. I have to pull the list up in front of me. I'm going by numbers. My apologies. Go ahead, Mr. Smith.
Great. No, it's fine. Well, I really have no questions. Thank you, Mr. Trumbauer. I just want to wish you a happy new year, and I think this might be the first time we're meeting, so it's nice to meet you, and I look forward to working with you in your office in the future.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. And we may not have met on Zoom, but I've certainly been a part of meetings that you've been a part of, and I can speak for myself and the county executive that we're very honored to have you as a board member, and look forward to working with you as well.
Ms. Antwine.
Madam President, can you hear me?
I can.
Okay. I won't go through my laundry list of apologies. Ms. Trumbauer, it is a privilege to see you here tonight. Thank you for making the time, and thank you for this presentation. I have no specific questions.
Mr. Silkworth.
Thank you, Mr. Trumbauer. I also do not have any questions, and I greatly do appreciate your report this evening. It's a bit more positive than what we thought. So thank you so much.
Ms. Frank.
Hi, thank you for joining us. I did have one question, and correct me if I'm wrong on anything. The previous budget was predicated on approximately a 1% rate of growth. Is that correct?
So year to year, if you look from 21 to 20, it was 1.4% was the slide that I had.
Yeah, but was that over what we anticipated, 1.4% total, and we anticipated 1%, or will we rate it where we thought we would be?
Well, I mean, that's a hard question to answer because the way our budget works, we adopt a budget, and then as that budget proceeds after July 1st, we continue to keep an eye on that. We revise our revenue projections. We don't revise our expenditures, but we can revise our revenue projections. And traditionally, if you look back on the history of the county budgets, I think we have a tradition of budgeting conservatively so that we can end up with a fund balance at the end of the year. It's very healthy to have a fund balance, to pay for things that you don't expect, or just to have available. And as I stated earlier, it's much more desirable to end up in that scenario than to have revenues come in less than expected, and that's when we would have to dip into the rainy day fund. But I think the 1.4% is notable because the first year of County Executive Pittman's administration and our FY20 budget, we put together a budget that did include a modest tax package that brought in more revenue. So that was kind of a year where there was a significant bump. This year over the year was only 1.4%. That's a pretty modest growth rate considering the needs of the county, in my opinion. But I should take the opportunity to mention one of the reasons that the county is in, I think, fairly stable fiscal shape right now is because of that income tax increase. I know it wasn't popular with all sectors of the constituency, but to be perfectly candid, that extra revenue is what has protected this county budget. And without getting into the to the weeds, the way income tax revenue comes into the county, it's over a period of 3 years. So this year will be the third tranche of that increase, which is another thing that insulates us from the economic downturn. So.
And then are we going to get a copy of this presentation? I'm not sure I heard that.
Sure, absolutely. I believe that Mr. Sheknovich has it, and I'm sure he would share it with you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Schalheim.
Hi there. Thank you, Mr. Trombauer, for being here and for your presentation, and Happy New Year. I have one question. Forgive me if it sounds clunky or if you are the wrong person to ask in advance. I apologize. As you know, this COVID-19 pandemic has affected the school system in a great number of, negatively affected their school system in a number of ways. And one of those is a swift downturn in enrollment, which will impact future funding through no fault of our own, just through the course of this pandemic. Is there any talk amongst county executive and county government yourself to find ways to insulate us from what could amount to a devastating loss of revenue, especially when we're faced with educational recovery that's going to be lengthy and be necessary for all of our students?
Well, certainly that is absolutely part of the discussion, Ms. Schalheim. And, we understand that there will be an effort in the General Assembly to work on this issue as well, perhaps to try and hold local governments harmless if they want to, in turn, hold school systems harmless for the drop of enrollment. Because the tricky part here is if, so your enrollment numbers are down, and that means that the aggregate maintenance of effort level will go down. We certainly, as an administration, understand the negative impact that would have on the school system. At the same time, if we were to, just for the sake of argument, let's say, if we were to hold you at level funding, then under the current maintenance of effort law, even holding you at level funding would mean that would raise the MOE level, which would potentially get the county overextended in future years. But we understand that there may be an effort in the General Assembly to allow counties the opportunity to level fund school systems without it being applied to MOE. But that's we don't want to count our chickens before the session is even gavelled in, but I can assure you that we are very much aware of that situation. We've talked to Dr. Arlato, we talked to Mr. Shaknovich, and the administration is partnering with the school system. You guys are partners with us, and we want to protect you. And I know that you are also cognizant of the the times that we are in and the limitations of our budget. But absolutely, we are aware of that and are counting on working with you guys.
Perfect. That's really good to hear, and thank you. If anyone has suffered in this pandemic, it's our children. It's our children and their education and their mental health and all of it. And thank you for doing what you can. Thank you in advance to County Executive Pittman for doing what he can to help us provide the necessary recovery for our students. It's greatly appreciated in advance. I look forward to working with you and doing anything I can to be helpful in that endeavor. And again, thank you so much for being here, and Happy New Year.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I don't have any further questions, but I do want to reiterate all of our thanks, and please do extend our thanks to the county executive. And we look forward to working together to make this next budget work for our students. Thanks.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. If I might have one closing remark, if that's okay.
Absolutely.
So thank you. So in your questions and comments, I appreciated the size of relief that I heard from you, but I could also see the wheels turning. And I just want to be absolutely clear. When I was saying that we're in a, we hope, fiscally stable situation, I'm remembering back to last spring when we were preparing for really bad seas. So I just want to reiterate my earlier comments that while we think we're much more stable than we may have thought 9 months ago, we're not out of the woods, and the administration is taking a very cautious approach, and I know that Dr. Arlato is doing the same. So I think I would encourage us to let's be responsive. Let's be I don't think we're going to look at massive cutbacks or anything, but it's also a year where we need to be very cautious because we have to pay attention to what may happen in the future too. So.
Yes, and I greatly appreciate your caution. I do think the sigh of relief is a big sigh of relief because we all imagined the worst. So
yeah,
we're just really glad so far that's not where we are. So, but I do appreciate your reminder there.
As acting budget officer, I can say you and me both, Madam Chair.
Right.
No one wants to be budget officer when in bad times. So that's not fun at all.
Right. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I appreciate being here.
Have a great evening.
Okay.
And now we are going to go back to item 4.01. Mo Gaba Day Proclamation. Ms. Antwine, you with us?
I'm here, Madam President. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, and I will let you do the introductions.
Thank you very much. At this time, I have one request of you, please. If I could also share the floor with the student member of the board, Mr. Smith, and former president of the board, Mr. Terry Gilliland, as well as Mo Gaba's mom, Ms. Sanzi Gaba, who pre-recorded her remarks.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Even in this moment, as we work together to educate safely during a global pandemic and witness historic forms of social unrest, it is vital that we promote the success of every student, fulfilling their potential, their intellectual abilities, their personal and social potential. Education, however, is fluid. Therefore, at times, students can help educate one another through leadership, disciplined positive attitude, and inspiration. Mo Gabba was such a student. And as a public figure, he inspired thousands of people through his strength, his choice to invoke the positive, and his spirit of love for all. In December, we shared a resolution that served as a draft to the proclamation we plan to introduce tonight for the board's consideration and hopefully its adoption. At this time, I would like to turn the floor over to Mr. Drake Smith.
I first want to thank you, Ms. Antoine, for all your dedication and hard work in trying to really, get this running. I just have a few things to say. Of Mo, everything has probably already been said, but I would say one thing truly summarizes his life and legacy, and that is hope. And I'm sure that especially in these trying times, as we have all seen today, that's what we need. Hope for our world, and hope for especially our country. And it's with that I really hope that we can keep his legacy and others just like him alive through the years so that hope stays alive in us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. At this time, I would like to introduce, or I guess reintroduce, former president of the Board of Education, Mr. Terry Gilliland, who was kind enough and committed enough to this effort. He also helped to co-author this proclamation. Mr. Gilliland.
Thank you very much, Ms. Antoine, and if I may say, Madam President, members of the board, and certainly Dr. Arlotto, it's good to be among friends. And Ms. Antoine, I really do appreciate your invitation to be back. I was very clear upon leaving the board that I would be gone. Hopefully not forgotten, but be gone and not meddle. But it's my intention to stay away from any policy efforts. But with something like this, I felt appropriate to come back and just to offer a few words. And Ms. Antoine, I can't thank you enough for your invitation to do just that. Just by way of timeline, Ms. Antoine and I spoke about an effort to recognize Mo back during the fall of 2019. And when she and I had that conversation, I was still, for lack of a better term, managing the agenda. And I said, it might be best to get through redistricting and to get through the budget. And I think that was the intention. And then as we turned that corner, the unfortunate situation of COVID happened and the pandemic and the aftermath. And unfortunately, because of that, I think it was in our best interest to postpone the conversation. And because of the extensive, for lack of a better term, the extensive delay, it put us in the situation where we are now, where this is coming back to us. And what also happened during that time when Ms. Antoine and I thought that it was best to bring recognition to Mo, we lost him. And as we lost Mo last summer, I'm about to lose it now because of that. But we thought it was best for the school system to find a way to recognize one of its brightest and best. And I think the final words of the proclamation say it best, where we are talking about recognize not just one of our best, but someone who brought a positive attitude to change the lives of others. And Mo left a significant footprint on North County and the North County feeder system. But I think that footprint transcended the feeder system and went beyond that to include the county and perhaps even, the Baltimore metropolitan area and even the state. When we look at someone who has been recognized by so many others, but he's made a difference, he's left an impact, and perhaps even, as Miss Antwine said best, served as an inspiration for many others. I have no direct relationship with Mo, except for the fact that he and I were both students at Lindale. And, Miss Antwine, for you to ask me to be part of this, I'm truly honored. Mr. Smith, likewise. But I know the effect Mo left on the Lindale community, and I don't have a direct relationship with his elementary school, except for the fact that I know that the George Cromwell community loves Mo and appreciates all that he did for them. And I also know that there are some other conversations about others who have left such an imprint and legacy on the school system besides Mo. But I'll just say, I do think this recognition for him, for the school system that he came to know and love, and for the school system that loved him in return, is just one way for this board and for AACPS to say thank you and to remember someone who's meant so much to us. So with that, Madam President, thank you so much for giving me the chance to be here tonight. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Gilliland. It's wonderful to see your face here again. Definitely in company of friends here. And thank you for your wonderful words. I will turn it back over to Ms. Antwine.
Thank you, Madam President. In the words of someone I revere highly and consider great, Mo left huge footprints in the sand. But this does not disqualify anyone. Therefore, I want to emphasize the spirit and intent of this proclamation, which is to commemorate and recognize students who achieve extraordinary accomplishments, no matter what the odds are, no matter what the rest of society is introducing, no matter the odds. With this said, I move that the Board of Education adopt the following proclamation. Whereas Anne Arundel County Public Schools student Mozilla K. Gaba, affectionately known as Mo, became a recognized name as a superfan of the Baltimore Orioles and the Baltimore Ravens, leading him to be inducted into the Baltimore Orioles Hall of Fame, and the honor of announcing the first NFL draft pick ever made from a card written in Braille, which is on display in the Pro Football Hall of Fame. And whereas Mo Gaba touched countless lives and left a lasting legacy at George Cromwell Elementary School, Lindale Middle School, and the entire Anne Arundel County public school system, Whereas Mogaba serves as an inspiration for all students, parents, educators, and the entire school communities across Anne Arundel County, the state of Maryland, and beyond his innate ability, with his innate ability to overcome tremendous obstacles in his everyday life. His demonstration of zest for life and the example of hope and courage he set for all who knew his story. And whereas Mogaba lost his life on July 28, 2020, just 1 month after being promoted to North County High School, after fighting cancer and blindness nearly all of his life. Mr. Smith?
Now be it hereby proclaimed that the Board of Education of Anne Arundel County and Anne Arundel County Public Schools designate, in honor of his birthday, Tuesday, January 26, 2021, as Mogaba Day. And be it further proclaimed that the Board of Education directs the Superintendent of Schools to annually commemorate this day throughout the Anne Arundel County Public School community, beginning on Wednesday, January 26, 2022. And be it further proclaimed that starting in 2022, on Mogaba Day or the public board meeting immediately prior to January 26th, one Anne Arundel County Public School student in each of the elementary, middle, and high school levels be honored by the Board of Education with the Mogaba Award. Like Mo, these students would have demonstrated exceptional capabilities to overcome obstacles and would possess kindness and a positive attitude to change the lives of others.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Madam President, at this time, Ms. Sansa Gaba pre-recorded a statement for tonight's meeting. I would like to share that she wanted to be here tonight, but she is, to be honest, it is heavy and emotional for her, as I'm sure all of us can understand. I want to publicly let Ms. Gaba know that I appreciate your kindness, your humbleness, your willingness, and your approval of this proclamation. You have been extraordinary as a parent in some very difficult times. And you, like your son, have realistically demonstrated an example of leadership like none other. So thank you. Madam President, if you're willing, I would like to play the video at this time.
Please do. Thank you.
Where do I even begin? The fact that my child has left behind such a legacy and impacted so many people makes my heart smile. I cannot thank you, the Board of Education members, everyone from Anne Arundel County Schools, that includes George Cromwell and Linden Middle School, for recognizing my son and his efforts, especially for now a Mogaba Day. I feel like I say this all the time, but it means the world to me that my child is being recognized for just being a kind, resilient child that he was. And Mo knew what was against him. Mo knew what was against him, and he never gave up, and he did not let that stop him. And that's what I want all the children of Anne Arundel County to know. We all go through things, regardless of the age. But just know that every setback is a road for a major comeback. And you should never, ever give up. And as Mo always said, stay positive and keep smiling.
Madam President.
Yes.
With this, we'll turn it back over to you for the board's deliberation, and thank you for this time.
Thank you. And thank you, Ms. Gaba, for your participation. Beautiful words. Thank you. And so I am going to offer board members an opportunity. Mr. Smith?
Yes, just before we begin, I just want to second the motion on the table.
Oh, very good. Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Thank you, Mr. Smith. And with that, I will start with Dr. Tobin.
I just want to thank Ms. Antwine, Mr. Smith, and Mr. Gilliland for doing the work to bring this before us. I especially want to thank Ms. Gaba for her words. And I want to say how grateful I am to be able to have a wonderful example in our own system in Mo of perhaps the most important and most difficult qualities of kindness, generosity, and resilience. And may there be more of that in the world. Thank you.
Ms. Corkadell.
Thank you. Yeah, I spoke when we introduced this. I don't want to reiterate, but I did want to point out that January 4th was World Braille Day. And I thought it was rather appropriate, fitting, as the coincidence. We didn't plan on, I don't think that any one of us recognized, but a friend of mine who's very involved in some of the organizations had shared that with me. And I just wanted to share that with the public that, one of the unique obstacles that he had to overcome was the necessity to use Braille. And so, and resulted in such a legacy. But I think it's pretty fitting that we're having this discussion on the week where we celebrate World Braille Day. So I just wanted to, and also thank Ms. Gaba for her willingness to share such a heartfelt story. It's important for us to hear, and I think it has definitely had an impact on all of us. And so thank you very much.
Mr. Silkworth?
Mo Gaba, an inspiration for us all, locally, nationally. This proclamation provides us with the wherewithal to be able to recognize not just Mo and his bravery, but all of the young people in our school communities who have inspired us with their bravery and their dedication to themselves and their school communities and their families in the face of such adversity. January 26th will probably never be the same in Anne Arundel County. It will allow all schools to celebrate the precious lives of those students like Mo who have inspired us over the years. Our kids need hope. I have to tell you, over the course of my career, I've seen far too many of our kids who have left us too early. As we honor Mo, as I said earlier, let us also honor all students who, like Mo, inspire us each and every day, never to give up in the face of adversity. I would like to, my heart goes out to his mom, and I thank her for her presentation. And we all need to do what Mo would want us to do, and that is stay positive, keep smiling. Thank you.
I couldn't help but smile with that reminder. Thank you, Mr. Silkworth. Ms. Frank.
Thank you. So I'm not really a sports fan, but even I have heard of Mo, and even I, saw the impact that he had in the community, and just how the community just embraced his message of hope, and just the effect that he had on people was truly tremendous. Especially right now, I think that remembering good and remembering, what hope does for us is really important. And like Mr. Silkworth, I agree that recognizing not just Mo, but all of our students who contribute and bring our community together is just a really special thing. And I'm very excited that we can all be a part of that.
Thank you, Ms. Schalheim.
Thank you. I couldn't possibly put it better than my colleagues have already put it. So I'm not going to try to do so and then stumble in that endeavor. So I just echo the comments that my colleagues have already made, and I thank Ms. Gaba for her words and for her approval of this, and may Mo's memory forever be a blessing. Thank you.
Thank you. When this was first introduced, the idea of this was first introduced in December, what I shared was the impact that Mo has had on me personally, and regretfully, I've never even met him. But he is one of those rare examples for me when life gets hard. Shame on me for getting down, because Mo taught us otherwise. And I was struck by how Ms. Antwine introduced this item, and I wrote down the words education and inspiration. And when a student has the opportunity and the ability to do that for everyone in the community, including the adults like myself, how can we not take notice? I knew as a local a bit about Mo, but I was inspired to do a Google search just to see, what I might not have known. And remarkable that when you go Google Mo's name, the first entries that come up are articles in CNN, People Magazine, ESPN. Wow, what an impact! How many people he's reached. And so I think it's important, and I really appreciate Mr. Gilliland giving us the history here of this recognition, and that this wasn't, and this isn't a memorial. It's not about Mo's death. It was something that was initiated and had hoped to be done before Mo left us. So, being that Mo's name is in the Ravens Hall of Fame, and I believe Orioles too, and there is actually a street in Baltimore named after him. I am so thrilled that now, as a community in Anne Arundel County, that we can honor Mo in this way. And I could not have stated better than Mr. Silkworth did about what this means for all of our students, and the opportunity for us to continue to recognize those really amazingly accomplished students that inspire all of us. So I want to thank you, Ms. Antwine, Mr. Smith, Mr. Gilliland, for bringing this to us. And so I'm going to offer one final opportunity for any closing words from Ms. Antwine or Mr. Smith, or both, before we vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. Mr. Smith, I'll turn it over to you before I close out the item.
Like I said, I don't think there's much left to be said. I think I share the sentiments of my fellow board colleagues and probably the greater Anne Arundel County community when we say that this day is really going to keep Mo's legacy alive, keep us with that spark of hope. I'm sure we all remember that sad day in July when we heard the news of Mo's passing. I know I do. And then I remember the outpouring of love showed to this little boy. And it's just amazing what a young person can do with when the odds seem stacked against them. And that I really just think that this day will really help uplift, like I said earlier, our entire community, because Mo, it's like he embodied hope. As we were talking about him, I saw that everyone on this call, I'm sure everyone watching, you couldn't just help but smile and be glad, even with everything going on. Kind of made me forget that we're in a messed up world right now. And it's just amazing that someone can have that much of an impact. And I know that there are countless other students that had that impact on their families, on their local communities as well. And I know that telling Mo's story, you just can't help but also tell their stories. And then we just uplift everyone in that process. That's why I really just want to thank Miss Antwine for her dedication to this young man that she has never met. And just, the way that, she brought together a team is kind of fitting. We made a team around this. And I'm just really glad that it's come to this. And I won't be a student in Anne Arundel County Public School, but I'm sure that when I come home from college, probably during winter break, I'll hear all about the celebrations for Mo Gabba Day. And I really just look forward to what that will look like, because I know it's going to be something special. Just like Mo, he was someone special.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Ms. Antwine, one more thing I want to, Dr. Alato, do you have anything you'd like to add? I know this is a board discussion, but I feel like I should offer you the opportunity.
Thank you, Madam President. Yeah, I will gladly take the opportunity. I do not want to be repetitive. So many wonderful points were made about Mo. What I would share though, is that I've had the opportunity on several occasions to interact with Mo before his passing. And they were not planned. And each and every time I would be visiting Lindale Middle, visiting with the principal, walking the hallways and visiting classrooms, and would inevitably come across Mo and his TA in the hallways. And what struck me and what I want to share is this was a joyous child. He would bring a smile to my face. He had no idea who I was, nor what I looked like. And he would always welcome me with a hug when I was introduced to him by the principal and his TA that was with him for so many years and loved him so dearly. And we would talk about all kinds of things, and it may be sports or it might be things going on in class. And he would just welcome me to the school and welcome me as one of his friends. And that was, he truly was a joyous child. And I guess I would close by saying, I think this is a wonderful opportunity for us as a school system. And I think Mo would really, I think he would probably be embarrassed for all this recognition were he with us. And I think he would really relish the opportunity to utilize taking his name to recognize each and every year those that are lost in Anne Arundel County. We lose students and staff every year for a variety of reasons, all of which are devastating to the families and the school communities in which they lived and moved about. And so I will look forward to the years to come in utilizing this proclamation with the approval of the board in the future to recognize, to take this opportunity to recognize not just Mo and his life well lived, his joyous life well lived, but taking the opportunity to recognize those that we have lost, both students and staff, each and every year. So thank you for the opportunity, Ms. Ellis.
And thank you for sharing that. Ms. Antwine.
Thank you, Dr. Alato, and thank you, President Ellis. Thank everyone, especially Mr. Gilliland, and of course, Ms. Gaba. I want to close out not by being repetitive either, because I would certainly get emotional. But I will share that everyone who worked to get this proclamation introduced, from you, President Ellis, you, former President Corkadale, you, former President Gilliland, to the influence from others who knew Mo, as well as the professional etiquette and protocol and attention that Dr. Alato, his staff, Ms. Diane Howell, our board council, and others took, even during the holiday, to ensure two things. One, that the spirit and intent of this proclamation was not lost. And then two, to ensure that other families who are grieving in a similar fashion not be disrespected or dishonored, in addition to the Gaba family. So I thank everyone for your work, your dedication, and I've said it once, I'll say it again. You go, Mo. You go, Mo. Thanks, guys.
Ms. Howell.
Dr. Tobin?
Aye.
Ms. Corkadale?
Aye.
Mr. Smith?
Aye.
Ms. Antwine?
Aye.
Mr. Silkworth? Mr. Silkworth, can you repeat? I'm sorry.
Aye.
Thank you. Ms. Frank?
Aye.
Ms. Schalheim?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Thank you.
Ms. Ellis, I'm sorry, I didn't hear your vote.
Aye.
Thank you. Motion passes 8-0.
Thank you. I would like to turn back to Dr. Tobin.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm going to read a little something I want to add to the conversation here. The occasion of considering and reflecting upon Mo's contributions and the life he lived presents us with the opportunity to consider and remember all those we've lost in the AACPS family. Therefore, I would like to support the possible development of an annual In Memoriam Day with a request that the topic be reviewed and be advised by staff and be included on a future board meeting agenda. Thank you.
If that needs a second, I'll second it.
Thank you, Dr. Tobin and Ms. Schalheim. It does not need a second. It's not a motion or a board action. It's simply a request for an agenda item, and I'd be more than happy to put that on our agenda. And thank you for taking the lead on that.
Thank you, Madam President.
And that concludes item 4.01. And now we are on 4. I assume the numbers would move to 4.02 Anne Arundel County, I'm sorry, wrong one, 4.03, 2020-2021 school reopening and health data update. And this item, I will turn over to Dr. Arlotto, though I do want to acknowledge and thank Dr. Kalyana Raman for joining us this evening.
Thank you, Madam President. We very much appreciate your time as always. And for so many, I'm sure that are listening in to hear more about reopening. It's something that we have been concentrated on, as you well know, since schools closed in March. I will have more to say when it is my turn, but Dr. Kalyan Raman has been good enough to give so much of his time, and I want to let him get started with his presentation and get to your questions. Before he begins, though, I do need to, as I know our board will want to do the same, thank publicly Dr. Kalyan Raman for you and your staff during these incredibly difficult and challenging times. You have been truly an unwavering leader throughout this whole time, and I've appreciated our weekly meetings and our almost daily phone calls since March to continue to work diligently and collaboratively to our collective goal, which is reopening schools and getting students back into buildings and staffs back into buildings in a healthy and safe environment. So with that, welcome, Dr. Kalyan Raman. We very much appreciate you taking your time to be with us.
Thank you, Dr. Arlotto. Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to share my appreciation to you for your partnership. This has been I know a challenge for everybody, and I think we all share the same goal of educating children, getting them back into school, and so. Without further ado, I'd like to share some of the data and what we're seeing, and then turn it back over to you. So I will share screen. Give me 1 second. So I wanted to review a few of the items we had on the conditions for reopening, share some of the CDC recommendations as well. Where we are as a county, and then talk about the impact of the vaccine on our discussions. Just as a reminder for our conversation, we talked about a number of months ago when we were discussing this during the fall, the benefits of getting children back into school and balancing them with the risk of disruption due to transmission from COVID, and that. While students and teachers do their best to maintain a safe practice, they're not perfect, and we can reduce risk but not eliminate it. And I think the key is, in our consideration was that how many closures can we handle as a school system, and over the course of the fall, we saw that our case rate was going up and up. As part of that work, we had the conditions for reopening, and in what I can only call really just sad timing, I remember the board meeting where we were talking about opening, and we saw our case rate go up above these conditions for reopening, and unfortunately, they haven't stopped going up since then. What we do have since then is some additional CDC guidelines, and we also look at those. We've been looking at a reevaluation since December, and the CDC guidelines look at 8 different areas, and they're the case rate, percent positivity, mitigation strategies, change in the case rate, hospital inpatient occupancy, hospital ICU occupancy, percentage of the hospital occupied by COVID patients, and community outbreak. And this is the way that the CDC laid out to look at what's happening in the community and in the school to understand the risk of transmission within the school. And they grade each of these based on a range of values from lowest risk, lower risk, moderate risk, higher, and then highest risk. And they form a nice complement to the guidelines that we put out in the early fall. And when we look at those, we also see that 5 of those factors are in the highest risk category. 2 of the factors are in the moderate risk category. Those are the ones in yellow, the hospital inpatient occupancy and hospital ICU occupancy. And I can tell you that in part, that's because our hospitals have had to increase their capacity so that their occupancy is at a manageable level. And only really one factor is in the lowest risk category, and that's the mitigation strategies. And mitigation strategies work to reduce risk, but when your risk is very high and increasing in your community, they can only do so much. So where does that put us as a county at this point? Right now, we see that our case rate is, unfortunately, I made this slide yesterday, is actually at 50 today, and is going to continue to climb with increased testing after the holidays, increased movement during the holidays. We expect that to go up. We see our hospitalizations going up, and they're continuing their upward trend. This is also data from 3 or 4 days ago. These have gone up since that point. We are at over 160 hospitalizations for COVID between the 2 hospitals, which represents approximately 25% of their capacity. And then this is our summary of where we are, seeing a steady case rate increase for 3 months. Hospitalizations, ICUs going up, our deaths have gone up. We registered over 60 deaths in the past 4 weeks. Our percent positivity is at 11%. Infection rate is at 1.03. I don't think you need me to tell you that we are in a bad place as a county, as a state, and as a country. And I would say that we are actually in a worse place than we were in the springtime. Which is why we put into place restrictions in the middle of December 16th to be specific, that are really aimed at, 1, mitigating that rise in cases that we saw occurring. And it's based on our peak hospitalization that's expected in late January and early February. Those projections were frankly catastrophic, which is why we acted. If we saw that level of hospitalization from COVID patients alone, it would overwhelm the capacity of our hospitals, and we'd be living through what LA is living through now, what New York did in spring, what El Paso, Texas did a month ago, and we're seeing those projections come down. But getting better from catastrophic isn't the same thing as we've got it under control. It still puts us in a very bad situation. And so this is the critical time to decrease spread in the community through both individual and systemic action. So really at this time can't really recommend reopening schools with a case rate of 50 and going up, not when we're trying to restrict activity as much as possible. But I think what's different about this time than before is that we have something that is going to change the dynamic, and that's the vaccines. So vaccines, 2 of them were approved, Pfizer and the Moderna vaccines, which are both 95% effective at preventing symptomatic illness. They were approved for people 16 and over, and deployment of them began in the county in late December. There's different phases of vaccine deployment, 1A, 1B, 1C, and 2. I know that's not necessarily the most intuitive numbering system, but that's what was put out by the CDC. The phase 1A vaccination is where we are right now. That's healthcare workers, public health, long-term care facilities, first responders, the judiciary, and corrections. Those are proceeding apace. We, like others, are really working as hard as we can to get those vaccines out. Right now, it's week to week as to how much vaccine we get. We have some decent projections, but it is a little bit hard to know the exact number that we're going to get. That said, we do anticipate getting to the phase 1B vaccination either by the end of this month or the beginning of the next month. And that phase 1B vaccination is for frontline essential workers and people at very high risk, individual risk of disease. So who are those frontline essential workers? They're education, food and agricultural workers, postal service workers, manufacturing, grocery store, those working in grocery store and public transit. And then at the individual risk categories, those who are age 75 and older. That education category includes teachers, staff, daycare, so essentially people involved in working with children. As I mentioned, we're expecting to enter phase 1B in late January, early February. And teachers and staff expected to return to in-person learning or already providing in-person learning will be eligible to be vaccinated at that time. This is, of course, as I mentioned, based on vaccine availability, but this is really the game changer. We are going to be looking at our metrics in light of vaccination and how that impacts our recommendations, and we expect to revise that. We haven't seen any guidance yet on that at the federal level, but we know that the entire intent of the vaccines is to be able to drastically reduce the risk of being exposed to COVID-19. And so our intent is to return to you with those recommendations. And while I can't commit to anything at this moment because I don't know the trajectory, we would like to at least consider an opening in March if conditions and vaccination permits that. And that is what I had for you today. Then turn it over to you.
Sorry, my mute button disappeared. I'm back. Thank you again, Dr. Kalyan-Roman. Undoubtedly there will be some questions, so I appreciate you sticking around and fielding a few questions. And I would like to ask board members to stick to 2 questions at first. I don't know how much time Dr. K has, but we'll start there and see how we go. And you let me know. You let us know.
That should be good.
Okay, great, thanks. So we will start with Dr. Tobin.
Thank you. Oops. Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, Dr. Kalyan-Roman, for being here and again for providing us with this incredibly valuable information and for the hard work you and your staff continue to do. So thank you. And as you can imagine, I have a lot of questions. I guess one of my first questions is, as the vaccine rolls through, so if the teachers, for example, are in the 1B, I believe, and we're talking about end of January, early February, but we're talking about 2 doses, right? So what does that mean in terms of when a teacher who gets that vaccine would be comfortable, be told they were fully vaccinated and fully ready to?
So the vaccine is a 2-dose vaccine, as you note. Pfizer is 3 weeks apart. The Moderna is 4 weeks apart. What we're seeing from the data is that after the first dose, you get the bulk of the effect of that. And then, of course, the second dose increases that efficacy. From our standpoint, once you get that first dose, you've got a lot of protection. And so we think that, and we see that from the data, about 10 days after first dose administration, you start to see the effects in terms of significant decrease in the number of people who get sick from COVID.
Okay, excellent. That was more hopeful than I had feared. So thank you for that news. This may be a tricky question for you to answer, and I wouldn't, I'm not asking you to engage in conjecture on other health departments, but there's confusion out there, as we know, a lot of information, a lot of websites that people look at, and people, will often look at something and say, well, there's some other district out here with a higher caseload, and somehow they're open. Can you help us understand what's happening here that is setting the caseloads, the metrics where we are? I mean, obviously you've been through a lot of information, but just to those out there who are confused about that, help us with that.
We've been looking through a good amount of data, and particularly there are some groups that are aggregating data from across the country to look at what happens when children and staff return to school in terms of infections in the school. And this is where it gets a little bit tricky, and it kind of comes down to your interpretation of data. What we're seeing from that aggregated data, which is a large data set, tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands. What we're seeing is that the case rates in the school is generally similar to the case rate in the community, but pretty consistently we see that for staff it's a little higher than the case rate in the community, and for children it's a little bit lower than the case rate in the community. When we look at our data in this county, we see that children 14 and under tend to be tested less. So it kind of raises the question of, is the case rate lower, or are we not testing as much to find it? Either way, children are not getting sick at the same rate. But that issue for teachers and staff does remain. And that's why I think that the vaccination changes that metric. It takes those teachers, and instead of riding at a case rate that's higher than the community, not by a lot, but it is there. And how you feel about that is how you feel about that. But it will drop that. That's the entire point of the vaccine.
Yeah.
And the issue with children, if we're underdiagnosing, that's okay. That means that they're not symptomatic. The concern in that context was them transmitting it to teachers and to other staff, right?
Right.
That was the concern, that if you're missing it in asymptomatic children, if that concern becomes much smaller, children are asymptomatic, they're doing well, that's fine. So that's why I think that this is the inflection point we needed.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Ms. Corkadell.
Thank you. I do have a couple of questions. Thank you so much, Dr. Kalyanarama. Greatly appreciated. Your hard work. I know you guys are just burning both ends of a candle nonstop, and along with a very hardworking team behind you, I know. And thank you so very much. I gotta say, when we first started this journey together, and I think our first real conversation between the board and yourself was back in July. And we were talking about developing metrics that would be appropriate. Mm-hmm. And as time stretched on, the numbers started to change. And we've also had some time to get some additional feedback, and some additional feedbacks in particular from our State Board of Education, as well as our state superintendent. And prior to the holiday, just about every week or every several days, we were hearing from the governor, and in some cases from Dr. Salmon, from Dr. Can, and others. And I've been doing my best to follow up with those folks and try to get a better understanding of what appears to continue to be some differences. And Dr. Tobin brought them up, I think, in part. I'm having a hard time, and I understand the recommendation of the 5% and the 15 coming from the state, with a big giant caveat that there are strategies that can be deployed to bring them back in. And so in the meantime of the vaccine deployment, and with the 1B, being elevated up to the 1B level and stuff is great. But in the meantime, we have another semester starting. Mm-hmm. And the learning loss is now getting to what I would consider a health concern of our students, especially ones who are trying to work through IEPs right now, some of them extremely severe, and others not as much, but require that full class integration. And I gotta just first to say that I'm struggling with the metrics staying the same here. as we're rolling into these weeks before the start of our semester. And so my question is, how are we really able to, based on the projections and based on the vaccines, I'm still not seeing numbers that are going to stabilize until we get into that late spring, early summer, as it would get us back to a 5 or 15 vaccine even provided for. And the learning loss is exponentially growing. And I'm just wondering, we may end up only seeing 40 or 50% of our workers willing to take that vaccine. I'm sure you guys are seeing what I'm seeing across the board. Some of the reasons why teachers in Carroll County were able to get vaccines so quickly, and they've already started, is because of, not all of the 1As had either a willingness or met the qualifications for it. So is there a consideration of reevaluating this 5-15 model to better accommodate what we now know more so, and to also address the practical balance of all these other industries and ours? I feel like ours is kind of sitting out there with a number that's not ever, not ever, but in any near future going to be performable. To say that we're just going to continue to follow the metrics, that could mean next fall, that could mean next, I don't think these kids have that opportunity. And so could you further explain maybe some of the considerations and where you're coming from on this?
So we are going to be reevaluating the metrics. So you mentioned the 5 and 15. We are going to be reevaluating that in light of the vaccine. And I think what's different this time is that it's not an open-ended question of when there's going to be something that changes the dynamic. We know, like, we have the vaccines in hand. We just got to get through our 1A, and then we're going to start vaccinating teachers and staff. So, it's not I don't know which date in late January, early February, but it's coming. We've already begun planning for that. So I think that I fully agree with you, by the way. I hope you, I hope it has come through that this is a priority of ours, is that at the health department is the health of children, which involves going back to school. I think we're almost there. And I think that with just a little bit more time, we can do it a lot more safely. Not just a little more safely, but a lot more safely. Because I think the problem is opening in the context of a case rate of 50 is going to be a monumental challenge. And to wait a few more weeks to do it with a vaccine is going to change the paradigm of how that's done.
I have one, it's sort of a tandem question, but not necessarily, depending on how you look at it. But for my second question, I'd like to better understand. I know at some point in December, if my recollection serves me, there was a change in how you guys are doing contact tracing, and how contact tracing is being conducted, and the practicality of being able to manage, like, the private sports. There was an order to, please stop. And so from managing our 44,000 students and our 14,000 contractors and employees and our labor force, is there going to be enough, is there enough staff set aside for this? To manage us regardless of when we choose to open up that door.
Yeah, we talked about that, and that's a critical issue. So the issue that you're referring to in terms of contact tracing is that since day one, we've been doing contact tracing of 100% of people. In December, we had to switch to doing case management only for people who are positive, and then select groups of people doing the contact tracing, simply because our case rates were so high that A, we didn't have the staffing to do 300 plus cases a day, but B, and I think just as importantly, at those case rates, contact tracing doesn't actually break the chain of transmission. Think of it like a fire hydrant. That case rate is essentially how fast the water is coming out of that hydrant. And at 50, it's spraying the other side of the street. And that's not what contact tracing was built for. It was built for a small number of cases where you can track them down and stop transmission. So in terms of school, that's part of our consideration, is that at high case rates, we're going to see a lot of cases. And so that's part of getting, making sure that we have the staffing to do that. And we do have the staffing to dedicate to contact tracing in schools. We can do that, but we can do that at this case rate. I mean, I'm not gonna promise that at a case rate of 100, we can still do that if we go up that high. We'd have to see. There are bounds to what are reasonable, but I can tell you, if we can stay around this, we can execute it.
Okay. That's very, very helpful. And I know, we're somewhere in that mix, sure. Also, but thank you so very much. If time does permit, I would have another question, but I also know that you're usually willing to take follow-ups after our meeting if need be. I'm trying to get the information for any decisions we may have to be making tonight, though. But thank you so very much.
Thank you, Mr. Smith.
Great, thank you. Dr. Kaliaran, it's always a pleasure. I hope you have a happy new year so far. Just a few questions. When we start the vaccines of teachers in 1B, will we tier them? And by that, do I mean will we go public school teachers and private school teachers, special educators and general educators, or like elementary and then secondary? Is there an order in which we will vaccinate the teachers, or we'll just go, full send?
There will be an order. There will be an order. And we are doing that with all of the sectors. I'll give you an example for the healthcare workers right now. We have asked for information on percentage of patient panel that's Medicaid, Medicare, and uninsured. And then we start with the highest percentage and just go down the list. So it's not a question of when, it's a question of just when. And that gradient for the healthcare workers, at least, is probably about 3 weeks. We'll do something similar with the education grouping as well. So looking at who's currently working, which for ACPS, which groups are in classrooms already, and then which ones are coming back first, second, and so on, and then also based on exposure.
Okay, and when you, come up with that tiered system, will that be made available to the public? So I guess we work in conjunction with Dr. Arlotto. Okay, great. Great. And then
I
lastly,
already started some of those conversations, I don't know, yesterday or today, I don't remember.
When was it? That's really exciting to hear. And lastly, you said we're taking into account the vaccination and how we reconfigure our metrics in any way. If we do that, then are we going to take into account any new variants of the virus? I know there's a British variant of the virus that has just come to surface and maybe just landed in the United States maybe just a few weeks ago. How is that going into your calculation?
Yeah, that's the B.1.1.7 variant that's first detected in the United States a couple of weeks ago. It has likely been circulating for much longer than that. That variant seems to increase the transmission rate, meaning that it causes your case rates to increase much faster than what we call the wild type or the usual COVID virus. And that means it's a lot harder to get control of it. All the more reason, honestly, to get vaccinations started. We will honestly have to see how that plays out in terms of spread and in terms of effect.
Wow, let's really appreciate that information. And with that, that's kind of, dire news. And I just want to take this time to all the students that may be watching. I was a little disappointed looking on social media or just talking with friends that a lot of you took the New Year's holiday, the Christmas holiday, to hang out with friends without masks. And that's what's leading to the rise of our cases and leading to the reason why I'm not enjoying my senior year in person. It's not a teacher's fault. It's those that won't wear masks. And I also want to say I had a conversation with Dr. Law the other day, and I was asking about, those senior activities, those things I've been looking forward to since first grade, like prom and graduation. He told me if schools aren't open, we're most likely not going to have a in-person prom or graduation. To me, that sucks. So I just want to take this time and quote the mayor of Baltimore. I think this was a very poignant phrase. Shorty, put your mask up. It's that simple. So thank you. And with that, those are all my questions for right now.
Thank you. Ms. Antwine. Ms. Antwine, I don't know if you're hearing us or trying to speak. You appear to be on mute.
President Ellis, can you hear me now?
I can, yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Colorado Roman, for being here tonight at the top of the new year, and for sharing the stats that you shared tonight. I won't begin to try to understand what you may be going through in your position as the bearer of such heavy news. But I appreciate that you were straightforward with us tonight, as well as gave us, solutions in terms of help for making this better. My first question, and it's kind of A and B, but because I'm a layman and don't understand, is a virus strain and a variant, are they the same thing?
Yes, more or less. A strain is kind of just a technical term for a variant.
Okay. And so the vaccinations that they have out at this time can protect against all strains of COVID?
Yes, we believe that that particularly the variant that we just talked about, that B.1.1.7, the vaccine is still effective against it and against the other strains that we know about.
Thank you. And then my second question concerns the return of students. If together your office and the school system work to test students, perhaps on a weekly basis like they do in other places, could we then bring the students back into school at least by February?
So we were talking about the issue with testing as a strategy. I think the big challenge we have right now is that our case rate and our hospitalizations are climbing, and we're headed towards a peak. So we are literally talking about bringing thousands of people back together at the height of a hospitalization in the pandemic. And I think that's the problem, right? Like the timing is atrocious. I don't have a solution for the timing. I think we as a county have to get past that projected peak of hospitalizations. And, coincidentally, we have the vaccine timing, which is literally, and I was looking at my slide, we're projecting the peak of the hospitalizations in late January, early February, and we have our vaccines deploying late January, early February. So I think that making it to March just puts us in so much better position that I think it's worth the wait for that period of time, for a month. We've been keyed in on that February second semester start. I just don't think it makes sense, given that we have a better date that's not infinitely out in the future. That's a few weeks later.
Yes, sir. Well, thank you very much, Dr. K.
Thank you. Mr. Silkworth?
Excuse me. I've been looking at the CDC
Mr. Soquith, you're on mute.
I hear you.
No, I'm not on mute. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you.
Okay, I've been looking at the CDC indicators. Thank you, Dr. Kalyawanan, by the way.
Is it just me, or can you all hear him? Because I cannot. Okay, I'll figure out what's wrong.
Okay, and I've monitored these metrics for the past month, and we were in that yellow range, the moderate risk of transmission in schools, 20 to 50, for so long. Then all of a sudden now we've jumped up into the higher risk of transmission in schools, which is the 50 to 200 range. And according to the metrics, it wasn't safe to go back when it was down into the lower risk of transmission in schools in the green range. So can you elaborate a little bit more about those metrics?
Yeah. So I think this is so the issue with those metrics is what you're looking at, the 50 to 200, which is the higher risk category, is actually cases over 14 days. So our case rate is calculated on a daily basis. So take that highest risk category, greater than 200 cases over 14 days, that translates to for our county, a daily case rate of 14. I know it says 200, but that's 200 over 14 days. So their highest risk category is over 14, and we surpassed that a long time ago. They're actually those 50 to 200, 50 cases over 14 days is actually a case rate of about 3.5, and we only touched that once at the end of June. So we've been in the highest risk category for case rate for the CDC for a really long time.
Right.
They've done that confusingly, and I've seen that confuse a lot of folks. It took me about 3 days to figure out that 14-day denominator caused a lot of confusion. So.
Okay, well, the vaccine, of course, is going to be a good thing. It's going to help. But what do you think I should say to a parent that says to me, I don't care about the metrics. I want my child back in school as soon as possible because of the impact that it's having on them, both mentally, their mental status, as well as their education?
Yeah, no, I understand that, and I agree with that. This is absolutely having a toll on our children. I think that what's different this time is that it's not an indefinite. We'll see when we get better. It's a definite. We have an intervention, and we are deploying it.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Ms. Frank.
Hold on one second. That took a little less time than I thought, so let me open this up. Okay. So I was going through and I was looking at some of the other metrics that we have in our county. Specifically, I was looking at our reports on suicide and suicide attempts from 2017 to 2018. And the data there shows that there were 2.5 deaths and 3.83 attempts per 100,000 in Anne Arundel County in children from age 10 to 17. And those are actual numbers from better years. We don't have any relative data to post-COVID. And then additionally, I have our statewide opioid and intoxication fatality data for Q2. And obviously, we don't have the data for Q3 and Q4 yet, but that stated that it is now clear that the coronavirus pandemic has created conditions that are driving increased substance misuse across the state and elsewhere. It reports a 9.4 fatality increase when compared to last year. And I looked at our county numbers and they're significantly higher. And not just overdoses, but fatal overdoses, I think we're at 18% over last year. So taking all of that into account, part of the success of programs like Not My Child involve the student's ability to be able to turn around and get immediate help from a guidance counselor, or to be able to intervene early and often. And we were getting on top of those numbers. So I haven't seen any comments where we're addressing that within the county. Have you considered the suicide crisis and the opioid crisis in your metrics to getting back to school?
So yes, we have considered the effect, the mental health effect. It's one of the reasons that we have continuously advocated for getting the case rate down so that we could both open schools up and keep businesses open. I think one of the challenges is that when we have uncontrolled spread, the effects of that spread are both from the COVID itself, but also on the corollary impacts, mental health, economic impacts. It's one of the reasons why controlling the spread of COVID helps us get everything else back in order. But as I said, this is the reason the vaccine does control the spread. That is the intervention we've been waiting for, and it's here now. And as I mentioned earlier, getting kids back to school safely and taking a few extra weeks to do that is going to pay off much more than getting them back at the height of our surge without a vaccine.
And you mentioned the CDC data, and I just saw that they had an update, but they're still saying that it is critical for schools to open as safely and quickly as possible for in-person learning. And they've maintained that the schools should never have been shut down, that was never a CDC recommendation. So when we talk about reopening, if we know that a vaccine has already been implemented to our first priorities, why do you think, we know that it's coming. Why do you think that waiting is going to be that much more helpful? I don't see, if we're starting to vaccinate teachers within 30 days, I don't see that making that much more of a significant surge.
I'm sorry, I don't quite understand the question there.
So if the goal is to get our children back in as quickly as possible, and the CDC has never suggested that we close our schools and that we reopen them as soon as possible, I don't see how waiting on a vaccine is needed or necessary. Why, we close the schools, but why are we not opening them? And why are you suggesting that we have to wait for this vaccine?
I'm suggesting that at a case rate of 50 in our county and increasing hospitalizations, it's a particularly tenuous time to open schools up, or to frankly increase activity of any sort, because of the chances of just increased spread. While the CDC has been pretty clear that they're neither making a recommendation that opening schools is important, but they put those metrics out specifically to help guide decisions around when to stay open and when not to. But at the same time, we also have the MDH framework, which the MDH framework, which is still there, still notes a case rate over 15, recommending virtual. So there's multiple guidances that are out there. And as I mentioned, we were during the month of December looking at what mitigation strategies could help school open. But I'll be honest with you, if we see case rates continuing to go up and up and up, that makes it harder to open anything up, school included. And I think that this is where people have all of us have a choice as part of a society. Are we going to focus on getting schools open and doing what it takes? Unfortunately, as a health department, we don't control what everybody does. And so I never thought we'd see a case rate of 50. In my wildest dreams, I never thought we'd get past 15, to be quite honest. But here we are, and we're trying to stave off having our hospitals overwhelmed. So I think that getting those vaccinations into healthcare workers, into teachers, and waiting literally a few more weeks puts us in just such a better position that I think it's worth the wait. Of course, as the Board of Education, it is your call.
Thank you. And just to that point, I just want to remind everybody who may be watching at home, who may not have realized that the executive orders have been updated, I think probably maybe since the last time you spoke for the Board of Ed or somewhere around there, that these schools have been exempted from some of the local political subdivisions maintaining authority, so that it is now in the hands of the board, which is interesting. Thank you.
Ms. Schalheim?
Yes, thank you. And apologies from before. Technology, isn't it fun? So my apologies. Dr. Kalyana Raman, it's great to see you. Happy New Year. I appreciate your time as always, and your expertise. I want to preface everything I say with I believe in science. I support the metrics, and regardless of how my colleagues might feel, respectfully, I'm never going to vote in opposition of the metrics and the recommendations laid before us by the experts, you and your advisory panel, and I might add the state and the governor. So with that in mind, I also do have a fair amount of frustration. I get hammered daily from constituents really wanting their children back in schools for a variety of reasons, and I'm desperate to offer them that choice. With the onset of the vaccine, are we going to be in a position, especially if we wait a few extra weeks, to open full on for all levels? Because it's not just the pre-K to 8, pre-K to 5 that are suffering. It's middle school, it's high school, it's our seniors. And I don't want to be in a position to have to do this sort of halfway. I want to go all in. So what else could we avoid in terms of previously recommended measures with the advent of the vaccine?
I think Mr. Smith captured it probably the best. The biggest challenges we see in the high school is, well, high school students' activities outside of school, interactions, not wearing masks, that kind of thing. And one of the reasons we focus a little bit more on K through 5 is just because we see, well, smaller kids have less agency. They're less likely to do things outside of school that are going to put them at risk. And so I think the things that can be done to help get all students back into school is focusing on that, particularly on the high school set, but also on middle school and higher grades, that their activities outside of school also impact on the ability to be in school. Because we're still going to have cases. It's still going to cause disruptions. And we see that there are more cases that happen because those high school students behave in terms of physiology, behave more like adults. They're more likely to get sick from COVID. They're more likely to transmit it than younger children. And so you're going to see more of an impact of a high case rate in the high school setting. So it's going to be that much more important to limit other activities and particularly stay masked.
Okay, I guess what I was meaning, and I'm sorry if I was not direct enough, but I guess I'm just going to be blunt. I don't want to do a hybrid model. I just want to go back. I want to go back 5 days a week. I want our kids to go back. Even if it's half day, I want them back. So can we do that with the vaccine in place? Can we include students 16 and over in that 1B group for parents who consent to that? I get the wearing of masks, and I'm all about it. Hand washing, great. I don't want to do a cohort A, cohort B. I don't want to do a messy, to use Dr. Arlotto's phrasing, hybrid model. I just want them back. Can we accomplish that with the vaccine in March?
That I don't know. I don't know if you can get them back that way. We'll have to look. Vaccine is just coming out now. I don't know. There are no changes in recommendations around decreasing density or mask usage or anything like that. So I don't have the answer for you on that piece right now. Everything that I've been saying is in the context of hybrid. Now, we're going to look at that, and I might have something different to tell you in a few weeks, but at this point, I can't say. The second question you asked around high school students getting the vaccine, that's extremely unlikely to happen. They are not in a priority category. In our phase 1B is those over 75 years of age. Phase 1C is people 65 years and older, and then 16 to 64-year-olds with a chronic health condition. So that phase 1C isn't going to happen until the spring. And even then, it would be high school students with some sort of chronic health condition. Phase 2 is when the general population gets vaccinated, and that's not going to happen in time for the school. We don't anticipate that happening by the end of the school year.
Okay. I will have more questions, but I just want to say, like, the private schools some of them have been open since August, and like I said, I support the metrics. I will continue to support the metrics and your guidance. I want to see public education staff, teachers, students prioritized within 1B. Our kids haven't seen the inside of a school building since March 13th, and it's time. I just implore you to think about that in your decision making with regarding to prioritizing within 1B. And I will likely have more questions for you. And thank you for hearing us and for answering our questions.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm still trying to form my thoughts around this question, but this is kind of this is for Dr. Kalyana Raman and Dr. Arlotto. I'd like to establish something between the three of us as a board, superintendent, and health officer. So as board members, we represent constituents. I represent families who are fearful, and understandably so, and do not believe the health risk is worth opening our schools right now. I also represent families who feel that it is worth opening our schools right now. I don't think one end of the spectrum or the other end of the spectrum is prioritizing health more than the other. So our dilemma here as board members is representing all of them. So I think for a lot of parents, closing our schools for this long has had such a dramatic impact on the children in their home that to them, their children are currently at greater risk than they are of contracting the virus. Like I'm not even talking about preventing the virus. I'm talking about I believe there are parents who believe their child actually catching COVID is less detrimental than keeping them out of school. So that being said, you did say just a few minutes ago, Dr. K, it's your decision. So what I want to establish right here, right now, and I am not making any recommendation, I am not taking a position, I'm simply asking the questions because I think at this point in time, we all need to own our responsibility in this process as school leaders. Dr. Arlotto is a school leader, board members are school leaders, and Dr. K, you are a leader in the community with your position. So whose decision is it? Dr. Arlotto, you are responsible for school operations. As board members, we're responsible for overseeing the school system. And if we feel that there's something our students need, we need to take action. Dr. K, you are responsible for looking out for the health of the community. Dr. Arlato, you are recommending that we follow the recommendation of the health officer. I'm not recommending otherwise. I'm not taking a position right now. I'm simply establishing for the community where this responsibility lies, ultimately making this decision. So Dr. K, if the board were to decide enough, we need to open our schools, and Dr. Arlato, what would happen from there? Schools would open. Dr. K, would you step in? Do you believe, I know you can't speak for the county executive, he's not here right now. Do you believe he would step in? What would happen if this board decided we're going to open our schools?
I mean, I can't speak. I can tell you from our perspective that we're not in a great position as we are trying to mitigate overwhelming our hospitals to also handle creating a new space where people are coming together that has the potential to fuel our surge. It's not an idle concern about, it's increased case rate, but the case rate isn't the issue as much as it is the hospitalizations. That's what we're keyed in on. And so our bandwidth from a public health standpoint is stretched razor thin as it is. Part of why we want to get those vaccinations out. It's going to change so many of the dynamics that we have occurring right now, and allow for more successful opening for school, but also allow for decreased spread in the community and the school, of course. So that's my perspective.
So I guess in answer to my question about what would happen if this board, I understand your position. I understand you don't recommend it. And I'm not saying I do recommend it. I'm just trying to establish for the public who is asking for us to do one thing or the other, and there's many different opinions. I'm trying to draw a line here, is to draw a map for people. So if this board were to make a decision to open our schools, I guess what you're saying is you don't know what would happen. You don't know what, I guess our county exec, I guess you would advise him on the health implications, and you can't answer what the county executive would do. Is that, am I understanding your answer correctly?
Yeah, that's fair.
Okay, thank you for answering that. And I'm sorry, I don't want to make anyone uncomfortable. It really is important for the public at this point to know where the authority lies, because I mean, I know I'm being asked. And so then I want to walk back to my introduction of that uncomfortable question and say, I have no doubt every one of us is concerned about the health and safety of everyone in the community. So I appreciate your answering the question. I guess I'm gonna, so there are school systems with higher numbers, higher case rate, that have been operating all along. Some of them hybrid, some of them full on.
Mm-hmm.
So are you saying that schools being open, are you aware that that has contributed to community spread? Has it proven detrimental for communities?
So the effect of school opening on a couple of different things. One, on the health of individual people at school, and then two, on community spread. There's a lot of information out there, and sometimes it's confusing to sift through for us. as we go through it, because a lot depends on the conditions that that school is operating under. I think generally, we've tried to focus on studies in the United States, mainly because other countries just have very different paradigms that they're operating under. And what we're seeing is a couple of things. The effects on individuals, as I was mentioning, we're seeing that while the case rate in school reflects the case rate in the community, it tends to be higher in staff, and it tends to be a little higher in staff than the community case rate and a little lower in students than the community case rate. And we see that higher and lower seems to get a little, there seems to be a greater gap as that case rate goes up. So the case rate for staff goes even higher as our case rate goes up in the community. And the question of spread is that we're seeing that there's some studies that schools and universities do fuel community spread, precisely because it is a place where people are coming together and then dispersing day after day, whether it's in a hybrid or a full day, 5-day-a-week model. From a broad community perspective, in the midst of our surge, that kind of spread is just going to make the surge worse. From an individual standpoint, at a lower case rate, that's manageable, right? A case rate of 10 or 12, if the case rate in staff is 13 or 14, that's not ideal, but is not demonstrably different. At a case rates, and what we see from the data, the case rates of like 40 and 50, we see case rates in staff at 50 and 60, that is a significant difference. And so there's a magnification effect that happens at higher case rates that really makes it challenging. And I think that's the dynamic that we're seeing when we look at data from across the country.
Okay, I'm sorry, it's just a follow-up to that.
Mm-hmm.
Is that new information being updated? Because I know when I was reading about it in the fall, they were finding that the case rate within schools was lower than the community. And also you mentioned colleges. Are we lumping colleges in with this? Because
no.
Okay, because I have college students, they behave differently than high school students, because high school students we have a little more control over.
Yeah, at the individual level, I wasn't talking about colleges and universities. I was talking about that studies tend to look at schools in context of schools and universities in the same context of spread in the community. But the data that I'm talking about is data that's been collected over the fall. So it wasn't data that was available to us when we were talking in September. It's data that's been collected over that time. In fact, when we were reviewing this in December, we were looking at data from, I think, must have been the beginning of November, right? Because there's a bit of a lag on that. And then in re-reviewing that just earlier this week, we had some December data, and throughout the country, case rates were going up, and we saw they continued to go up for staff and for students in that context. And so I'd be happy to share that website. I'll do that after we get off. And y'all can take a look at the data for yourself, cut it different ways. But that broad trend shows up, and it's one of the benefits of having data aggregated over all of these different school districts throughout the country, is that a lot of that noise of, okay, well, what's the particulars here or there kind of gets washed out, and you see the broad trends, and
Thank you. Thank you so much.
I'll make a note to share that with you when I get off.
Yes, I would love to see that. So I was last in the round. I don't know how you're feeling, or I know that some members said they had other questions, but
I'd be happy to take a few more.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So I will go back to Dr. Tobin.
Yeah, thank you. I have just one other question, and it's kind of a follow-on to one of the questions Ms. Schalheim asked. So let me just clarify a little bit. You're saying if we're thinking about March, you were thinking in the context of a hybrid model. But with the vaccine, would it be possible to open hybrid for every level from the get-go? So elementary, middle, high school, or would we still be thinking about the early elementary, later elementary, middle school, high school rollout?
That's more of a logistical question than anything else.
So, but if I understand what you're saying, that with the vaccine, if we could work the logistics, it could potentially be possible to open up in hybrid at all levels?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think the logistics from our perspective would be just when we would get to everybody. I know that we can get to K through 5 in the first few weeks.
Right.
And so we just need to map that out from our perspective.
Okay.
Of course, there's the school system's logistics.
Okay.
And I would add to that, if you don't mind, and this is part of what Dr. K and I have talked about, is the availability of the vaccine. That's not something we as a school system control.
Right.
We can identify the people in the building, and let's keep in mind that we're not, in terms of logistics, it made sense to us as we were talking about the rollout of vaccines to go after the elementary schools first. And get them moving and then add, so that, there are about 3,100 elementary teachers. And then I don't know the availability of the vaccine to then add the middle school and the high school. But I think it's important for the members of the board and the public that are listening, that when we talk about vaccinations for school staff, we're not talking about just teachers. We have to vaccinate the principal and the assistant principal and the custodians and the food nutrition service workers and the TAs and the special educators and the counselors and anybody that comes into contact or could possibly come in contact with a child in that school. So that, of course, increases the numbers and then complicates the logistics. And that, again, what we've talked about in just the last 48 hours is the availability of the vaccine for us to do that. I love the idea, Dr. Tobin, of having enough vaccines where we could just vaccinate everybody.
Right.
But logistically, that's between us getting them lined up and ready to be vaccinated and the availability of the vaccine logistically, I think that would be a struggle. Is that fair, Dr. K?
Yeah, and vaccine supply is really variable at this point. We're hoping it smooths out by then, but we don't control that, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, we're all trying to get these answers laid out for everyone who's listening as well as for ourselves, because we are hearing from so many families who are dealing with so many different aspects of this, but not the least of which are those who have high school seniors and who are desperate to see their children at least have some time. I mean, Mr. Smith alluded to this in their school, and all high school students for that matter, but particularly the class that is hoping to have some last few moments of normalcy. So thank you.
Ms. Corkadell.
Yeah, I wanted to, if you don't mind, just take us a little off of our mainstream K through 12 and discuss a little bit our special groups. We want to get them in as soon as possible, and I think I can safely say that in the proverbial week. And these are the groups where the learning loss is going to be greatest. Have you given consideration, not just with the vaccine, to explain, thank you so very much for answering, but also as it relates to them in that interim phase? Because some of our special groups, the kids in our special programs, our English language learners, those who need that certificate, in stuff coming in from our CAP programs and some of our other internships, is there consideration being made to reevaluate them kind of separate so that we can have a little bit more flexibility? Because I feel like our metrics grid may be a little rigid in that regard, where we know we may have, because of the smaller group size, a greater measure of control, because naturally occurring are some additional precautionary things that, if put in place, actually adds to that protective measures.
Yeah, from our standpoint, that's certainly something where there is flexibility. We've been saying that as long as you have the mitigation and the PPE in place for those special groups, that makes sense, and you can go forward. To be quite honest, I don't remember our last conversation about that, Dr. Arlato. It's probably been a month or so now at this point, but I think there is more flexibility there, yes.
Are you going to be able to quantify that flexibility along, like, when are we going to have a more defined timeline? You know, one of the challenges of the families and our transportation and other logistics are pivotal in the timing. And to no fault of anybody, by the time we got all of this together in the fall, the numbers had started to drop. Being well prepared to hit our targets and then to come as close as possible. What do you anticipate in the finalization? I'm not saying a date, but just in general, like, are we talking we're a few weeks out? Are we a couple months out? I think that's a big difference in how we approach this overall, if you wouldn't mind.
Yeah, when you're asking that question, are you asking in relation to the special classes or in general?
The special classes and,
Okay.
the in general, I know is going to happen when it happens. And we've already discussed that, I think, to get a better understanding. But I wasn't quite clear because, as I said, as we all know, these are different categories. And,
That's a conversation just based on the specifics. So we've had those conversations, Dr. Arlato and our staffs, about the specifics of those classes and what can and can't be done. So we're prepared to discuss those specifics and figure out what's needed to get those classes open.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Mr. Smith?
Yes, thank you, President Ellis. I really have no more questions for Dr. Kalyana Raman. I want to thank you again for your time. I do have a question for you, President Ellis. Since this is the reopening update, will we have a chance after Dr. Kalyana Raman leaves to ask Dr. Arlato a few questions?
Yes, part of this is Dr. Arlato's time, but obviously, out of respect for Dr. Kalyana Raman's time and joining us here this evening, we're just finishing this part first.
Yeah, just wanted to make sure.
Okay.
Great,
And,
fantastic. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Antwine?
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, great. Dr. Kalyana Raman, thank you again for your willingness to hear us a second round. And as I'm hearing my colleagues and the questions that are pretty straightforward, there's no doubt that in this, we are protecting and making the effort to protect the health and safety of our entire county. That's to be respected. But the long-term effects of these measures for our students especially is the vulnerability to education. As it's been demonstrated, we're here almost a year, and cases are rising. And in terms of accountability, there are many sources to these strains of COVID, and the management is tough. It's new to all of us. So my question becomes, and I understand that it's certainly our decision to reopen, but My question then is, we make hypothetically, we make the decision to reopen, and our teachers as essential workers and our other essential workers within our system, they begin the vaccination process. Will that 100% keep them from contracting COVID?
So no, the vaccine has a 95% efficacy rate, meaning that amongst those who got the vaccine, 95% fewer people got sick, meaning they had symptoms from it, or the severity of their symptoms were decreased. So that's a lot better. I think a good way to think about it is that it's throwing a huge wet blanket on COVID, but it's not eliminating it. It's giving your body the tools to fight it off. But that's going to be the case. That's going to be the case at any case rate. The real issue is that at a higher case rate, you're more likely to get exposed to it. And your 95% efficacy is going to help bring that risk down by 95%. But if you start at a really high case rate in the community, you're still going to see cases. You start at a really low case rate in the community, you're going to see very rare sporadic cases. And so just something to keep in mind as we think about the vaccine.
Understood. Thank you, and thank you for being here tonight.
Mr. Silkworth?
Yeah. So for me, safety, of course, for everybody is the most important thing. This is an awfully difficult situation for all of us. And so the question is, what do we do to make the best of a bad situation? What does happen in the community, I think, is extremely important, and maybe more important than what happens in the schools, because everybody in the community, they need to keep wearing the mask. We did offer families a choice, I believe, whether to stay virtual or face-to-face. And I don't know that we can renege on that choice and say everybody has to go back. But this question is particularly for Drake. I want to be able to see Drake at some point in time show me that he is the great sportsman that I've heard that he is. And so with the NFL doing what they're doing and with the NBA doing what they're doing, is there some way that, Dr. K, you would think would be okay so that we could begin some sports season this spring using those 5 key mitigation strategies that the CDC talks about, so that we'll be able to see Drake do his thing?
I mean, I definitely want to see Drake do his thing, but I do think that come the spring season, we'll have the ability to see athletics come back online as well.
I really do hope that does come to be, because we really, our seniors need to have some semblance of a senior year. And again, whatever we can do to make the best of this bad situation is what we need to do. So thank you again so much, Dr. K.
Ms. Frank?
Hi, thank you. I don't have any more questions. I just want to sort of, something that Mrs. Antwine mentioned was, this is going into a year, and, when I think of a 5-year-old, 20% of their life. So I appreciate your time, and I know that whatever the decision, you'll help us to make it as safe as possible. Thank you.
Ms. Schallheim?
Yes, thank you. I have a couple more questions. Can you talk about, Dr. Kalina Raman, the higher rates, case rates seeing among staff than in the general population in a school setting when schools are open, and why that is? Are we seeing that in the private schools? And how are they still open? That's all part of one question. Oh, you're on mute.
I think I'd have learned by now, but The data that I was referring to is data, and like I said, I'll send that to Ms. Ellis. It is aggregated data. It's across public and private schools from across the country. We've looked at the data in our county for private schools. Our biggest challenge is that it's a really small data set, so it's informative, but it's not a data set for the purpose of figuring out, okay, this is what's happening. And what we see in that is that up front that as the case rate went up, the number of cases went up. And it's, as I mentioned, it's hard to, there's the individuals getting COVID, and then there's the spread that happens, right? And one of the things that we talk about is that that we just need to keep in mind is that, if kids may spread it to each other and they may not have any ill effects from it, but they will bring it home. And not all those people have been vaccinated necessarily. It spreads in the community. So there's still a public health aspect to this. I think we all recognize that the health of children is a key public health aspect too. And so it's trying to balance all of that. But what we've seen is that the private schools have something that is really helpful, which is one, smaller class sizes in general. That allows them to space out, and they've had a lot more hybrid than I think is fully recognized. They haven't operated in the all-in manner. In our conversations with them, a good number of parents have also chosen to keep their children virtual. So while they've been open, it isn't open as business for usual. It has been with a lot of modifications.
Okay, I think that's important for those to hear. I get asked every day, how can they be open and we're not open? And I have to try to explain it. I'm appreciative of your further explanation. The second question should be really quick, and I think I already know this, but there's no way we're gonna mandate that any staff or teacher or person coming into contact with students get vaccinated, right? I mean, I already hear about group 1A and some of that population not wanting the vaccine. For what reason, I cannot understand. Maybe it's medical, maybe it's ideologic. I'm not judging, but I in the face of a pandemic, I don't know, I go back and forth between it blowing my mind and then also understanding. I don't know. So what do we do if a large percentage of our teaching population refuses the vaccine?
Well, that's in general, we're trying to address that across everybody, frankly. Addressing what their concerns are, trying to understand that. We found it pretty consistently, at least in healthcare, across different organizations, that initial surveys, and these were done last month. So, right at the beginning, either before or right when vaccines were coming out, about 50% of people said they get it. 30% were, let me see how that works out. And then 20% were no. And so, some of those, let me see how that works out, they want to see how it works out. So as we go along, I suspect that the rollout will a good number of people that, not going to be that bad. But that's going to take some effort and time. So I don't know what the answer to, folks don't want to get it is, but I think one of the operating principles we have is that once it's available, once it's available to particular sectors, that's a signal to start doing more in those sectors.
Okay. Thank you so much. Appreciate your time.
Thank you. And just a couple more from me. I read some articles, or certainly some big headlines over the last few days about the supply in Maryland and not actually getting to people in arms at the rate that that perhaps is happening in other states and jurisdictions. And one of the things I read was a big supply that was provided to our area hospitals sitting there because the hospital got their own supply. So it seems that they sort of got a double supply. So are you aware of that? And are we reaching out to see if the county could benefit from that? Because, you know, I want to get this started as soon as possible. You say late January, early February, but if they're sitting there, they should be going in arms. So you have any information to share there?
Yeah. So we are we're talking with the hospitals about what their vaccination situation is. They have vaccines in hand to vaccinate their entire staff. And I think the real question on the table is when whatever percentage of staff decide they're going to take it, they're going to have some left over. And that's what we're talking about is okay, let's figure out who's next up and start getting those folks in. So those conversations are already happening. I can't really speak to the pace of how they're doing it because they're also seeing increased patient volumes and they're trying to pull to vaccinate while they have higher patient volumes going on. So it's just a bit challenging right now. But rest assured, we're already having that conversation. So
Okay, so having that conversation, Ms. Corkadell alluded to it earlier. We heard in a May legislative meeting the other day. Some jurisdictions are already getting them to teachers for that very reason. So
well, that's because it's all the smaller counties, just to be blunt about it. We're in constant contact with other health departments. It's the smaller counties. Some of the vaccine allocation, every county got the same amount. That goes a lot further if your county size is 75,000 and it doesn't work when you're 579,000. And so if you look at the comparable counties and by size, none of them are going to be there. In fact, we know in conversations with them that none of them project to be there any earlier than late January, just like us, for the big counties.
Okay, and then finally, how do people who have already had COVID factor into this? First of all, do you have a sense of how many in the population of Anne Arundel County have, or what percentage? And how does that factor in? Are like a healthcare worker had COVID, are they still getting a shot? So are people who have had COVID factoring into the numbers? Are they subtracted out?
Yeah, so the CDC does what's called seroprevalence estimates. So using antibody testing to estimate what percentage of the population has been exposed to COVID. And they're currently for Maryland, I think it's about 11%, a little over 11% is estimated to have been exposed to COVID. So that's pretty small, considering that we've been at this for about 10 months now. And so that's one thing. So that just means that the vast majority of the population has been uninfected, has not been infected by this. The other is that the recommendation is that anybody who's had COVID in the past 90 days not get vaccinated at this point. But that's only going to be a fraction of that. We can calculate what that looks like based on admission surge, but let's ballpark it at around 4 or 5%. So, it doesn't really change the math on how many people we need to vaccinate because it's a sufficiently small number of people.
So if a person has had COVID after 90 days, there's a concern that they could still get it, then how does the vaccine work longer than that?
The vaccine is causing your body to be exposed to a much higher load. And so we know that there's different immune responses, even amongst people who get it naturally. People who have either no symptoms or mild symptoms have a lower antibody response than people who've had severe symptoms. And part of the thought is that people who've had mild or no symptoms are more susceptible to reinfection because they don't have the same antibody response. So the vaccine works by really giving your body a opportunity to have a high response to it so that it recognizes it the next time and stops it.
So am I thinking that having had COVID moving you to the bottom of the list is not the case then?
No, that's why, and yeah, and that's why it's not actually a recommendation to be not immunized if you've had COVID. The 90 days is more about you should be good for 90 days, but after that we don't really know. So come on and get your vaccine.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for answering all of those questions. I suspect there will be follow-up questions, particularly because we're going to get lots of emails tomorrow, which could, make us consider other things. So would you mind perhaps we could shoot off, Ms. Howell can collect our questions, and maybe Friday afternoon she'll shoot off an email to you, and you could follow up with that. We would all greatly appreciate that.
Sure, happy to.
Thank you so much for hanging tight and joining us this evening.
Thank you. You'll take care.
You too. So Dr. Arlotto, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you very much. So with our updates at each of our meetings, I always begin by giving some update on technology. The numbers have not changed in terms of laptops, desktops, and MiFis, but the good news is that the numbers regarding the student Chromebooks, if you will remember back in November, at our November 4 meeting, we had at that point received a little over 1,800 Chromebooks. We now, these 2 months later, have received all of the Chromebooks that we've ordered. So that's a total of 57,978. So that's a difference from the last time we were together in December of about a little under 3,500. But the good news is we've received all the Chromebooks that we've ordered. Our technology teams have done an incredible job to get those unpacked, imaged, repacked, and out to schools. And so now students that are in need that have not yet gotten a Chromebook now will have the availability. So all the ones that we ordered, we've gotten. We didn't get them as quickly as we had hoped based on the supply chain, but they're in and they're imaged and reboxed and being delivered to schools, and schools will get them to the students that are in need. So that's the good news in terms of technology. There have been, I've had a number of conversations with board members and of course read a number of emails from students, staff, and parents regarding the changes to the schedules. And so Dr. McMahon is going to come on in a minute and share some information with you regarding the work that was done to create those schedule changes, and more importantly, the thinking behind those schedule changes. It was clear back in October, November, that the board in delaying the start of the hybrid model, that as we continue the planning, that we should include additional people in that planning. And so, as you know, we've added more folks from the unions in the planning committees. We've gotten to some parents at all three levels, elementary, middle, and high school, to give us some input. And we've sought input from hundreds of teachers. We haven't sought input from every teacher, but we have sought input from hundreds of teachers, and Dr. McMahon will be able to talk a little bit more about that. And I've had the opportunity to talk with students, and they've given some of their input, particularly our high school level students, on changes to the schedule. So the changes that were made were not made in a vacuum. They were not made by staff at central office thinking what would be best. We did ask for people's opinions and for recommendations to changes, like increasing the instructional time. And that was really a key factor as we reviewed first marking period grades in the fully virtual environment. We did see an increase in D's and E's with our students, and in particular at the high school level. And so we wanted to create schedule changes from what we've learned in this fully virtual environment that we think will better support our students and staff, but in particular support our students as they are learning to navigate this virtual world. They were also made in keeping in mind that our target date of February 2nd to reopen schools, we need to adjust our schedules to prepare for in-person instruction. That the schedules that in the hybrid model that will be managed by teachers and students, with some students in the classroom and some students virtually, operating virtually with their classmates. We needed to make sure that we made alterations to the schedule that would best allow for that virtual model to be put in place when we're allowed and when we make the decision to go forward with the hybrid model, the in-person learning. So we think that the schedule changes made do enhance the teaching and learning. We have increased instructional time at all 3 levels. And we've made some alterations, particularly at the secondary level, that better align what was known as the flex periods, but time for students to really stay after class, virtually stay after class, to meet with their teacher to get some additional help. And so with that, Dr. McMahon, I think you're going to share a couple of slides from your screen, or maybe Bob will, and you'll walk us through some of the changes and the reasoning behind it. So thank you.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Lana. So when you see the presentation come up, you'll see as Dr. Arlato said, it's the best thinking from hundreds and hundreds of people and lots of feedback. And one of the best conversations we had over and over and over again was the notion that people recognized you can't get to perfect here. That's not the goal. The goal is to really increase in targeted ways for the betterment of students. Bob, the next slide, please. So you first have to see the drivers, and Dr. Arlato already spoke to a lot of them. We saw grades in Q1 be lower than in the past years. And when we listened to students and teachers and administrators and parents, we heard it was tough getting the work completed and submitted, sometimes submitted on time, but overall submitted. So the work completion and submission in conjunction with this classroom engagement, which was really a variable that was very, very tough for teachers to grab, because in many cases the cameras were off, especially at the secondary level. And so that became an issue. So then what were people saying? Well, they were saying, well, we think we need more instructional time. And then many teachers were saying, and I need some added time to actually reach out to those targeted students that I want to work with. So what does it all look like? It looks like a realignment of the flex time to align adjacent to all the core learning periods. So if you have science first period of the day, you'll have your flex time or your small group invited time right after science. So we won't lose you. We'll keep you engaged. That was a driver that really came from a lot of the stakeholders. And then following that, the notion that not everybody needs the same thing. So let's have some small group time, some individual time where not everyone is engaged, all 30 of the students in the classroom, because some of them frankly don't need that time in the same fashion as others. And then what are the other guardrails that we have to play within? Well, the other guardrails are that eventually when we get to hybrid learning, which we've been talking about tonight, we have to be able to staff it and manage it. So that was a variable that was in the mix. And then finally, and not insignificantly, we have to meet all the terms of the negotiated agreements of our bargaining units. So all of those are the drivers. And with them, let's talk about each of the schedule changes. So in elementary, in the primary level, you can see it right there. We increased the instructional time. And that was both overall instructional time as well as learning support opportunities. And we did that in 2 ways. We added a flourish time to Friends and Fun, which will allow small group time for teachers to invite students in. And then we kept the academic flex, which many people were worried about. We kept that. And then we added a 30-minute literacy engage block, which I know folks are worried about screen time, but this is a reading time. In some cases, it'll be read aloud time. In other cases, it'll be group reading or silent reading time, but it'll be a time for literacy in the mid-range of the day that is academic in nature, but also enjoyable. So I would call it joyful learning. We definitely want to sustain the circle time, and that's very purposeful. Social emotional learning in this world where we have to put our eyes on students and listen to them. So that's a piece of this. And then we added, many of the teachers said to us, my students need breaks at different times depending on who they are. And so we added this ability for teachers to take their own facilitated breaks when students need them in a very organic way during the beginning of the day. And then we decreased the midday block to 85 minutes for 2 reasons. We had many people tell us that that wasn't a bad idea, that 2 hours was too long. We had some people tell us 2 hours was just right. But as Dr. Arlotto said, we did some of these adjustments to ready for hybridization. And for hybridization, we need the time in the middle of the day to be staffed appropriately. And for that, we can't have a 2-hour wide open block. So that's primary. Intermediate is very similar. You can see, I won't read it all to you, but it's very similar, and increase in instructional time and support time. Same thing with the literacy block. We call their social emotional time building community time, and we sustained that. We added some transitional breaks, a little more time for them to get up and move around during the heavy academic period of the day, and we decreased their midday block as well. We did also align primary and elementary blocks so that families that had K through 2 and 3 through 5 grade level children would have their midday block at the same time. Going on to middle school. Middle school, we heard from middle school parents and middle school teachers. One of the main things they wanted to do is increase the overall instructional time and align those learning blocks to the support box. And we did that. And that looks really nice. So period 1, 2, 3 on A day, right? Every period has a support block of time following it. We then moved to Wednesday morning. Wednesday morning is a great flex opportunity. But what we saw in middle school is choice. Many of our middle schoolers were having problems with that. They were just struggling with it. And so what the principals and teachers really felt, and many family members actually felt, that we needed to focus on world language, mathematics, and English. And so instead of having so much choice on Wednesday morning, we are assigning students to world language, mathematics, and English on Wednesday morning based on looking at their academics, their achievement at this point in the year. And there'll be opportunities to be put in groups based on your needs, all the way from students who need a little bit more time to work on concepts that are difficult for them, all the way through to those students who need acceleration and open-endedness and moving through the advanced learning opportunities. So wherever the student falls, they'll be assigned accordingly. And then finally, many people said that Tools for Success time was really valuable at the beginning of the year, and now it needed to take on a new flavor. And in fact, we moved that to the application of the tools and added some time also for iReady work. And we know the iReady in mathematics and English is important, and we built that time into the schedule. Again, we sustained the mental health time, the building community time, but now we put it with the daily focused topics. So second step and circle time, all of it is very focused to really move students through the ability to get what they need in that time, but also share and listen to others. And then finally, the midday block again goes to 90 minutes. And we summarize all of that, moving up the chain in high school. A lot of extra minutes of instructional time in high school, as was asked for by all stakeholders. We aligned the time. It looks like a loss if you're not really closely looking at it. Academic flex looks like it's been reduced, but actually there's 20 minutes attached to every period. So if you look at 8 periods, right, 8 periods over 2 days, right? A day, B day, 8 periods, 4 periods a day, twice a week. 16 times 20 minutes. It's 320 minutes of learning support time. It's a great addition. And that's not that there wasn't any time. There was flex time before, but not as much. Okay. And then we talked about Tuesday, Thursday, those flexible, that small 30-minute block in between period 1 and 2 on Tuesday and Thursday. We sustained that for the meetings and the core support as it was, but now it's also included clubs. And then we went with a matrix on Wednesday for the content, the clubs, the CCR, the wellness, where schools and teachers can offer, and every period of that day, the day starts with a community meeting, and then it moves to 3 flex periods. And every one of those periods will have content opportunities for learning support where students can visit their teachers. Every one of those will have opportunities for meetings, clubs, CCR, the counselors, career counseling. These principals and their staffs have really gone quite far in building a robust Wednesday for students to have choice, but also have what they need. And then I'd be remiss if I didn't say we are sustaining student wellness purposefully. Many are saying to us, please don't lose student wellness and community time. And some are saying to us, don't need it. We hear everybody loud and clear. But the mental health task force and our commitment to the mental health of students made us say, we reduced it somewhat on Wednesday, but we are sustaining 3 times a week, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, so we can see our students and listen to them and they can listen to each other. And then finally, the decrease in the midday block again to the 80 minutes. And that's it. Very similar parallel structures all the way through. We feel like we were trying to respond to the needs of students, to the wishes of many of the adult stakeholders as well. And there we are. And I know we're ready to take questions.
Thank you, Dr. Arlotto and Dr. McMahon. So we will start with Dr. Tobin. Do you have any questions?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Dr. McMahon. Thank you, Dr. Arlotto. So I understand the part of this goal was to align with ultimately with the hybrid structure, but I am concerned about the reduction in the midday block, particularly in some cases for elementary kids and middle school kids. But, in my district, there are a number of kids who are home alone. They need to be because of their parents' work responsibilities. They need to get out, walk where they need to get their lunch, and come back. And that is not ultimately a lot of time to do that. And so I'm concerned about that. And it worries me that we're going to have this sort of interim time where that is potentially a risk for them. And so I wonder about the thinking behind that, if we have any more flexibility in, not essentially imposing a hybrid structure when they're not in hybrid, and risking a very basic need, which is the need to get out and get food. So I'm curious about your thoughts on that.
I will say that we did work with our food and nutrition service leader, Jody Reese, to make sure we knew when the mobile sites were open and when all of the sites, the 127 sites around the county, were open. And so we purposefully, if you look at the times now for the elementary lunch, they are an 11:30 to 1 o'clock time, because we know that some of our mobile sites have a 12:15 to 12:30 time frame, and we wanted to make sure they could get back in time to eat lunch. And so, yes, you're correct. We did take it into account. It's not perfect, but we did work with Food and Nutrition Services to make sure that we did not make the lunch break any earlier, even though many ask us if we might think about that. We did not move it that way. We kept it as late as possible in order to make sure everybody had at least what we figured was enough time to get there and get back. Thank you for that.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. McMahon. Another question that I have, and I heard, I understand what you have said about the differing views on the wellness block, particularly at the high school level. But there certainly have been comments, emails, and so forth that I've received that have said at times there are just times that the wellness stuff seems off for the particular age group. If it's seniors having to listen to somebody tell them how to navigate, why their GPA is important or something, and it amounts to comments that say, this just feels inauthentic somehow. And so that has led in many quarters for people to say, well, that's a bunch of time we could get back and we wouldn't have to make these other adjustments that a number of high school students, I think, are very concerned about, particularly around clubs and so forth. So, again, I'd just like to hear a little more about what you have planned for the community building in high school, what and wellness, are things, not just the timing, but is the content going to be attended to a little more
Right.
moving forward?
I think that's a great question, Dr. Tobin, because our student services personnel work hand in hand with Johns Hopkins. Mm-hmm. And the group there at Johns Hopkins I won't call it formal research, but I will say they have a research study going on where they're really making sure that it's an iterative process of building the content and then looking at that it's being implemented with fidelity, and then asking the users, both the teacher users and the student users, for feedback. Mm-hmm. And so that has happened once with the students over the course of last semester and twice with the teachers, small groups of teachers, and then all of the teachers had one feedback loop. And so based on that feedback loop, there have been some changes and some adjustments. We also know that the combination of social emotional wellness, as well as the time to actually just talk, that circle time, the community building time, and college and career readiness. So more time for the counselors to actually bring in some of the counseling curriculum related to career preparation as well as college preparation. So those three things going hand in hand have been relooked at and adjusted. And then we worked with the high school principals, and the high school principals said, let us also bring in the flavor of our school into this, because of basically who the teacher leaders are and who the counselor leaders are in the building, to make sure that, as you use the word authentic, to make sure it's authentic to what we really talk about inside our school. Mm-hmm. So the combination of all those things is what you're going to see and your students are going to see as we open second semester.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Dr. McMahon. I did have a couple questions as it relates a little bit more. Could you expand perhaps a little bit more on extracurricular, the internships and the after-school jobs? Those seem to be some hot spots there that I think could benefit from maybe a little bit more expansion and maybe a good example or two of what we're looking at for next semester, not necessarily where we're at now, because it's sounding like there are enough adjustments worthy of the give it a chance thing. Mm-hmm. I hate to say that because I don't want to diminish it, but as I'm leaning into that a little more, I would like, those are my areas that I'm kind of looking at as
as some pressure points. If you could expand and help us work through some of those, that would be great.
Good question, and we received some great questions from students asking those same topic area questions in those same topic areas. So I'll lump internships, after school jobs, and taking college courses all together because it's a similar answer. Some students are worried. Some seniors, I'll do seniors first. Some seniors are worried that the morning is ending a little later than it was before. What will happen? And that's an easy one. The last 20 minutes of the morning is that student support time. So if in fact a student has signed up for a college class and they have to move out of some of that support time, that can be negotiated with the school easily. And the principals are totally aware of that. And they're doing some of those negotiations now. I talked to one of our principals this morning who told me just that she has 5 students that have a course that actually, and she was asking me, is that fine? And the answer is yes, it is fine. It'll happen on a case-by-case basis. The same is true for an internship. If it's an internship through our internship portal and our supports, or an internship that we can verify, the same idea at the end of the day or at the middle of the day, just negotiated through the counselor, through the teacher, through the school administration, not a problem at all. And we're fully in support of that. And so the notion is that what we don't want to do is shortchange a student from an opportunity. At the same time, we don't want students not getting the support they need, because some students, if we put the support there and we invite them to it, and it's not only encouraged, but it's part of their day, they'll stay and they'll benefit from it. Other students need to be in those other areas where they've planned for their future, and through an internship or through a college course, and that's fine too.
You're on mute, Ms. Corkadell.
I just did that. I have it. My follow-up to that is on the extracurricular realm. Some kids are already participating, perhaps taking advantage of some of those virtual opportunities, and have started to engage and participate in certain extracurricular activities that the new schedule they're finding a challenge with. Likewise, as you're referring to, is the school committed to flexibility so that they're not having to pick and choose between activities that previously they were able to participate in? Because some of them go so hand in hand and are so multiple, and I think you know what I'm talking about. We get into our arts and such. There's synchronicity there.
So we're having the conversations. I've talked to several parents in the last week just about those issues, along with jobs. And what we're trying to do is come to a happy medium. In some cases, we're trying to help the students navigate the world of work, to help the students actually be able to say to their employer, I'm going to be getting out of school 15 minutes later now. Would it be okay if I started my job 15 minutes later? Now, when it's a job that they've had for years and years and years, maybe that's flexible, maybe it's not. But in many of the cases of the internships, there's no issue at all. These employers want to help our students, and they understand we're in COVID times and things are different. So that's one half of it. Same way with the extracurricular and the co-curriculars. If the whole school system moves to a little later end time, it's highly likely that many of these co-curricular offerings that are in the community base, since most of the students in the co-curriculars will be Anne Arundel County Public School students just simply by volume alone, we know there's some kind of happy medium there. Are there some students who are going to need a conversation because they're in a very specialized co-curricular that's very worthwhile, and we should flex a bit for them in that last 20 minutes? Certainly. But I had a long talk with one of our principals today, and what she said to us is, I'm not having any problems. We've had 10 or 15 students come ask the question. We've navigated those waters really well with them. And so we'd like to try to support our students, and we'd like to try to move forward with these ideas and see how it goes. In some ways, it's almost like a pilot. Before the second semester, we get started with the high school schedule. It's almost a pilot opportunity to see if it really could be beneficial, especially as the first semester comes to a close.
So it sounds like, just in summary then, we have, what you guys have developed sounds like it is a flexible situation, and we pilot it and then take a look at and examine where we would have to, make adjustments. And I presume more adjustments may be necessary based on what Dr. Kalyana Raman was referring to as it relates to some of the flexibility they're seeking to finalize with Dr. Alato and your team. So, okay. And so then, yeah, we're going to revisit this again. And maybe get an update on it in the coming weeks, correct?
I would think, Dr. Alato. I would think.
Absolutely.
Okay. So that sounds like that's a good time to do the assessment. Thank you so very much.
Thank you. Mr. Smith.
Yes, if everyone can just bear with me for a second. My next few questions really have nothing to do with the schedule. It's just something that was brought up when Dr. Kalyana Raman was with us. And it has to do with specifically what Ms. Frank asked about student mental well-being. So Dr. All, my first question is, if I were to ask you right now, could you eventually get to me, I guess, what students would say is the thing that's causing them the most stress in this virtual world, or in this, I guess, COVID era?
I don't presume to speak for all the students, but based on my experiences thus far, I think probably what is causing the greatest amount of stress is I would say it's probably a couple of things, but not the least of which is our students at particularly the middle school and high school age are social animals, and so the isolation. So spending an inordinate amount of time with their siblings and with their parents and guardians, and not having that same social interaction that they are used to and accustomed to and really need.
Okay. And I guess, do you know, like at this moment, how many students, like a number off the top of your head, how many students would you say have confessed to struggle with sort of a mental health problem due to the COVID situation that we're in?
To me personally, there's not been a great many. I've had a couple of emails since March directly from students that have shared some of their own personal struggles. And I certainly have gotten some emails from some parents who have shared that their children are having some social, emotional, personal struggles in our current circumstances.
Okay, well, thank you, Dr. Paul. It's just that in our talk today, I came to this realization that, it seems like we're talking about, schools are closed to keep our students healthy, but they're closed to keep them physically healthy. But a side effect of them being closed is they're not getting that. They're not getting that. I want to say they're not getting that. Their mental health is just not there, and I'm worried about that. And I feel like we'd be remiss if we're not really focusing on it. Yes, we've had the mental health task force come before us, but their data was a little bit pre-COVID and then during the COVID, but now we're well into COVID. And I think we need a comprehensive mental health survey. So Dr. All, is that a plan of your team to get that to make such a thing sometime soon?
No, not at this time. No, we don't have a, are you asking, do we have a plan in place for a comprehensive mental health survey of the students? And the answer is no. What I can tell you is that the schedules that we have built since March when we closed and the changes that have been made over time, we have consistently focused on the mental health of the students. It makes it very difficult as a school system, because everything we do, Mr. Smith, and you realize this, I know, is predicated on being in front of the students under the roof of the school, inside the classroom, where we can meet and talk with them, counsel them, whatever it might be. And so the fact that we are in these isolating times, these isolating circumstance, I think is better way to put it, limits our ability to provide those services and to truly support the students, the mental well-being of our students, as we are used to doing and have done in the past when we're in the full, when we're fully in person. So you're absolutely right. We're in this juxtaposition between keeping the physical health with the mental health and that balance for our students. And that's been the struggle since day one. But we have attempted to build schedules thinking about the times of day, the circle times, the times for students to talk, building in clubs and activities. And as you said, and as you heard Dr. McMahon say, the principals have put together some very intricate and robust matrices to provide clubs and activities for students the best we can given the current circumstances.
Well, thank you, Dr. Will. But I'm one, I think, to just go off of like solid data and not, I guess just using the term hearsay, right? I don't think we have solid data on what students are going through mentally. I know I've talked to a number of my friends who, mentioned in passing that they're going through some things, and I have a good sense how I'm coping. So I kind of use that in my judgment. I think it would really benefit the board and central office to know, comprehensively what students are going through. That's why, I actually have a motion I wrote, during Dr. Kalyana Rama. So President Ellis, is it permissible for me to introduce this motion, or do you want me to wait? You're muted.
Mr. Smith, do you mind holding on to that so everyone's had a chance to ask questions? Because what's going to happen is the entire discussion is going to turn to your motion, and so I think it benefits all of us if we ask our questions and then focus on any action. Does that work?
Yeah, that works. Okay, but I have two motions.
Noted. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Antwine.
Thank you, President Ellis. Thank you, Dr. McMahon and Dr. Arlotto for this presentation. Many of the same questions I would have, but in a different manner. I'm concerned with what was shared tonight, that there may be limited autonomy for the teachers who understand the students best at their level as the teacher who's engaging with them the most, to be able to allow some flexibilities in even the new structured schedule. How much autonomy does the teacher have? And I give you some example. If the high school student who, as Dr. Tobin has pointed out before, high school students are realistically adults. And especially in COVID right now, in trying to engage and support their families, that their lifestyles have completely changed. Not just schedules, but their lifestyles. So a teacher will be able to understand, know that, and work with that student if they were inside of the building. Does it work the same way in a virtual environment? Even with the schedule change, is there flexibility and autonomy, allowable autonomy for the teacher to make the call for the student, or to help make the call for the student?
It's a good
Ms. Ellis,
question.
I can respond to that.
It's a good question, Mrs. Antwine, because you want the teacher and the relationship they've built with the student to be sustained, right? And so the beautiful part of what we've done, I think, in response with respect to aligning now the support blocks with the actual core content is we've given the teacher the opportunity to actually virtually run into that student. When the academic flex blocks were disconnected from the core, you had to invite the student back. And it might be the next day or 2 days from now when that student would come back for help, unless they took the initiative to come in office hours. Now, the teacher is in the classroom, virtual classroom, and they are there. And when they need to reach out to the students in need, they open another Google Meet. At the end of the period, they invite them in. Or they open 2 Google Meets and they invite some students in to continue with classwork, some other students in to review some materials, and a third set of students that are working on peer review of writing assignments for AP questions. The beautiful part is they have those students in front of them, and that natural relationship of, hey, Mike and Sue, you really need to sit and work on this for 20 minutes. It's natural. And so the teacher has the autonomy, and yet at the same time, they have the opportunity. And that's what they were telling us they were missing in the fall, that they lost the opportunity to run into that student. And by the time the student needed the help, it was out of sight, out of mind.
Understood. I guess my concern is with the students, especially taking on more roles at home. They're in a kind of, they're made to choose between supporting the management of their home, their households, in many cases, and adjusting to this. And then there are other students who have developed a lifestyle that is virtual for them, to include their engagement in extracurricular activities like the clubs, some of the recreational sports that are being offered. So the lifestyle is now being adjusted once more, and they're having to make that adjustment. So that was the reason for the question with the teachers and the relationships there. How much flexibility do they have to help the student manage this new schedule change? What I'm hearing is that the schedule change is definitely needed for a host and many of our students, but it's probably not as much of a necessity for many others who have adjusted their lives around learning fully in a virtual environment.
It
My
still
second
does.
question.
Yeah, that's.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
The nuance is interesting. The new schedule still does allow for students to be in that 20-minute learning support time. They don't necessarily need the teacher's help, but they continue their classwork on their own or with their buddy or with a peer. Their time to continue their work is still theirs. So that 20 minutes isn't being regulated by the teacher, so to speak. The time is still available for them to finish whatever they need to work on. So we're not taking away, quote, their study time. We're just readjusting it.
Yes, ma'am. Understood. Thank you for that clarification.
Thank you.
So my second question is more pertaining to the elementary students. I learned in the last couple of weeks about blue glasses and how those are needed to support the strain on the eyes, especially for the younger students. So there are then health concerns involved in additional screen time. What I heard in your presentation tonight, though, was that the additional time that was put in there that appears to be more screen time is not necessarily more screen time, but more time in itself for reading, engagement, and otherwise. So are there examples of what may be occurring during that time, or what is anticipated that should be going on in during that time, rather than a focus on screen time and back to a focus on learning time?
Right. So I'll give you two short examples, Mrs. Antwine. One of them is during Friends and Fun time. We have now increased it to Friends, Fun, and Flourish time. And what that allows for is teachers to invite small groups of students, some who might need some more extended refreshing of their experience inside the classroom. They might need a little more learning support. Others might need a little more extension time to push them a little bit. Some might just need a little redo time, right? They need to, or practice time. So small groups of students. So that might mean that 15 students on a given day, 20 students are with Mrs. Smith, the teacher, and there are 4 teachers at 4th grade. And one 4th grade teacher opens a Funds and Friends social time. And the next 4th grade teacher opens a math support time. And the next one opens a reading support time. And the next one is an ESOL teacher who actually has ESOL support time. That's just one example. And then students from the various classrooms are actually invited. Not all students, students for whom those 4 groups are targeted on that day. Now, this social hour, a social half hour, could be attended by 30 or more students. And these other small groups, of course, are smaller. Maybe they're 5 to 7 students big. And then that rotates through the week so that in any one week, every student gets an invite. But on any given day, all students aren't engaged. So the reason in the schedule that it is yellow with a green stripe is because it is optional on most days of the week. And yet the day your teacher invites you, right? And that won't be in the morning for an afternoon. It will be figured out ahead of time so the parents will know. But the day your teacher invites you, it's highly encouraged that you would attend. So it's a very flexible, teacher has autonomy, student gets their needs met very differently than before in a small group setting. And not every student has added screen time on any given day. That's one example of how we changed the game a bit in order to meet individual student needs. And similarly with Literacy Engage, let's say on any given day, it is a read aloud and a teacher's reading a novel to the 5th grade classroom. And what the teacher's saying is, get comfortable. Maybe you have your lunch with you, maybe you don't, but get comfortable. I'm going to read to you and I'm going to ask questions. So in your mind's eye, paint the story, right? We talk about having students actually learn through the pictures that they create with their mind while the reading's going on. Well, that's part of what's going on. That's not about screen time as much as it's about thinking and experiencing someone read to them and be critically painting the picture and understanding the plot and listening to the character development. So it's very different than just what I would call old-fashioned screen time, where if I'm not engaged looking at the screen, I'm missing the content. That's not what this is. This is a bit different than that.
Excellent, Dr. McMahon. Thank you for the explanation and the example so thoroughly.
Thank you, Mrs.
I want to make a statement in the comment that this was, as you and Dr. Olato have shared, this was in response to the concerns that you all noticed and studied and worked together with others to make this better for everyone involved, especially the students at every level in our school system. I personally want to thank you all for that time, that effort. I would also ask that if it does not prove to be, as successful in application as it seems, to please work with us and the rest of the system to consider what is working in this change and what may not be, so that it is still just as successful as it was envisioned to be. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Silkworth.
Thank you. As far as I just have some comments. No, I don't really have a question, but as far as the community wellness success, is concerned, that's a function of the teacher and the relationship that the teachers have built. That's clear. I mean, I was there. I did it. I know. In terms of flexibility and autonomy, I had the flexibility and the autonomy to do what was necessary to make the lessons relevant to my students. So the relationship piece, and then the teacher's willingness and ability to make those lessons relevant. I believe most of our teachers are doing that. And I think from a standpoint of mental health, I think that it is impacting our kids in a positive way. I mean, that was my experience. And I do believe that is happening. I will say that there were clearly more negative responses at the high school level than I thought about the change. I will say that stress has probably increased a great deal because of that. And I guess the reason for that is because, hey, folks, they got used to the schedule. And sometimes high school students, they don't want change. They're used to it. That's good. They want to go with it. I think perhaps they don't necessarily understand totally why the change. And so maybe we haven't done as good a job as we could have done to make sure that they understand or understood the rationale behind that, at least at the high school level. The connecting of the flex classes to each period, absolutely valuable and important. It may not have been something that students liked, but it clearly is something that will benefit many of our students so that we can hopefully get some of those D's and E's up to B's, C's, and A's. At the elementary level, I will say that I did get lots of emails from teachers and parents, and almost all of those emails had to do with the fact that they were not happy about adding additional time in front of the computers. I'm not an elementary person. You know, I don't know exactly how much time that those children have face-to-face with their teachers, but that was the concern. And that's the concern that I've gotten in emails that I've gotten. So those are my comments.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Frank.
Thank you. Yeah, I got a lot of emails about that too. So I am concerned. I also share some of Dr. Tobin's concerns with the lunch break. You know, I did have a couple of people, not a whole lot, but a couple say that by the time they load their kids up and take them up to the school and wait in line and get them back, they really don't have a lot of time to open. So with the lunch break previously being at 2 hours and now being at 90 minutes, what you're saying is without this reduction in time, if we were to enter a hybrid model, we wouldn't have anyone who is able to monitor for an entire 2 hour break. Is that is the reason that we did it this way?
Right. We have a half an hour that teachers need to eat, and then we have at least an hour that teachers need planning based on the negotiated agreements. And so we have to have coverage for that amount of time. It's going to be difficult to get that coverage. Adding time to it just makes it more difficult, right? And so what we're trying to do is minimize the challenge we have to fully cover the midday time when the teachers are not going to be available.
Okay, and that's why originally you guys were looking for volunteers and trying to come up with stuff. I'm guessing that didn't materialize.
No, we're in the process right now, and we've moved to temporary paid positions, and we're advertising for community organizations. The principals are hard at work in their communities through their parent groups, as well as we're looking at not only community organizations, but groups that we have partnered long-term partnerships with, where professionals might even be able to assist with this during the midday break.
And if they are, would we move that back to a 2 hour break, or is that not an option at this point for the younger group at least?
Community partners we have is at an hour and a half that pushes them really to their max, because what the community partners are considering doing is allowing workers to have that hour and a half, 2 days a week. You know, they would be a cohort and a cohort, 2 days a week to actually participate in supporting our schools. And so the hour and a half seems to be at the max point at which we're going to get the most people.
Okay.
In addition to that, Mrs. Frank, we, if we wanted to, which we did, add time to some of the other instructional blocks during the day, it had to come from somewhere. And so part of it came from that midday block. It's not just, part of the reasoning was, as you stated accurately, as we are looking to move into the hybrid model and our ability staffing, but also to change the model without significantly changing the start and end times of the day. The time has to come from somewhere. And so it was that midday block that we took some of that time to distribute to some of the other instructional blocks.
And I do apologize. I was trying to ask you some of these questions and my kids were screaming in the background. So I do apologize for that earlier, Dr. Arlotto. So I was trying to get some of these questions out, but it was not on the cards. But I appreciate you explaining that to me. I would just say I am still concerned. It's not just the screen time, it's just the amount of time kids are stuck in a spot. So I was trying to just sort of think that out with you as well. But, also I do understand that we need people to watch these long times too. So I don't think I have any more questions. I do appreciate you guys taking the time with me. Thank you.
Ms. Scholheim.
Yes, thank you so much for the presentations, both Dr. Arlotto and Dr. McMahon. Yes, I'm also concerned about the elementary school schedules. I am at present, see if I'm right here, I don't want to misspeak. I think I'm the only board member with elementary school kids in the system at this moment. And so I live the elementary school schedule on the daily. And what I'm hearing loud and clear from parents universally without question is deep concern about the reduction of the midday block. And I'm even more concerned, Dr. McMahon, after hearing your presentation, because what you're saying to me and to us is that this great new Friends Fun and Flourish time is now going to be, an invitation thing at least once a week. Well, that cuts even further into the already shortened midday block. And so I don't understand how students run around outside, get some fresh air, have a break away from their screen, walk to their school, which happens in a lot of communities, including mine, definitely, and others, as other board members have noted, eat and get back to school and digest before they get back on a screen. So I'm even more concerned now than I was prior to your presentation about that time. I don't believe that more time is necessarily better for the elementary school set. I have a child, I think we're managing pretty well, but I see more tears and more distress and more frustration and more anxiety this year than I've seen in her entire lifetime on Earth. And I only have the small sample size, but I hear about it from many other parents anecdotally, and through emails and through social media all the time. And so I have very deep concern about the changes to elementary. I think the changes for high school, with the addition of the connected block, and middle school too, the small group time to the larger block is brilliant. I think that's of great benefit. I really am very concerned about elementary, and my concern is greater now than it was. And so I don't have any specific questions other than, if this is to make the hybrid better, and I know we haven't voted on it or motioned on it, but it sounds to me, if we're going to follow the science and the metrics, we're not going back on February 2nd. So why are we instituting the elementary school time changes, and I guess middle school as well, based on staffing needs that don't exist yet, and probably won't on February 2nd if we're being real.
So we did make some of the changes to ready ourselves from hybrid to hybrid, for hybrid. We also made some of the changes, for instance, at the elementary level, we increased the mathematics time. That was something that folks talked about, all stakeholder groups talked about. We increased some break time pieces and allowed some flexibility in the morning block so that teachers would be able to respond to their needs of their individual unique groups of students and allow the break time to flex a little bit within each mathematics and literacy opportunity, learning opportunity. So those are two major things. Down in the bottom of the intermediate day, we put more math time, but we also moved the math and the literacy. And we did all of that based on teacher and parents giving us feedback about their students. So the midday block is a piece of this, but I wouldn't want to tell you it's all of this. I mean, we, as Dr. Arlotto said, we added some targeted time spaces. And then that funds, friend, and flourish time. I definitely respect what you're saying. Yet one more opportunity to be invited to something and lose freedom of being out and about and playtime and rest time and lunchtime. But what I will say is we didn't have much time built in for small group. And our teachers really said, some of my students that I would have spent time with inside the classroom, sitting at a kidney table, really working with them, while others were at other literacy centers, I don't have that anymore. And so that funds, friend, and flourish time doesn't affect all. 3 out of the 4 days a week, students would have the same freedom they have now. 1 day a week, they'd be invited into something. And so we wanted a compromise situation there where teachers would be busy all 4 of those days getting small groups engaged, but any one student wouldn't have to be busy more than 1 day a week.
I hear you, but how is it? I get the loss of freedom, but to me, it's more than that. If you need to walk to a school to get a lunch every day of the week and get back and eat that lunch and digest that lunch before you get back in school.
No, I
and
understand.
to me, so what are they, if you're invited in for that day, are you sacrificing walking to school for the lunch? I wonder a little bit about that. And I worry a lot a bit about that. So I had some other questions. Yeah, I just ask that you rethink the elementary. Oh yes, the groups. We heard from a person during public comment, and then I've been hearing feedback and just emails. We get so many of them every day about the involvement of these other groups and whatnot. And so how were the parents selected? How many from each cluster? How many times do they meet? If they met just the one time and the schedule was already created, was it truly a collaborative process?
They did only meet one time, and we promised they would continue to meet monthly throughout the rest of the school year. So that's the good news. They only met the one time, absolutely, to start this process. There were parents and teachers. There's a parent feedback and a teacher feedback committee at all 3 levels, elementary, middle, and high, including all the special centers. So if you figure there's 13 clusters, that's about 39 folks, right, that have been involved in those 2 groups. That doesn't count all the various other groups that the superintendent meets with formally and informally, as well as the teachers and parents on committees. So you figure all together, we're talking from the 14 committees, 180 people involved. If you add all the other committees together, we estimated the other day it's another couple hundred people. I mean, it's it's an effort bigger than any county in the state of Maryland is making towards engaging their stakeholders. I feel really good about telling you that. I know that to be true based on everything that we know folks are doing. That's why, when we started the presentation, I said, we're not going to get to perfect. And I'll be very humble about that. That's not going to happen, but we're trying to listen. We're trying to do the best with what we are seeing that students need through the lens of both the adults, the students, and their parents.
Yeah, I just wonder how parent involvement in the development of the schedule doesn't seem to have occurred via these extra groups. Maybe the ones and twos that are already on the reopening committees, but the parent involvement and feedback with regard to the development of schedules via committee was seemingly very small. Is that an accurate statement? I don't know.
I think what's true is at the point in time when we had to move to pivot to think about all of this, at that point in time, we were talking about having models and asking predominantly for feedback on the models. We had straw models and we were asking for feedback. So there were parents involved in the development. I'll say those parents were involved in the academics committee and the various committees. At the point in time this parent feedback committee was instituted, the first meeting, we were asking for feedback on the models at that point. So that's where we are.
All right, thank you. I'm sure I'll have more. I'm good for right now, though. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. I guess I'd like to start with elementary school. I think most board members now have reiterated what they've been hearing from parents and teachers. And honestly, this is if we go back to when we first began virtual learning, parents were fearful of the screen time, the effect it would have on their students. We've heard some great stories about things that have happened in virtual learning, relationships being made, and there's some real positives in what has taken place through the school year. But we have also heard from early on in the school year and still to this day from many parents who are saying, my children are struggling. And I think, I don't know if there's a disconnect here. I don't think what they're saying is, my child is struggling academically and needs more. I'm hearing, my child is not able to engage in this way. And so I have to be really honest that I am very surprised that we ended up with a model that added any more when we've got parents saying, enough, my child can't do this. But what really struck me was the moment the scheduled changes came out for the public to see, the first people I heard from were elementary school teachers, not the parents. It was the teachers. Now, mind you, parents came right behind them. Parents, obviously, again, we've been hearing from them all along. But these elementary school teachers, they know their students. They weren't telling us, I don't want any more time with my students. They were telling us very clearly, my students can't take this. They can't take any more time than we already are asking of them. So I'm having a little trouble understanding how moving into hybrid and having students in the classroom translates to students at home having to be engaged longer. So I understand that we can't staff a lunch break for 2 hours, but why does that teacher need to be out of the room for 2 hours? Why can that teacher not come back and engage with the students in the classroom while the students at home maintain the same schedule? In other words, that block is not for teachers to cover core academics, but to offer some sort of enriching experience for their students who are in the classroom. And I haven't had a chance to study it real carefully yet, but that literacy, what is it called? Literacy engage.
Mhm.
What if that was for students in the classroom? Students at home are welcome to attend. Or it could be suggested, hey, mom, caretaker, dad, whoever's, this is our literacy time. We recommend you read a book with your child. So is that a possibility so that we don't put more requirements on students who are participating on a screen for school?
Right, so if I'm following your question, Mrs. Ellis, you're asking really, could that literacy engage block move from green, being mandatory, to yellow, being optional? So, right, I mean, it's not a, it's certainly a viable question.
Okay, that's fair. And that's a fair answer, and I appreciate that. Obviously, this isn't rolling out until second semester for elementary school, so there's certainly opportunities. So I appreciate, and I guess to follow up, I would greatly appreciate further consideration of that, because I think it would largely address that concern that we've been hearing. Moving on, actually, before I get to high school, real quick, I had a couple quick questions about, okay, I keep hearing about student feedback. I think you said something about Hopkins getting...
Hopkins for the student wellness. Johns
Right,
Hopkins.
right. So how was that feedback obtained and from who?
It was a survey that went out through student services to the schools. There was a survey that went out to students as well as to staff members. And Mrs. Jackson, I know you're here. I'm not sure if you know if that was a random sample survey or if that was all. I just don't know that.
I hadn't heard about it. That's why I'm asking.
I recently talked to Mr. Vogelin and Mrs. Lynch, who are heading that, but I just don't know the scope of the survey. Do you, Mrs. Jackson?
Good evening. No, Dr. McMahon, I don't know the scope of the survey. I can certainly get the information and we can provide it to the board through our normal means of communication.
Thank you.
I would appreciate that. I think other board members would. Thank you very much. I'd love to see that. So can you quickly help me understand the parent and teacher feedback, those larger groups that you formed? You say they met once. I'm trying to understand. They met to give you feedback on a model you prepared for schedule changes, or were they giving you feedback on what school is like now?
Both. We had a long conversation with them, and we showed them, because this was late in the game, you got to remember, we showed them what the various groups had come up with, and then we talked about pieces of the schedule, and they were able to talk about what's working, what's not. I'll give you really one great example. A rich discussion ensued about the middle school parent group. Middle school parents in this group, and there were a number of them that attended that meeting, said, wow, that Wednesday morning, which is a wonderful flex opportunity, it looks great on paper and it doesn't work for us. Now, we had already surveyed the middle school principals, and they had come up with lots of good ideas, and we were able to share some of those ideas with the middle school parents, and they really refined our thinking, because what they said is, no, I know you want to give my student choice, but my student needs less choice, because they are not able to make good choices about that much of their life that morning. We'd rather have them scheduled into something so the expectation is there, with the idea that if my student needs something different, maybe I can negotiate that with the school. And so between the parents and the principals, the model was reconfigured a bit, and really hard work was put into it. And absolutely, even to this day, Mr. Dykstra and Mr. Wajak were working on how we're going to accomplish what the parents and the principals together were suggesting would work best for middle school students. That's pretty exciting, actually, and that's what happened.
Okay, so I feel like, and moving forward, obviously we still have lots of planning to do.
Oh, yeah.
There could be more schedule changes, the moving into hybrid or moving into just opening schools or whatever. So I think one of our weaknesses early on was perhaps not enough stakeholder feedback, and now we're making those efforts. But I feel like if we're getting that input, then the product of that should be bounced back to them. Okay, because I could see you take this input, you create a plan that's based on their input, but you hand it back and there could be unintended consequences. Oh, I didn't realize it was going to look like this, like elementary school. I didn't realize my student was going to be. So I feel like if we're going to increase and improve the participation of the stakeholders, that they should have an input on the final product that comes out of that. So I would like to see that effort made. Now high school finally. So looking at the changes in the high school schedule, so the idea, and it still feels very nebulous to me, and here's where I think, I don't know if it's a communication piece or exactly what it is, but I thought it was, I do think it's a great idea to add the extra help time at the end of the class. That's very advantageous to the students. It still doesn't feel like it is a flex time though, because let's say Mary stays after in biology because she's not really getting the concept, but the student or the teacher has decided to work with this small group. So now Mary's not able to get that help, where flex time before, Mary would log in and say, I need help. So when you look at the blocks that are available for individual student help, it feels like there's less. And so I'm not sure, first of all, if it is less, but also, do all teachers have the same understanding of what that time is for? So can you talk to, do individual students as individuals have as much and hopefully more opportunity to seek out and get help than they had before?
Right, they have more. And the interesting part of it is that now 8 periods have 20 minutes twice a week, which is 320 minutes. And before, I think it was 260 or 280 minutes of flex time. So they actually have quantitatively more. Now, I do understand what you're saying, that now when they go to log in to that 20 minutes, that after the core period, a teacher opens a Google Meet and invites people to stay, they might not be invited. But what you have to imagine is this conversation between teacher and student is an organic one that continues to evolve. As Mr. Silkworth said, that's the key. So the key is a student emails a teacher, or a student lets a teacher know, I really need help on this concept. If that happens, or if the teacher knows that, these students are going to get invited. They're going to get invited. But let's say it's a student that just needs help with a problem, and they would have dropped by at the end of the day and they would have asked for help. They would have still waited their turn, because that teacher might have had 15 students helping, that they were helping that day, and they would have had to wait their turn. And they might have had to even leave before they got help, and they would have left a note for the teacher saying, hey, I really need help on this. And that teacher would have registered that and thought about how they were going to reach out to Johnny or Susie or Mary the next time they see them. And that's what's going to happen in the virtual world too. Same idea. The only difference is that the student doesn't have to wait till after school. They are actually sort of captured in that time and space right after that period ends, such that they can stay and work with their partners to finish classwork, start homework, work on group work, or work with the teacher. So I won't tell you it's perfectly ideal. I'll tell you it's timely and it has the opportunity to actually affect change more than have them wait a day or two to go to their flex time.
Right. Again, that aspect of the concept is a win for sure. I'm still a little concerned about different interpretations of what that block is.
Well, I will say this, and this is neat, and Mrs. Davenport would allow me to say this. She asked me, no problem. I did speak with her earlier today, and she said she has met with her faculty. Her faculty are all speaking to their students all week. They're going to do a presentation on Friday to the students during a wellness CCR time to really help the students understand what's going on. And she's done Connect Eds with her family members and had virtual coffee with her parents. And she's done all those things to actually do what you're suggesting, is help people get more information. And then other principals are doing similar things. I just happened to talk to her in depth today. And then what we're doing is taking that feedback and we're going to put that on the website to add to the information, such that if there are holes, not only are we filling those holes with FAQs, but we're filling them with information blocks to help the public understand a little bit more.
Okay, that's helpful. And then my one other thing is, we know the real impact that this whole pandemic and virtual learning has had on our students is reduction in social opportunities and just attention to other important things in their lives. And if I'm looking at the schedule correctly, it feels like there's a huge reduction in opportunities for clubs, particularly students who might need help in a class. Clubs are now the same time as flex time. And in addition to that, I'm trying to understand how a teacher is going to oversee a club and be available for flex time. So if you can speak to that, that's a huge, that's my biggest concern.
So it's a great question. Two things, I can answer it two different ways. One, now that we've put flex time associated with every period, we do think that there'll be fewer students seeking I just want to stop by for a quick 2-minute conversation with you. Well, that will be lessened. So that on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, where we have 1, 3, and 1, so 5 blocks of time that are a combination of core content, club time, meeting time, and counselor drop-in time, right? Which we didn't have before. So now that that's scheduled, now students will have more choice. And if they need more extended content time, there will be opportunities for it, not only with their own teacher, but with multiple teachers, which we didn't have before, right? On top of that, the clubs will be spread out between Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, 5 blocks of time. Before they were spread out they were spread out Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday. So agreed 100%, Mrs. Ellis, you're right. Sometimes they'll be doubled up and students will have to make choice and it won't work out perfectly. Well, that is true. But we do think, and the principals were very excited, we do think that there's lots of opportunity for students to really engage socially, emotionally, as well as get their academic met during those 5 opportunity blocks. Is it going to be perfect? No, it's not.
Well,
But to expand to, if you don't mind me jumping in, Dr. McMahon, part of Ms. Ellis's question was, and her concern, as I understood the question, was the availability to teach, right? How are they going to do both?
Oh, okay.
How are they going to be available for flex time and sponsor a club? And so the idea of taking those 5 periods, 1 on Tuesday, 3 on Wednesday, and 1 on Thursday, now the teacher will tell their students, on Wednesday, flex A, I'm available for help, right? I'm your physics teacher. Here's a time that these are going to be additional office hours, and that's a flex time. But flex time B on Wednesday, I am the it's academic advisor, and that's the time that I'm not going to be available for content help. That's the time I'm going to be working with the it's academic team. So they have to be they have to be engaged. The teachers, it's not time off for the teachers.
Right.
They're going to be engaged in each one of those 5 flex blocks. But if they are a club sponsor or an activity sponsor, they will build 1 or 2 of those periods for meeting with their clubs and activities, with the other periods being open for flex time for the students to go back and get additional help. That's how they are made available. Is that accurate, Dr. McMahon?
Perfect.
Okay, and why did we lose an afternoon office hours block?
Just time in order to make everything, remember, we have to meet the negotiated agreements. We have planning time for teachers. And so if any time was moved or potentially lost, it was because of that.
All right, thank you. Well, one of the things I heard tonight that really caught my attention is that this is considered a pilot program, and that feedback will certainly be important. I'm sure from parents, teachers, and students we'll be hearing more. But I do appreciate that we're always flexible to adjust as we're all still learning. Thank you.
Yeah, if I let me be, so I would not call this a pilot program. I would call this a change in schedule to meet the needs of our students. But the fact that we are amidst a pandemic and we are constantly making changes to make things better for our students and staff, I would say everything we're doing is a pilot, because everything is up for discussion and possible changes. We're constantly looking for what could make this better because it's so new to us. And when we get into the hybrid model, that's essentially a pilot also, because we're going to be learning from that too, because we've never taught in that methodology before. And so teachers will tell us what's working, students will tell us what's working, parents will tell us what's working, what's not. So I want to be really careful of the term that we've established these schedule changes as a pilot. We didn't establish them as a pilot. We established them to implement them because we believe they will make the teaching and learning experience better for our students and staff. But in terms of, I think your point, Mrs. Ellis, is that, and the point of several of your colleagues that have used that term, is it's a pilot in that everything can change as we learn more and want to get better.
Okay, I appreciate the clarification. It wasn't my word. I did hear it.
Right. No, I understand. And since it was mentioned again, I thought I'd get in. I don't want anybody to think that we established this purely as a pilot. That was not the point. It was to improve the teaching and learning for our students and staff in an environment that we're still new at. I think our teachers and our administrators have just done an incredible job of making adjustments. I think our students similarly, and certainly our parents, and as was mentioned, this is a lifestyle change for everybody. But in the big picture, everything we're doing is a learning process because it's so new, and as we learn more, we will make changes along the way to get better.
Thank you. So at this point, I want to remind board members that we have still some important agenda items coming up. I'm not going to stop questions or conversation, but I want us all to be mindful of that. So perhaps if you have another question to ask, consider that. The changes for middle, if I understand it correctly, changes for middle school and elementary school will not be implemented until second semester, correct? Right. So keep that in mind in case that can help you tailor your questions. Thank you. So I'll go around and ask you if you have another question, Dr. Tobin.
Yes, I do, and I'll try to be quick. So first of all, I'm going to go back to the initial issue I brought up, which was the elementary middle block break. Now, I understand this wouldn't be implemented until February 2nd, but there are just, it's not about getting to perfect. It's about kids eating. And we have certain places where that's a real concern. Now, in my district, people have been advocating for a long time to get a mobile site near the Eastport Harbor House. And that's one example of a neighborhood where kids do not have a place that's particularly close to go get their food. And I am really concerned that we not implement something that leaves a certain group of children at risk of not eating. And I think we just have to be blunt about that. And so, if it means some adjustments, it means some adjustments. That's a bottom line we can't, in my view, bypass. And so I'm going to register that right now, because that has to be resolved somehow. Because no learning is going to happen. We know that if that basic necessity isn't met. And so, insofar as there are potentially changes that I think might still need to be made based on what's come out of this conversation, and insofar as we have different roles here, we as the board are the policymakers. It's not our job to execute the details of
I can see your video
schedule. But the point is that I think it would be good for the entire school system, for all of us, to commit to really working collaboratively with all the concerns that we have brought as board members, speaking for the people we speak for, those of us elected from our particular areas, Mr. Smith, who speaks for the students, that we find a way to really work collaboratively to make sure that these critical changes can be made to do what we all want to do, and what Dr. Arlotto has alluded to make things better for our students. That's what we're all here to do. So I would just hope that that's on the table, that we have been hearing a lot of feedback about this. And as was noted earlier, we've been hearing from elementary teachers who are deeply concerned about what it means to put children in front of these, in front of computers for as long as they are. We've heard from parents and students and teachers about middle and high school. And I have no doubt of the good work that's being done. I have no doubt about how hard this is. I don't underestimate what it takes to have gotten to what you all have gotten tonight. But I just have to say there are a couple of things here we can't let go by, and that we're going to have to revisit. We're going to have to make sure are nailed down in such a way that no child, to coin a phrase, is left behind. So, I just want to add that to the conversation, and I hope we can look forward to sitting down together and really making sure that these things move forward and that we can bring all these concerns to bear. So thank you.
So Dr. Tobin, help me understand what that looks like. You say to work collaboratively. I think we work collaboratively. I think I talk with the board members and I listen to input. Listen to input of teachers and students and parents. And we've done more of that in the last 2 months so that we can get more feedback and input.
Mm-hmm.
But we also have a very, very dedicated group of educators that care deeply about our children and about this community. And I hope you don't think that we're making decisions to purposely harm children, because we care deeply about the children. We talked extensively about the meals and how families will be able to get back and forth. And we talked to the FNS staff about the serving of meals and the changing of times. That is absolutely important to us. And I think the fact that we've served, millions of meals since the middle of March shows you and the public about how much we do care. So I am a little concerned that I'm not sure what that looks like. Does that look like every suggestion that's given to us we must implement, or we take those into the mix with our professional judgment as educators and make the best decisions moving forward?
No, it absolutely means that you make the decisions that you have to make moving forward. But we have provided some input tonight, and I'm suggesting that some of the input that we've provided, I'm not questioning anybody's motives. I never would do that. I have no doubt but that everybody cares deeply about every child in this system. But I'm suggesting that there is a possibility that there are groups of children that have more particular need in certain areas than, as far as I can see right now, is necessarily being accounted for in that break. And I want to make sure, I have a duty to make sure that we don't move forward if that is an issue without really attending to how that's going to get fixed for, in some cases, certain very particular groups of children. And so that is my concern. And so that's the collaboration. I don't think it's frankly appropriate for me as a board member to make a motion here to say, well, I want to, move that, we make that happen, because that's not my job. So when I say collaborative, what I mean is this is a need that, in my opinion, based on my knowledge of the people I represent, is acute and has to be accounted for in this. And that's my concern. So it was not my intention to cast aspersions on anybody's work here, as I think I said earlier. It was, however, to say that there are a couple of things that may affect smaller groups of people, but nonetheless cannot be overlooked as we move forward. And that is my concern. So I hope that clarifies it.
It does indeed. Thank you. Point well made.
Thank you.
Ms. Corkadell?
Yeah, I'll be very brief. I know we have still so much work to do. Looking at this agenda, I have two things. Based on our conversation with Dr. Kalyanarama and based on the questions, when I take a look at all we have made and all the concerns we have raised as it relates to mental health, I'm wondering, Madam President, if it would be appropriate if perhaps we ask the assistance of Dr. Arlotto, our superintendent, to consider reaching out to both Dr. Kalyana Rama as well as Ms. Mickler, and maybe have some of our core mental health staff join them perhaps at our next reopening meeting to gain some better insight into that first semester analysis of some of the impacts and some of the mitigations. Give us a little more time to focus on that. I kind of feel like we're having a severed conversation. And although they are definitely connected and directly associated with one another, I feel like, it's 11:15 and we still haven't heard our SWOT report from our poor CIC group, let alone get to our calendar and our other necessary contracts and stuff. But perhaps we could have them come and report. I don't want to block them into a specific action. I would rather them report to us what is relevant and important, particularly with our reopening, as well as impact to date. And I think that would be beneficial for public and for the board, and how the board is working in that collaborative effort, with the staff to address some of these areas in a very well-informed manner. And I think it would also make some of the remainder of our conversations perhaps a little more efficient for the purposes of tonight. I don't want to turn this into a motion, but I would, if we could have, everybody agrees, I think bringing in those experts to talk about that in conjunction with some of Dr. Alato's staff would help clarify some of these things, and even help us maybe formulate some additional suggestions as it relates to schedule and such, because I think that's where our heart is.
I support the idea. Dr. Arlato, do you see that as feasible?
So that I understand clearly what Ms. Corkadell is suggesting. She's suggesting that we ask Dr. K and Adrian Michler, who is for those that don't know, is the executive director of the Anne Arundel County Mental Health Agency, to come before the board and talk about, from their vantage points, Mrs. Corkadell, the impacts of COVID on our young people. Is that what you're suggesting?
Yeah, we have, there's scattered studies coming in from a bunch of different agencies, all very relevant. I know you guys are working so hard crunching those numbers out and coming to those analysis, because we need them kind of on the fly, and as they're happening, we're digesting them. And I know that there's some still pending and there's some coming on, but maybe that little update and that bridge, giving that assurances that I know, just from my interactions that are going on, to assure that some of these decisions that we're hearing and some of the proposals that we're being asked to consider supporting, what that looks like. And I want to leave it broad enough that, it should just be sort of a natural, here's how COVID and reopening, and here's the state of our, the mental health. Nothing, as I said, too prescribed, but prescribed enough that I think maybe we can tie up perhaps some of the loose ends based on the feedback of our board and stuff. Ms. Mickler, I know that, I don't want to, turn this into some major data report, with a bunch of pages or anything like that. But I think an interactive dialogue, because they are our partners and our team players. And I think now more than ever, in addition to an annual update on our task force, that maybe we need to engage a little bit more and have the availability of them to gain a better understanding and perspective. Especially because normally our health office would, I think, be providing that more interaction that Ms. Frank was discussing, and I tabled in the interest of time, but I have a very strong concern over, that I know that
Ms. Bickler's agency is working with, and in the background, they're talking daily and hand in hand. I think some of that got lost in the translation. And then, of course, providing your staff the opportunity to share some of those more poignant examples that Ms. Antwine and Mr. Smith and others, and myself and Ms. Ellis and others have raised, that would be a better forum and would also help us as we continue these conversations every meeting with reopening. But if it's too much, I'm cool with that too. I just kind of thought it would be a good.
No, I like the idea, particularly in expanding it where we could bring in some of our folks that are doing the student service support. And as you say, based on some of the discussion and questions tonight that we've had thus far, talking, for instance, about how counselors are getting in to the virtual environment and meeting with students that have been identified as maybe being depressed or not turning their camera on, and they're trying to negotiate with the student. And so that might be a great opportunity for us to also bring in some of our student support folks to give the board an update and talk about some of the work they're able to do in supporting students' social, emotional, mental well-being in this environment. So I like the idea. I can't speak to Adrienne Michler and what her availability is for our next board meeting, but if the board would like me to do that, I'm glad to begin to arrange that for, if not next meeting, a future meeting.
Yeah, that would be great. And I'm happy to also, do a support reach out in addition to yours. I know that they care so deeply about us and are missing that additional time that we normally have with them in person too. So thank you so very much, sir. Greatly appreciate it. Thank you very much, Ms. Ellis. The only other thing I wanted to mention on this topic really quick is, and I don't think time's going to afford it tonight, but I would like to dig a little bit more into this learning loss. I'm truly convinced if parents could get a better understanding of what that's going to be looking like, I think it may put into perspective some of the challenges that we're going to need to face as it relates to our students, and to what extent and how extensive it is, and the groups are still pending. But I think we need to start to well position ourselves, and I would look forward to also begin a little further into our learning loss aspects, not into specific numbers by a school or something, but definitely start to talk about, in the matters of prioritization for the board, what that means and what we can be doing and should be doing to support that in ways of policy, actions of support, and community outreach, all of which are well within our purview, not to mention that final look in February to our budget to see if there are any last minute adjustments to well support it. And I am going to continue to advocate to make sure that our special small groups get in as soon as we can, as soon as we have enough employees to put in front of them, and that are willing to and advocate for that choice. I just want to go on record one more time tonight. I know it's not our decision, but choice is essential, and that's the best way we get to making sure that our needs are met. And for me, that's the most equitable path. And finding a way to do it, I'm on board to continue to work hard for it. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Ellis.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Arlotto.
Again, we were going through if we could quickly, if there's a couple final questions, I wanted to give everyone an opportunity, but so I'm reminding you of that, Mr. Smith, as I call on you, that I'd like to get back to a couple more board members so we can wrap up the questions. And then I can come back to you if you had something else. Does that work? Do you have any questions?
Just making. No question. I'll just go straight to my motion once it's that time.
Okay. Thank you. And then Ms. Antwine? I'll look through. Ms. Antwine, are
Oh, okay. Can you hear me now?
yeah. Do you have any?
Oh, yes, ma'am. I just wanted, for the purpose of the public that hopefully is still listening to us, when does second semester start? And Dr. Arlotto, could you identify the tiering effect of when these schedule changes take place, please, officially?
Yes, ma'am. The high school schedule changes will begin this Monday, the 11th. The schedule changes for the elementary and middle schools will begin again at the beginning of the second semester, which is February 2nd.
And dates have been identified for the elementary and the middle school as well, right?
I'm sorry, what was the question? I missed that first part.
Specific dates of implementation for the schedule for elementary and middle school have been identified already.
As February 2nd. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, got it. Thank you very much. That's all I have for now. Thank you.
Mr. Silkworth, any more questions?
No further questions. Thank you.
Ms. Frank?
Wouldn't normally say this in a meeting. I would normally do this at a recess, but I just had to say, Dr. McMahon, I was going to wear my pink blazer tonight, and yours is just really cute. Thank
you.
Ms. Schalheim?
No more questions, just one more comment. And this relates to the wellness block in the high school. I don't have any personal experience because I don't have a high school student, but the feedback I received on that as well over the last few weeks, or even as far back as the fall, hasn't matched what I know we want to do with that block, or what I know the expectation is from central office of that block. And some of the stories I've heard are not all that flattering. So I hope that, whatever adjustments are made, has an eye to making sure that that time is well spent. And that's the only comment I had. Thank you so much for your time tonight.
Thank you. I think I want to piggyback on that last comment because I have the same concern, just because that is one of the things I've heard most about from high school students since we've started this school year. And so while I think it is not only very well intentioned, has real potential, sort of going back to what I was concerned about earlier was interpretation and implementation could be different in every classroom. And so, I do think it requires a unique personal skill set to do it well. And so I think for classrooms that don't benefit from that, it feels, I don't know how else to put it, but a waste of time to a lot of students. And this is not me disparaging any teachers. I'm just saying I think that there's, perhaps a way to maybe take a closer look at the consistency of how it's being implemented. Okay, Mr. Smith.
Great, thank you, myself. So my first motion is in regards to similarly what Ms. Corkadale was talking about with the mental health. Yes, we need experts to come in and talk to us, but I really feel that we need hard data as to how our students are feeling, because experts can't tell us exactly how our students are feeling. We need to know that, and we need to take that into consideration as we make decisions in the future. That's why I move that the Board of Education direct the superintendent to conduct a comprehensive mental health survey for all grade levels to find such thing as depression rates, stressors, and any other relevant information among students that will allow the board to have a full picture of our students' current mental health, with the results to be shared with the board and public no later than February 3rd. And furthermore, that the board also be provided by February 3rd the total number of student suicides since the onset of school closures.
Second. You're muted.
Mr. Smith, do you have that to share that perhaps you could send to Ms. Howell? I believe you said you developed it in the meeting, so
I thought I sent it out after
that one was
40 minutes
my
ago.
apologies.
Right.
I missed that one. My apologies. I'll take a look. I just want to make sure everyone is on the same page and knows what's in there as they discuss. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Ms. Tobin, do you have any discussion or questions?
Not at this time, thank you.
I think Ms. Corkadell had to step away. Ms. Antwine.
So I don't have any specific questions to the motion, but I did have one for Dr. Arlotto, if I may. Dr. Arlotto, this information it should be readily available because it's already being collected. Is that correct?
No, ma'am. I don't know what, I'm going to need some more clarification from Mr. Smith and the remainder of the board as to what you would want included in the survey.
Okay, in the survey itself, but I understood from the motion that there were certain stats that Mr. Smith is requesting in his motion that should be readily available, to include the number of suicides since we have been engaged here. And the reason I asked that is because February 2nd, if it's not readily available, is a short period of time compared to if it is, it's not if it is readily available, then it makes the burden of gathering that and getting that information that much easier. So that's the reason for the question. But if you don't have that type of information ready to go, then that helps me with my decision. Thank you.
Let me, just so that I can clarify for your thinking and decision-making, Ms. Antwine, I was thinking that your initial question was about the questions that will be on the survey, and those would not be readily available because I don't know what they are. And I'll need more direction from the board to help develop the questions to meet the needs of what the board's looking for. And in this case, in particular, Mr. Smith. But in terms of the data point that he mentioned at the end of his motion, which was the number of suicides among our student population since the beginning of school closures, that information we would have, yes.
Excellent, thank you. That's all I have for now. Thank you.
Mr. Silkworth?
it seems to me that Ms. Corkadell and Dr. Arlotta had some discussions about our getting together with Dr. K and some other folks about to discuss mental status of our students. I'm not quite sure. I mean, with all of the things going on, I'm not quite sure that we need to conduct a survey at this time. I do think that the mental status of our students is clearly important. I think Dr. Alata and his staff could reach out to principals in schools and get some very, very important information that might be as valuable, maybe more valuable than a survey might be. So having said that, I also am concerned about the questions, what they might be, and so I'm not quite sure that's something we need to do. Thank you.
Ms. Frank?
So I guess I just have a question for Dr. Alara. So if you're looking for direction on what the board would want here, would something like a guidance counselor or guidance counselor department-led mental health screening, would that be something that you could implement within that time frame? And is that something that you would recommend, or do you think that you would have the bandwidth to do that right now?
So I'm not sure exactly what a mental health screening is and what it would entail. But since you mentioned the counselors, I think our counselors have been doing a lot of work with our students. So they work hand in hand like they would when we are in brick and mortar. They work hand in hand with teachers. And so as teachers identify students that maybe they think are depressed or suicidal or might need some counseling and assistance, then they refer to the counselors, and the counselors engage with those students and those families as well to offer services. So again, I don't want to get too far away from your question, which is you talked about a screening. I'm not sure exactly what that entails, but I do know that our counselors have been working diligently with the students to provide mental health supports as those students are being identified. I'm sorry.
Usually a screening is just 3 to 4 questions after you have a baby. They do them normally just as a general part of mental wellness. Are you feeling depressed? Are you able to get out of bed in the morning? Do you feel suicidal? It's very easy, 1, 2, 3, and then if you check yes to those, then they kind of follow up with more questions, kind of a thing.
Right.
It's and that just indicates that you might need help. It might just be that you're tired. But to the second part of that question, is that something that if the board wanted, is that something that you would have the bandwidth to do right now in that time frame, or is that something that you would say, this is a really big project, I'm working on the reopening, I don't know that I could get that done in that time frame?
So I'll say I don't know that we can in a month's time we can adequately survey 85,000 students. In particular, a survey at the elementary level has to be very carefully crafted. Okay. You don't use the same language with high school students that you would with elementary school students, for example. And so I know that, and it's not my area of expertise, but we would have to sit down as a team and to develop a valid and reliable survey at all 3 grade levels that are getting to a series of questions as you suggest. I would have to sit down with the team, but I think a month's time is ambitious.
Okay. So I just have 2 thoughts on this. First, I really like the idea of this. I think this is really, I think mental health screenings are really important. I think now is a great time to kind of focus on that and make sure that we're doing what we need to do. So I really like the idea of this. And the second part of this motion is the suicide numbers. And I absolutely want to keep on top of how our students are doing. So I really do want that information, even if this motion doesn't pass. So, maybe we could just, if we sit down with Dr. K and some other folks, can we get some of that information either way?
So you don't need a motion, Ms. Frank,
Okay.
to ask me a question
Okay.
or to ask for information.
Okay.
You don't need a motion for that. So
Okay.
I'm glad to, as unfortunate a number as that is to discuss, I'm glad to get the number of student suicides among our student population since the school closures began. You don't need a motion for that.
Okay, I think it's important, and I'm glad that it's being brought up. So I guess I would just say, while I really like the sort of what's going on to create this motion, I am a little concerned about the time frame, and maybe we could work on it a little bit just to get it a little bit more refined, and figure out exactly what information we want, and maybe a better time frame. I'm not really sure yet. But Mr. Smith, if you have, or when we get back to Mr. Smith and you make your closing arguments, maybe we can flesh it out a little bit better and find something that we can. I want to see this information and I want to see this happen. I just want to make sure that even if it doesn't happen tonight, it does still happen. So thank you.
Ms. Schallheim?
I'll be really brief. I think we need to. I think this information would be good to have ongoing. You know, in that we need to gauge the mental health of our students more regularly, and we need some sort of baseline for that. So I just wanted to say that I'm in support of this, though. Thank you.
So I am where Ms. Frank is here. I appreciate where this came from and what Mr. Smith is seeking to gain from this. Obviously, all of us can benefit from that information. Mr. Smith, because it was developed organically here in this meeting, I'm concerned about the time frame and the opportunity to do this well. So, you know, I don't know where the vote is going to go, but I would like to suggest, and Dr. Arlotto, I'd like you to weigh in on this, if perhaps Mr. Smith could meet with Mr. Vogel sometime, hopefully in the next week, to develop this and see what this would look like. You know, I am afraid to vote right here without Dr. Arlotto even knowing what's going to go into this survey. In other words, I think I understand and agree with the pause as far as getting this survey created and out to 85,000 students and reported back to us in that short time frame. So Mr. Smith, if you're willing, I think if you were to meet with Mr. Vogelin in the next week, that something could be developed. And at that point, it might not even require board action. Dr. Arlotto might be ready to just, you know, roll with it. But if not, then it could be brought back to the board in 2 weeks. So I don't know what the thoughts are on that, but that's a suggestion. And so I believe we've gone around, right? And so I'll turn it.
President Ellis, I don't believe we've gone.
I am sorry if I missed someone.
No, Miss Ellis, you didn't miss me. You didn't miss me.
Yeah, you had stepped away.
I had you know, bathrooms have to happen periodically, and especially after 7 hours or so.
But I just wanted to follow up on some of the sentiments. I think there's some great opportunities there. I would like to hear from some of the experts to help guide as to what type of questions we should be asking of our community. And I think hearing from the community what data we need in part would be a natural occurrence from my original suggestion to the board and staff of how to bring some of this more of this information to light. And I think it could result in some of that'll help guide us. And if we are going to be in a slight holding pattern, as Dr. Kalyanarama had suggested as a possibility, I don't know if it is because we haven't really flushed that through yet, but it seems like that would be probably a more appropriate pace, because I would like to hear some additional input from what the public has heard tonight, and go back to my constituency and some of my community leaders who are on the front lines of this, and some of our PTA folks, and kind of get a better feel. I'd also like to see the SWOT analysis, because I know from the CAC, because also is supposed to include components of equity and mental health is going to be, I believe, maybe not in the forefront and directly, but would indirectly guide us. So I would be not inclined to support this in the here and now, but most certainly a more defined version and in a time frame that allows us to compile some of this other relevant information. That's no questions.
Mr. Smith?
Yes, thank you, President Ellis. And I heard your concerns, and I think Ms. Frank said this is ambitious, or someone said it was ambitious. And you're right, it is ambitious. I would like to think I'm an ambitious guy. Probably wouldn't be student member of the Board of Education if I was not ambitious. But the reason I did this, the reason behind this motion, after hearing the conversation that occurred naturally, I thought back to myself, I am literally watching my friends deteriorate in front of me. I'm watching them, their love of learning just fall apart. The number two student in my class told me the other day that they don't know how they can just keep on going at the pace they're going. And I said, wow, you're number two for a reason. You like this, but you're falling apart. They're falling apart at the seams. I'm experiencing this myself. It's hard, right? And I know that where I was mentally before all this is completely different. I know that, but does the Board of Education know that? No. And to the point where we can have people come in and talk to us. You can have all the institutional knowledge in the world, but you'll never know the mind of a student unless you actually ask them. And I'm all about student privacy. I like my privacy. So we can definitely keep this anonymous. We can keep it down to the basics, right? Your race, your gender, age, what school you go to. No names, nothing like that, right? No student information. I'm student lunch number, nothing like that. We can keep this anonymous. I just want this data so we can use it to guide us, because I think that we're making the decision to not open schools because we have the data to guide us about the physical health of our staff and students. When it comes to mental health, where's the data? We can speculate, right? And they can be really put together educated guesses, but nothing beats the real thing. And to the concerns about back to this being too ambitious, and we might be biting off more than we can chew in less than a month. You are right, but I want the high school data as soon as possible, as I feel that high school students, middle school students, and high school students too. But I just want one. At least get this started. I feel like high school students are very vulnerable. I mean, a lot of changes. You might be a 9th grader, 10th grader, freshly out of middle school, 11th grader, 12th grader, about to go to college. A lot of changes is occurring really quickly, and a lot of things are upended in your life. We don't know what they're going through, and we don't know when that tipping point is. We don't know when the next suicide could be. That's what should scare all of us, right? Because when a child says they can't take anymore, they kill themselves. This might be only my opinion, but there was a systematic failure at all levels. And that's my firm belief. And that's why I will amend my motion, if I may, that the end part, just the end part, that the high school results be shared with the board in public no later than February 3rd, and the results from the elementary and middle school schedule survey be shared with the board in public in a timely manner shortly after. And then the part about the suicide is the same. And furthermore, that the board also be provided by February 3rd, the total number of student suicides since the onset of school closure. I think that can tackle a lot of our concerns. You know, there's urgency behind this. Like I said, we don't know when the next suicide is. Hopefully it will be never, right? In the perfect world, we just don't know. And if we can really find what's causing these students the tipping point, not even suicide, it could be a thing is, you know, they just lose that motivation. If we can find why, then we can say, as in Dr. Arlotto's point about he doesn't know what exactly I'm looking for. Well, by stressors, I mean, what is causing students stress? Is it homework, classwork, home life, work-school balance, the pandemic, job, food insecurities, stuff like that, that I think we can, you know, if we have that information, that should guide our us. And then any other relevant information, right? Have you had any suicidal thoughts? Have you felt more depressed, more down? You know, stuff like that. The mental health screening, I think that will go a long way. So that is in a sense what I'm asking for. And let's not let the time for the high school get in the way, because we have, you know, bright people at all levels who I think can do this in a month. And I think we're capable of doing it. And I think it's of essence that we do it in a month, just because, you know, I do not want to get an email saying that we lost another student when we could have potentially, you know, made a change somewhere, right? You know, maybe reduce one of those stressors in their life, and, you know, we saved a child's life. So that's where I'm at on this. And hopefully you can support it with the amendment. So one more time, I'm going to read the amended motion so we're all on the same page. I move that the Board of Education direct the superintendent to conduct a comprehensive mental health survey for all grade levels to find such things as depression rates, stressors, and any other relevant information among students that will allow the board to have a full picture of our students' mental health, with the results from the high school schedule to be shared with the board and public no later than February 3rd, and the results from the elementary and middle school schedules be shared with the board and public in a timely manner shortly after. And furthermore, that the board also be provided by February 3rd the total number of student suicides since the onset of school closures.
Second.
I believe we're voting. I believe we have to vote on the amendment. Am I correct about that? Yeah. We had a motion on the table and then it was amended. So we are voting on the amendment to Mr. Smith's motion. Ms. Howe.
Dr. Tobin?
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell?
Nay.
Mr. Smith?
Aye.
Ms. Antwine?
Aye.
Mr. Silkworth?
Nay.
Ms. Frank?
Aye.
Ms. Schalheim?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
6-2, motion passes.
And now we will vote on the motion as amended.
Dr. Tobin?
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell?
Nay.
Mr. Smith?
Aye.
Ms. Antwine?
Aye.
Mr. Silkworth,
Nay.
Ms. Frank,
Nay.
Ms. Schallheim,
Aye.
Ms. Ellis.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-3.
And Mr. Smith.
Yes, thank you. At the start of this unprecedented school year, we all collectively realized that we'd be making adjustments as we went along, as none of us have never been in a situation quite like this. That is why this new schedule change was proposed. As Dr. Arlotto has stated, the school system worked diligently to talk with hundreds of parents, staff, and students all throughout the first quarter to see what they felt was working, what was not working, and what needed to be changed about the current virtual schedules, and that this was not done in a vacuum. Make no mistake about it. The phenomenal teams of dozens of dedicated AACPS staff did not act arbitrarily nor capriciously while developing these schedules, and anyone who says otherwise is entirely wrong. As we saw, each change was made carefully with a purpose, and I want to personally thank everyone involved for the countless hours that went into the development of the new schedules. That being said, as we have seen, the reaction to the new high school schedule, which is set to be implemented on this upcoming Monday, January 11th, has not been a good one. Many students felt concerned that the lunch break was cut short, as they used that time to eat, pick up meals for meal locations, connect with friends virtually, enjoy the outdoors, take care of younger siblings, do homework, or just decompress, among many other things that students have incorporated into their daily schedules. Students were also sad to see that they now have less blocks dedicated solely to clubs. With this new schedule, students will be forced to choose between clubs and receiving extra help from teachers. Students who are used to 4 clubs a week will have to make a tough decision on which one of their passions they will have to cut. I believe that this added stress, even as minimal as it seems, is not fair to not only the student, but also to the club advisors that have been working to retain a large club membership during this terrible and unprecedented time. Students have also made it clear that they are not happy with the retention of student wellness on Mondays and Fridays. Countless times I have heard that it is not doing its intended purpose of building community. And I've experienced this firsthand. I know that students feel so strongly about the schedule change because they have sent in countless emails and comments to the board. The board received at least 780 responses alone from a Google form that I created to garner student input. Yesterday, 90 plus students joined me for over 2 hours and 40 minutes to discuss just the schedule and share how they really felt. High school SGAs all over have been conducting their own surveys, and most of the feedback is negative. A petition with over 7,000 signatures to keep the old schedule has been circulated, and unfortunately, students have even planned to strike this Friday to protest the new schedule. It is clear to me that this new high school schedule will not meet the needs of students by providing them with academic and emotional support simultaneously. To be clear, this is not any way a slight toward any of those that created the schedule. It is just that myself and many of my peers think that this schedule could be a little better with a few minor adjustments, and that forcing it down the throats of students in the middle of a pandemic is entirely unfair. The late poet Dr. Maya Angelou once said, "Do the best you can until you know better. Then when you know better, do better." Now it is time for us to do better for the sake of our high school students. It is with all that in mind that I move that the proposed 2021 spring high school student schedules be amended as follows. The 9:45 to 10:15 a.m. 30-minute block of time in between first and second period on Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday be moved into the beginning of the lunch block. that the student wellness block on Monday and Friday be replaced with club time, and that we strongly encourage the superintendent to find a way to optimize times dedicated specifically to clubs on all days. And furthermore, that the new camera policy requiring all cameras to be on in green learning blocks be implemented as intended starting January 11th, regardless of when this new amended schedule is implemented.
Second.
Okay, so discussion, Dr. Tobin.
So while I've certainly seen the feedback and I understand the concerns, and we've all heard from a lot of high school students who are very upset about this. And I've discussed this a little bit with Mr. Smith. Procedurally, as I said earlier, I would like us to work collaboratively, and I am concerned about passing a motion to dictate the schedule, because that's actually not our job as the board. It is Dr. Arlotto's job. It is our job to assess what Dr. Arlotto does. So I think, I hope Dr. Arlotto has heard the concerns, and I hope that, as he said earlier, it doesn't mean that every one of the concerns will necessarily translate into the changes we're looking for. But I would like to move forward without necessarily invoking a motion to direct it. And so for that reason, I'm probably not going to support this, though I hope some of these changes are made. Thank you.
Ms. Corkadell.
I'm similarly along the lines of Dr. Tobin. I think this is emerging, and it really does need to start at the purview of the superintendent. I don't see our role as starting to get to that level of detail, but I think that his sharing of the data that he's recently recovered from the students, combined with, I know there's petitions out there and we've been receiving emails and such, all of them are very relevant and need to play a role in the decisions that we make. Hearing the complexities that Dr. McMahon pointed out, coupled with the understanding that we're getting ready to launch and some of the potential good. And I'd still like to hear more about the dynamics of some of the mental health comports that were woven in very intricately. I just don't see motions relevant to this to be appropriate for us at this time. So I'm still with an open ears and open mind, but at this moment in time, in my order, in our roll call order, I will be I'm passing, but still open to listening.
Ms. Antwine.
Thank you, President Ellis. So I am in concurrence in part and disagreement in part. My main concern is a schedule did go out, I believe around the 22nd, the announcement for it. And the delivery, from what I understand, the delivery from school to school was different, and therefore the narrative may have been different as well. In fact, I've learned more tonight because of Dr. McMahon's scheduling presentation that helped me to understand, as a board member who doesn't have to live this schedule, what it really entails. So then I try to put myself in the shoes, and this, believe me, I'll go really far back to get back into those shoes. Probably been near 30 years, but I still try it. And I think about, okay, I reacted based on what I knew. I reacted based on what I heard, what I read, and now I'm upset. I am already under stress. I'm as I pointed out earlier, these many of these students are taking on conditions that we overall have never experienced before. With that said, because it seems that I'm always the one to start in at midnight. With that said, I believe some part of this motion is quite relevant right now. Other parts, though, I believe, especially in terms of the implementation of the schedule, should be allowed to move forward so that we can put it into action to understand how it truly will affect the students. And the administrators, teachers, and otherwise who will also be influenced and affected by this schedule. So President Ellis, I have some recommended amendments, if that makes sense, and wanted permission to do that unless you want me to hold off.
I think if you're offering an amendment to the motion, now would be the appropriate time.
Okay, good. So, Mr. Smith, with much of what Dr. Tobin and Ms. Corkadell pointed out, there are lines of authority here that we as the board working with the superintendent of schools would prefer not to blur. We are certainly the oversight of the management of the school system, but he is the CEO, if you will, of the school system. With that being said, he has offered us or shared with us an action that he plans to implement. And I believe he deserves, not only deserves, he should be able, without our oversight interfering, he should be able to implement what he has determined as the way forward. However, as an amendment, I believe this can be reshaped where we encourage him, the superintendent, to find a way to optimize these times, especially based on what we've heard tonight, what we've read over the last couple of weeks, and much of what you said in your preamble. So my offering to you is that we trim it, this motion, to encourage the superintendent to find a way to optimize these times.
I think I capture the spirit of what you're saying, Ms. Antwine, but I'm not sure if we were to vote on your amendment right now, that everyone's clear on what we're voting on. So I think it has to be a little more specific.
Of course. So in Mr. Smith's motion, come on, please. In Mr. Smith's motion, he has a line item here that says that we strongly encourage the superintendent to find a way to optimize times dedicated specifically to clubs on all days. That is something that we could successfully do tonight and vote on. And then he talks about the camera policy. That was going to be my second question to Dr. Arlotto after the amendment. But I would be interested in understanding what the camera policy is. Because again, when we talk policy and we talk about lines of responsibility, that falls back to us. So I'm offering the first amendment that the line of authority for Dr. Arlotto to implement the schedule that he has said shall be implemented. Take that out of the motion at this time, is what I'm pointing out. But the last two bullets, I think we can deliberate on and shape in order that it gets accomplished. And that's my midnight version. Had it been at noon, you know.
And so here's my midnight understanding, 12:08,
Okay.
is you are moving that we amend the motion on the table to basically table and therefore currently delete the first two bullet items, remove the time block statement and the student wellness statement, and leave in the second two bullets. Is that correct?
Yes and no. Very, very good. But I'm not understanding the camera policy enough to say take that out or leave it.
Correct. So right now you're just recommending
exactly
removing the first two. Right.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Does anyone have any? I won't go around unless I see an interest in much discussion here. Right now, we are only discussing the amendment to the motion. We're not discussing Mr. Drake's motion in its entirety. Does anyone have anything to say about the amendment? And if I see Mr. Smith's hand, do I see any others? I just want to see if I need to go around. Okay, and Ms. Frank. Okay, I'll just go quickly around, and if you have nothing to add, please just indicate that or stay on mute. Dr. Tobin? I feel like that. Do you have, oh, I'm sorry, you stayed on mute. Okay, I wasn't sure if you heard me, you didn't look up. Ms. Corkadell?
Nothing, thank you, President.
Thank you. Mr. Smith?
Yes, with the amendments, I would appreciate it if we could just, not adding amendments to this motion, and maybe if this fails or passes, then if you like parts of it, then you would just make a whole separate motion. It kind of goes back to it defeats the purpose. I'm making this motion because right now students are frustrated. All right, let's be honest. They're not hearing much from the Board of Education, from the superintendent. Not to say that we're not trying, but there's just so many other things going on. I know none of you have been a student during a pandemic. Probably never will be unless you try to get your master's or doctorate anytime soon. But take it from me, a student in a pandemic. Here's the cold hard truth. Most students, wake up, don't even get dressed or anything like that, log on, don't turn on the computer, listen to what the teacher has to say, take notes, and they go back to sleep when class is over, or they join a club, or they do other things. Or then you have students that are coping well. I'm telling you that a lot of students just aren't coping well. But the thing is, I guess they've learned to cope to the schedule we have. They enjoy the break, not because they're inherently lazy and they don't care about their education anymore. It's just because of the pandemic, because of some mental health strains that we will soon, thanks to the survey, it just become what I like to say lethargic, right? Maybe it's just hard to concentrate, find that motivation. And I see the merit behind the new schedule, and I see that. That's why I didn't make real big substantive changes. But the change I'm proposing is really just switching the blocks around, and maybe like switching the physical blocks around and deleting a class that a lot of students feel like is not working for them. I know we're just debating about the motion, so I want to wrap it up because I have other things to, I will discuss that when we talk about the full motion if we can. I would really appreciate it, respectfully, if you could just vote on the whole motion. I know as a deliberative body, or if it was a compromise. I'm all about compromise. I really am. But something I just can't. When that many students have been reaching out over Christmas break, since Christmas break, and they're saying more or less the same thing, I can't compromise on that. I'm not doing my job. So I really ask that I'm not saying, that what Mrs. Antoine proposed is bad. I do agree. I would like to see some parts of this, some encouragement to it. But I would just appreciate if we all could, we vote no on the motion and the motion gets withdrawn, and we just focus on look at the bigger picture. Because I think if we nitpick, that kind of defeats the purpose. And then, if it fails, it fails. And if you really want those other things to happen, say, hey, I motion that we encourage this to happen. But if it passes, I wouldn't want it to pass, not how I intended it. So I would just say, out of professional courtesy, if we could vote no, we get this withdrawn, that'd be much appreciated. But that's all I'm going to say on that, and I appreciate the time.
If I could add, Madam President, to Mr. Smith's comments, he has a right to his motion, and I think he has to accept any amendments to his motion. Otherwise, those motions stand on their own merit. So I think he certainly can accept them as a friendly or otherwise, but I think he has the right to his motion unamended if he wants to continue to move forward.
So a motion was on the table, and an amendment was moved, and so the amendment is what is now on the table. Now, what I was just reminded of, and I missed, and I apologize, I don't believe the amendment received a second. I apologize.
Ms. Solheim. Ms. Solheim seconded.
Not second the amendment that is.
Oh, gotcha. Oh, that's right.
I apologize.
You seconded the first, correct? Gotcha.
Right. So there has not been a second to the amendment. Do I have a second? I'm going to second because we've already had some discussion. So, Mr. Smith, you've had your say, and Ms. Antoine made the motion for the amendment. So, Mr. Silkworth, do you have anything to add or questions?
No, I echo Dr. Tobin's comments earlier. Otherwise, no comment.
Ms. Frank.
Comment on the amendment is just that I would want to hear the motion in its entirety one more time before we vote, please.
Okay, the motion, the unamended motion is what you would like to do?
The amended motion.
The amended motion. I believe this is how I understand it, and please correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Antoine or Ms. Howell. I move that the proposed spring 2021 high school student schedule be amended as follows. That we strongly encourage the superintendent to find a way to optimize times dedicated specifically to clubs on all days. And furthermore, that the new camera policy requiring all cameras to be on in green learning blocks be implemented starting Monday, regardless of when this amended agenda is implemented. And I believe I need to add a note that Ms. Antoine has introduced this first amendment. She may also be interested in amending it to remove or change the last bullet item, but currently we're only dealing with the first two bullet items. Understood correctly, Ms. Antoine?
Yes, President Ellis, thank you very much.
Thank you. Any more comments or questions, Ms. Frank? Ms. Schalheim?
No comments at this point. Just reminding folks that our CIC person has been waiting for 6 hours and 17 minutes.
Yes. And so I believe I'm last. I don't have any comments at this time. So we are voting on the amendment to basically remove the first two bullet items from the motion. Ms. Howell.
Dr. Tobin?
And President Ellis, point of clarification, I think a statement was made about accepting amendments. If we can, before we vote on this, and my concern is certainly the lines of responsibility. If we can have a parliamentary understanding of whether or not we can even vote on those first two items, if that makes sense.
You mean, can we vote on this amendment? And I apologize, I was supposed to go back to you, Ms. Antwine. Ms. Corkadell, you have something?
No.
Sorry.
So the amendment, yes, but based on what I'm hearing from Mr. Smith, and again, I make the point that I am not in their shoes right now. However, if this amendment should fail, he is requesting that we vote on a motion, and there are items within the motion that we may not be able to properly vote on without shaping, if that makes sense. So I will be requesting a legal read.
Before we vote, because I'm not quite sure I understand your question.
So what I'm saying is I would like to be able to withdraw the amendment without the vote.
Got it.
And then move. He requested all or nothing. I respect that. And
got it.
And in my to try to ensure that the students got something from his perspective, I digress. And so with that, I'm just requesting that we have an understanding of what we can vote on in this motion.
Okay, Mr. Burns.
Good evening. I was about to say it's actually good morning. Good morning, Darren Burns, board counsel for the record. I think Ms. Antwine's asking whether or not there's any aspect of Mr. Smith's motion that is somehow legally that's legally impermissible for the board to vote on. That's not the way it works with deliberative bodies. If Mr. Smith wishes to make this motion and it's been seconded, that's what's before you. If Mr. Smith wanted to ask me ahead of his motion whether there was an issue with his motion, we certainly could have had that discussion. But at this point, what's before you is a motion, and it's probably not my place to tell you whether or not parts of it are or are not permissible. I'll simply say to you that overall, it does appear that the board is considering a motion that directs the superintendent in the kind of detail that if it was presented in a court or in front of the state board, they may find that it is a intrusion on the superintendent's prerogatives. But I haven't had an opportunity to research it. It wasn't presented to me to review. And in fairness to the public and to the board, I don't want to offer an opinion from the hip. I would simply say that that would be my concern if I headed into the research. But at this point, you've got this motion in front of you that's been seconded and debated, at least to some extent. And I'm going to defer to Mr. Smith's request that it be voted on.
Mr. Burns, I sincerely appreciate that. And that was the point of requesting your interpretation, so that there will be no misunderstandings about procedure, as well as our responsibility as the board, in comparison to the lines of responsibility when it comes to the superintendent. As well as, I would like to ask a question, if since I technically still have the floor, President Ellis, if it's okay, and it does concern the new camera policy. I was going to request that Dr. Alato help us understand what that new camera policy is, please.
I'm very sorry. One moment, Mr. Burns, you're still with us?
I am.
Okay. Procedurally, we have a motion on the table to amend the motion, which does not involve.
I believe your motion maker, maybe I misheard her, but Ms. Antwine, did you not withdraw your motion?
Yes, President Ellis, I withdrew it out of consideration of what Mr. Smith, the case that he made. So I withdrew the amendment. But at this time, before I'm able to successfully, affirmatively or not, in this case, affirm a vote on the whole motion, there is still a part that I need clarity on, and that's the new camera policy.
And got it. And you do still have the floor. So yes.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
The long and short of it is, Ms. Antwine, that we want students to have their cameras on during the required instructional blocks.
And so Dr. Lotto, in doing that, the students wouldn't have the, are we requiring that for some safety reason? And of course, you don't have to go into full explanation, but is this a safety concern, or why is that requirement there at this time? Compared
because
to,
we are,
you know,
the reports are and have been that students are not, there are a number of students that are not turning their cameras on and therefore not engaging. It might be kind of like, for example, if we're in brick and mortar and the student put their head down on the desk, and the teacher might go over and encourage the student to pick their head up and engage in class and have a conversation with them to find out why their head's on their desk. And maybe let's go out in the hallway and talk, and how are you doing? And can I get you some help with something? But the idea is that students will engage more and to a higher degree when their cameras are on. And so during the required instructional blocks, those required synchronous learning time, we want the students to turn their cameras on.
oh, okay. I understand it from that perspective. And then I'm thinking though about the student and why the student may need to, for whatever reason during class, turn it off. And it may not always be for disengagement purposes. So wanted to understand what that policy was, one, and then now that I do understand what it is, I would like to ask, does the student say that if they turn off the camera for whatever reason, right, is the student somehow, I guess, punished for choosing to turn off the camera at that point during the class period?
Well, is the student punished? We hope it doesn't get to that. If students need to turn the camera off for a particular reason, they should work that out with their teacher. If something's occurred in the house, or maybe they just need to take an emergency bathroom break, they turn their camera off, they can send a chat to the teacher to let them know that they're disengaging for a few minutes and that they're going to be coming back to class. But there's really no way for us to, well, I'll leave it at that. They would have, just like they would if they were in class, a brick and mortar in-person schooling, they would need to work that out with the teacher.
Great. And then the student, as we're talking about this, currently has that understanding that if they do need to turn off the camera, that they can work that out with their teacher.
And that's something the teachers should discuss with their students. Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
President Ellis, thank you for the time. That's all I have.
Thank you. So just so we're all clear, we are back to the full motion is on the table, and we have just completed Ms. Antwine's discussion. Mr. Silkworth.
No further comment.
Ms. Frank.
No further comment.
Ms. Schalheim.
No further comment.
I have no comments. We ready to vote?
President, I
Mr.
thought I
Smith?
was supposed to be last
Can you speak?
last
I'm
word.
sorry. I can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, you were just quiet. You're not on mute, but I could barely pick up your voice.
Oh, wish, my parents wish I was a lot quieter, but yeah. So everybody can hear me? Just nod your head. Yes, great. Well, appreciate the time. Let me try and make this closing argument. I know that there's a fine line between Dr. Arlotto's purview and our purview. They tell me all the time, that's what makes school boards work. We're not stepping on toes. He's not stepping on toes. No one gets confused about their job. They all know what we're here to do. But two things to that. My real job on the school board, my own firm personal belief, is that when I see something that I feel will not benefit students, it is my job to not only advocate, but also demand changes. Take that in whatever way you want, but do not take it as, I don't respect the rule of law or anything like that. I respect the institutions we have in place, and I wouldn't have proposed this if I really thought this was really going to muddy the waters. I do not think this will muddy the waters. I do know that this will show the students that we're listening to them. Here's an analogy. Someone remodels your home. That's what the schedule is to the students. It's their home. It's their day-to-day. Someone remodels your home, and they tell you just live in it. Just live in it. Well, I don't like, how this looks. I don't like how this room spacing is, the paint. Just live in it. That's kind of what we're telling the students. Not to say that we didn't think long and hard about the schedule. I know that, and I said that. It's just that students see this. A student during this meeting said, hey, Drake, a lot of students are asking me, I think this is a class president, a lot of students are asking me in my SGA why we weren't consulted in depth on this schedule. The students, they all weren't consulted in depth. Not to say we didn't ask small groups, took samples, talked to teachers, talked to principals, we did all that. But the students feel left out. And if the students feel left out, aren't we failing? Our job is just for the students. It's just for the students. Students are planning a strike. They're planning on not coming to school because they do not like the schedule. They're feeling their voices are not being heard. Dr. King said, a riot is the language of the unheard. A strike is the language of the unheard. They're taking drastic measures because they feel like they're not being heard. I think I'm trying to hear them. I think we're all trying to hear them, but they're just not feeling it. There's a problem there. That's why I proposed what I proposed. I think this schedule has a lot of good to it. The small groups. Hopefully that we'll see a decrease in student in the workload after school, right? Students can knock out their homework during class. Maybe teachers will feel like they don't have to give that much homework because they have 5 extra minutes. And if they run over by, maybe 6 or 7 minutes, they run over, but they're not running into another class. So they'll be like, well, we covered everything. No need for, too much homework. Then we'll see that decrease in a stressor, right? A lot of students have come to me, they probably come to you. There's a perpetuating cycle of just all work and no play. What do they say? All work and no play make someone a dull boy. That's what's happening. When I was talking earlier about the mental health, students are just becoming disheartened, unmotivated. And that's why I made this original schedule change. But they see it and they feel like it's not going to help them. That's what this, in essence, is. You as adults, you can make these changes with institutional knowledge, but it goes back to, you will never know what it's like to be a high school student during this time, all these emotions, all these changes. But I do. And I'm not saying I have all the answers, but I'm saying many a student have reached out to me and they just said, Drake, please just listen to us. We just want the board to listen to us. This is not to say that Dr. Arlotto wasn't listening. It's probably like the 3rd time I said that. He was listening, but the students just don't feel it. And then look at the actual changes I am proposing. The only I would say in my mind, the only real major change is the taking out of student loans, taking out a whole block on Monday and Friday. This is because students have come to me and say, Drake, it's not working. They probably come to you and say it's not working. I myself feel like the Monday and Friday block, there's just some disconnect. It's not working, but I do feel like there's potential in the Wednesday block. That's why I wanted to keep it. But they're saying it's not working. I'm feeling it's not working. And we had a whole quarter to, change it, change the lessons, get more student input. I think we've tried that. It's not working. Maybe it's time to put it out to pasture. There's no shame in that. We said we're going to have to make changes. Going to have to make changes. No shame in that. So then you're just turning that into club time and you're shifting that whole 30-minute block to the beginning of lunch. You're going to have first period, second period, back to back. Then hopefully a club period at the beginning of lunch on Mondays and Fridays. And then, Mondays and Thursdays, club period at the beginning of lunch. But then on Tuesday, it's going to be a study group, tutorial, special program meeting. Right? Is that really a big change? The time before lunch is exactly the same, before the designated lunch period. It's exactly the same. And then we're not forcing students to, waste their time. I'm telling you, if you vote yes for this, the world's not going to end. I don't think we're going to muddy the waters up too bad. I think what we're going to do is show the students that we're listening to them. They're going to see this because they're planning a strike. They have a 7,000 plus signature petition. Many SGAs are complaining about this. They're probably posting about it as we speak on Snapchat. And they will see that we made a change based on their concerns. And they will say, they listened to us. Wow, they took the time to listen to us and they made those changes. And that's going to do a lot for morale, and for the relationship between us and the students. And I know I'm trying to wrap up. I see President was trying to edge me. I'll try to wrap up, but let me just say these last points. President John F. Kennedy talked about political courage. Sometimes you have to, try something new outside of the box. I don't think this is going to blow up in our faces. I think that what we have is a rough draft. Then the student input is those final edits. We add that to it, final copy that I truly believe students will see and says works and works for their needs. It takes out a period that they're feeling like, not me, they are feeling like it's not working for them. We should be motivated by their concerns. If it's not working for them, we try to change it, take it out. Put a club time in. We got to build those relationships in other parts, right? Adding a club is not going to take away from learning. It's going to add to the learning, enrich the learning. It's going to elevate students. I really feel like if we vote yes, we're voting yes, for a better relationship with the students. Because right now, there's not a lot of students watching this meeting, right? It's late. They're asleep, ready for school tomorrow. But I will tell you, if they see that there's a change, they hear about a change from their teachers tomorrow morning, they'll say, wow, they heard what we had to say and there was a quick turnaround. And that's going to do a world of difference. So I will close with this. Political courage. It's all you need right now. Vote yes. And this is really going to improve students in learning like we want it to, because that's why this schedule was proposed in the first place. If we make these final edits, small edits, we'll do it. We can do it. And I'm just gonna close with that unless someone wants me to reread the motion, so we're all on the same page, but no need for that. So just vote yes, and just vote yes.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Ms. Howell.
Dr. Tobin?
Nay.
Ms. Corkadell?
Nay.
Mr. Smith?
Aye.
Ms. Antwine?
Aye.
Mr. Silkworth?
Nay.
Ms. Frank?
Nay.
Ms. Schallheim?
Aye.
Miss Ellis.
Nay.
Motion fails 3-5.
And as we wrap up, item 4.03, can I just ask you a quick question, Dr. Arlotto? So board members, their questions are based on all the feedback we're hearing. And so you're hearing our concerns. You will consider all of those concerns and certainly adjust as you see it would work. It would, if you hear things that could improve any of the plans, you would implement that. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. With the right. So you know me well enough that I just don't make unilateral decisions. The decision to make changes to the schedule involved lots of different people. And so, yes, we've heard the feedback. I'm getting the emails that you're getting. I'm responding to those emails, students in particular. And so we've heard at the elementary, middle, and primarily at the elementary and the high school level regarding the schedules. We've actually mocked up some possible changes that we've been talking about. There is no schedule that's going to make everybody happy. I was very concerned about removing student wellness completely from the high school schedule. But I've had a conversation with Mr. Smith on Monday. I've heard his eloquent speech again this evening, and heard from the other board members. So we take all that into account.
Thank you. And so I believe we're ready to close out item 4.03, and we are moving on to 4.04, the CAC's school opening SWOT analysis update. And Ms. Howard,
How are you?
on behalf of the entire board, I have to thank you, and sincerely apologize for the late evening. But thank you for joining us.
No, I appreciate to be here. It was issues that I definitely wanted to hear, and some of the discussions definitely are things that we have seen and was discussed in some of our initial findings. And so it was nice to hear the debate. So actually, we're supposed to, I have someone who's going to share it. Bob, are you ready to share? Thank you.
Ms. Howard?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Sorry, sorry, Ms. Howard. This is a point of order for President Ellis.
Sure.
I'm so sorry to be in. I'm taking note of the late hour, and I know we have a whole section that I think, we could. So I just have a motion for the agenda. I move that we remove section 5 from the agenda and have those reports provided to the public and the board in video format.
Mr. Smith, I appreciate that. Since Ms. Howard has waited so long, can we
I'm fine.
Table that motion until after this agenda item and then vote on it before section 5? You good with that?
Well,
because Ms. Howard has been waiting. I know.
I do. How about compromise? I ask for unanimous consent, and if there's dissent.
Yeah, we can't do that. Amending the agenda at this point needs a clear 2/3 vote. So if we could, I can let you know, Mr. Smith. I know someone else has already had interest in doing exactly what you're asking, but I do not want to take up any more of Ms. Howard's time. In case there's any comments, there at the very least there has to be a vote. And now we're already discussing. Do you mind if we just table it until after this presentation?
this midnight train are moving.
Thank you.
All right. Happy New Year, everyone, and good evening, President Ellis, Vice President Challen, fellow board members, and Dr. Olato. My name is Tanisha Howard. I'm the chair of the CAC, and on behalf of the CAC, I'm here to give a update on our SWOT summary and our where we are in our findings. Although this is not the complete report, this is just to give you an idea of where we're at. Please press ahead. So as background for anyone who is watching, the board has asked the CAC to actually do a SWOT analysis on both the virtual plus, which is the hybrid model, and the virtual only model that was issued at the November 4th, 2020 Board of Education meeting, and the CAC immediately took that up. If you move forward. So our task process that we developed before we met on November 9th was to address the virtual plus hybrid model, the virtual only, and then also having a lens emphasis with the emergency plans, equity, and wellness with the special education services. So our SWOT will have a general for the hybrid model, a general for the virtual only model, and then also have specific items that are lens focused in all of our SWOTs. If you proceed forward. So on this slide, we just wanted to give you a background of the timeline of what we've done and to just bring you forward as to what we have done. Our work has been continuous from when we first got the directive on November 4th, moving straight into our regular meeting on November 9th. And of course, having team huddles, going back through our group work on our next meeting, which was December 14th, and then having follow-up meetings and huddles with all of the various different groups. We had 5 different groups to serve the various different areas. So we had the general for the virtual, general for the hybrid, and then we had 3 committees for the lenses. So as you see, we were continuing to work, and we are just here today on 6th to actually just kind of give you an overview as we are still working to compile and condense and consolidate, as well as add additional information in the SWOT for the final report. We will have our meeting next week to actually do this final work. And this will include the final consolidation and recommendations review. And after that, we will prepare the final report to submit to the board. Please move forward. Thank you. So our first I wanted to talk about is our virtual only model. So we're going to go through each one. We're just going to do the virtual first. It'll just go through strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, threats, and then we'll switch over to the virtual plus hybrid model. So we're only highlighting a couple of key things that we noticed. So free nutritious meals for all without qualification. Of course, there is the ability for everyone to get back to a routine. Maintains a routine. They're able to move about freely, and this was one of the special education and children who are not able to sit, as we have all heard, sit still in the same place for long periods of time. Also being able to sleep later without having to get up to get to the bus to then go get transported to school, and then work at their own pace. So that has been really seen as a plus. And then technology, being able to give a device and and actually moving towards a one-to-one device to student ratio has built into the curriculum that technology can be our friend. So there's a skill building and awareness. There's some future implications, such as in future years, that if there's a one-to-one device, that if there's a school closure due to weather, you might still be able to offer some online learning where you won't have to actually take a day. If there's an opportunity during this, because of the learning loss and the experiences that are exhibited from most of our students, that maybe there's a potential to extend the year, having them keep the devices. Maybe there's some opportunities during the summer. But again, these are just future implications for use. The sustainability in the green environment for AACPS, where there are less expenditures and use, and truly digitizing. Broadening connections. So even though there might be a different way of communicating than what we're normally used to when we're in person, it just adapts. The children are adapting to learn a different way to communicate. A centralization of the assignments, and of course, I already stated the one-to-one. It's a plus to have the how-tos, and of course, staffing. From the staffing side, of course, the teleworking, and of course, cost savings. And there's a unique opportunity where parents are more engaged and having to have hands-on, but it is creating a more parent involvement. So hopefully that will continue even when you go to hybrid and then full-time, that level of engagement will continue. Of course, there's limited exposure, and there's a reduction of bullying, bias, and hate behavior, harassment behaviors. So now we move on to weaknesses. So with this is that we did think that there was an issue with the free and nutritious meals, where this is going to be on the virtual days for our hybrid. So there's some crossover, but also for our virtual learners, that there's going to be a need for some type of delivery transportation, that they're not going to be able to actually get the meals, and there's got to be some consideration. Also, there might be too many transitions for the parents, kids, and teachers having different schedules, different days. I know we just moved to a different model that is moving towards that hybrid learning. So again, this is a new change. So once that it's just a weakness, they just have to adapt, but adaptation is not, some people have a little bit of problems with, having frequent change. Of course, learning loss, we know that it actually widens the pre-existing achievement gaps, and without having any interventions, that adapting instruction to have differentiated learning and assessment tools that is being delivered where it's necessary and when it's necessary, so that we can get the kids back on track. Of course, too much screen time, younger learners and certain student groups, 504s, IEPs, specialty magnet schools, learning centers, they're lacking the opportunity to actually engage fully with their educational experiences that they should have access to. And in certain cases, that the school environment was the safe environment for some of our students, and having no alternatives, there should be some consideration. Of course, the one-to-one device deployment is not complete. And then, of course, we need to get some consistency, the grading inconsistencies, and how work is being accepted, where there's discretion in terms of some schools and some teachers accepting late work, full credit, partial credit, no credit. There needs to be consistency across the board and as well equity. We can go on. Thank you. So opportunities. So here we did see that there is an opportunity to continue to limit the risk exposure for our young learners as well as parents and staff. There's also an increased opportunity for teachers and staff. Well, I should say there's more of an increased time for facilities and for facility planning in terms of implementation of improvements and being able to perform additional site checks. And I only bring this up in as it relates to that with the passage of the Recovery Act, was it December 21st, that there is some additional money that would be available for improvements that could be used for certain areas within the school, and I'll get to that a little bit later. Also, there might be opportunities where you might be able to partner to reduce the community spread and also have a positive impact and not stress the local and state infrastructure that is supporting having our rates kind of drop from where they are right now. We can expand hotspots for community access. Of course, continuing the Chromebook deployment, it enables ideal start times. It also heightens the granularity that the parents are involved with the students. It also eliminates schools as a transmission point, being virtual. Teaches our students the resiliency, the flexibility, and problem solving. It also generates, it would be a great opportunity to generate and implement a more comprehensive social emotional well-being plan. And we thought of movethisworld.com, where there's still an opportunity that could be delivered virtually. Next slide. Thank you. So one of the items that we looked at is for threats is that before COVID, there was also a teacher bus driver shortage and or competition with other counties and also higher paying opportunities. I know last year there was a discussion about bus drivers where, the minimum wage in certain other industries, you were competing and you were losing bus drivers to other industries as well. And reliance on the health metrics may be prohibitive to move forward to a virtual plus plan. So if it's heavily reliant on the metrics to determine the opening, that really should be considered in the board's deliberation. The lack of parental support and supervision, this went to both areas of attention, also follow through with the work and assignments, but it also went to that there was some lack of supervision where there might be risky behaviors and or not attending and less of a focus. And then some students, they just simply, even with the lack of supervision, they just lack the self-motivation and do not want to participate. With having a virtual environment and not having full deployment of AACPS devices, some students are bringing their own devices, which would increase the potential for cyberbullying and like threats. And of course, the uncertainty and depth scope of the duration of being virtual. Next slide. So here's a transition for us, and this is here where we're going to go into talking about the hybrid model. And this is recognizing getting into school and really the challenges of transitioning from virtual to a hybrid and virtual model. We can move forward. Great. So here are strengths. We found that the face-to-face is more advantageous. Of course, getting that relationship, this teacher-student relationships is really paramount for success. The sense of belonging and having that peer-to-peer collaboration. We've seen that socialization online, that peer-to-peer help, and I see that it is being extended into that small group environment. Also, on site, you do have that IT support. You're talking about IT, counseling, tutoring. You have a kind of a wraparound. It's not that it's just your parent, or if you're by yourself, it's just by yourself, and there is opportunities to engage. And of course, as we were talking, being in school, it is that secure, safe space for those who need it. And of course, for our special needs and particularly those in IEP, 504s, and our ESOLs and ESLs, that they have the support that they need within the school environment. And it's not something where, well, I get it, is it coming? So there is that expectancy that you will have all of your needs supported within the school environment. And again, technology is still our friend. We're still engaged with skill building and awareness. That still won't go away. With COVID, there's still going to be some type of where we're still going to have some sustainability in green environment, where we're not sharing materials and supplies and equipment. So again, there's still some benefits there. We still will have the free nutritious meals without qualification. There is reduced class size, still a little bit of distancing, but the staggered entry, that is definitely a plus. And of course, there's always the high emphasis, the masks, the sanitation stations, the cleaning, and having that modified schedule, it does allow for a little bit of flexibility. Of course, in terms of emergency planning, we were thinking that, yes, the isolation area, the distancing, the limited access and use of high-risk spaces. It also reduces family stress, where they can regain that home work-life balance, where parents, if they are home, they can now go back to work or maybe attempt to go to work. But there is a different level of stress relief there. And then, of course, in terms of transportation, that siblings are allowed to sit together. And I know that there is and has been some instances where family groups have potted together, and maybe there might be some extension that those potting groups, if established, that there's some approval that they have that same access to have same seats. If we go to the next slide. Thank you. So the weakness to this, of course, is the safety concerns. There is the new coronavirus variant. Special needs and younger children have a very unique scenario, and having them adapt to, and especially if this is their first opportunity within the schools, our youngsters are not familiar with having hands off. And some of our special needs, they just can't have hands off. So there's got to be a greater thought in terms of how to implement for those individuals. You're going to have instances where everyone's going to rely on the school system. If the school system's open, there is a perceived level of quote unquote trust that everything's taken care of. That kind of minimizes the everyone's vigilance, and that they may not engage in the hygiene that we would like to have occurring on a consistent basis. And then you will have those who are just simply not compliant. So with that mixture, it's going to be there. Of course, the air quality infrastructure fails to meet necessary standards across all school environments. Another thing that we determined is that, as buses are being considered, transportation vehicles also have the exposure risk with airborne, being that the small airborne particles, the aerosols, are able to be transported through the air in terms of having a enclosed space, whether you have the windows open. If you're circulating the air, there are certain positions that have been discovered that have more likelihood to have an impact of increased exposure versus others. So just being able to look at that and take those factors. Teachers have to plan for both learning models. There is no symptom screening upon entry to the schools. Again, here it's the same thing for those who are coming to school and those that are home on those virtual days. Because there is a hybrid, parents might be going back to school. We need to think about how we're going to get the food to our children. Again, the perception that children and students have is that everything's going to be back to normal. And I think there needs to be some kind, we believe that there needs to be some kind of visual and constant communication so that they are aware that social distancing, the limiting of contact, that is still going to be a norm within the school for a period of time to come. When there's also, if there should be a cohort that must quarantine or has to receive isolation, then there may be that they're going to have to go back to virtual only. And again, the health metrics may mandate that it's one size fits all. So if everything is our health metrics for the whole county, that means that all the schools are closed. So there is no flexibility. And that uncertainty leads to anxiety, and that will remain constant. We can go to the next screen. Thank you. So our opportunities here. If there's an opportunity to utilize some transportation to be able to actually, for our virtual learners, that there is some way to transport meals, that would be something, any way to get something to them that's continuous, that would be great. We also want to make sure that there is no, the free meal recipients, there should be no identification. It should not spotlight them so that there's no attribute label of food insecure for any of our students. We definitely want to make sure that there is establishment of best practices for safe recess and recess norms, hopefully with data tracking so that we can have some sustainability, and then also kind of collaborating and looking at some of the best practices that come from organizations like Playworks and some of the other nonprofits that have evidence-based solutions. We should also rethink what learning looks like, that how we taught before and how we are now, we need to really be able to meet the students' needs, and that we have to effectively assess their learning comprehension, where they're at, and so that you can develop differentiated learning paths. Again, there's also established some best practices for recess norms. I think I did that one. Yeah, I did. Sorry, it appears twice. We want to definitely see if there's any broadband ideas, like having mobile vehicles with Wi-Fi and mesh networks. I'm trying to see if there's some opportunities to implement some other ideas to extend our broadband access for all. Of course, generating and implementing something more comprehensive for the social emotional plan. This again, we saw that it was good in the virtual only, but it also is good in a hybrid. And then definitely want to solidify partnerships that maybe offer academic support at your school sites. And or there might be some opportunities to have staffing augmentation as well. So some of the threats here, of course, again, we have the teacher bus shortages. There's this competition. Health metrics, again, may prohibit moving towards, so now we're in a virtual plus, moving towards the 5 days a week, a full-time schedule. Of course, air quality infrastructure overall, the loss of parks and recs as a child care and having it available within the school buildings. There is no wide-scale temperature monitoring upon entry, and then there's no verification system in place to check that parents actually completed those checklists so that we make sure that there is the safety of all those concerned that do attend. There's a competition right now. We all know that there's been a drop in enrollment, that they've elected to either go private school, homeschooling, and learning pods. So we need to see how we can get consistent in-person 5 days a week schedule and trying to get there as safely as possible. Truly, there's still the uncertainty of the depth and scope and the duration of this pandemic. And so we also want to make sure that whatever communication channel that is most amplified, we want to make sure that that is something that is an AACPS channel of communication with true facts. Disinformation and rumors will cause confusion and give an inaccurate perception of even what the board is doing or what some of the schools are doing, or, we just want to make sure that that kind of gets tamped out. We also want to make sure that there is an inconsistent support right now and volunteers across that will create the gaps where you're trying to fill the gaps, but with that comes the support may not actually be trained in everything that's necessary for the moment that we're in. With COVID, you can't expect that your volunteers or your substitutes are going to know the necessary tools. You need to make sure that your engagement includes them and not just simply put them in a place that they're filling a role, but they need to have the proper training as well. Intermittent exposure will exist at the bus stop, carpools, in transportation, and as they move from different environments, from different space to space. So what's next? We meet on January 11th. At that time, we're going to do our SWOT consolidation review from all of the 5 different groups. We are then going to look at our information. We're going to try to see if there's any best practices or recommendations in any place that we're going to do some initial perusal research to see if there's anything out there that we can then also include within our final report. We will then have a final approval of that SWOT, and then leadership will prepare the final report for delivery to the board. One other thing I know before we move off of this slide, but again, I wanted to make a notation that the Response and Relief Act that was passed on December 21st, it contains 4 times the amount for the education related expenses than the CARES Act did for states. It does specifically state that for the MOE that states must maintain the same funding levels for 2022 proportional to the last 3 years. There's also allocation to address learning loss. specifically, these are the new items. In addition to what was in the CARE, these are new items. So there's specific funding to address learning loss that with administering assessments, implementation of evidence-based resources, supporting parents and families in their distance learning, as well as tracking attendance and fostering engagement. There's also measures to improve school facilities, equipment, devices related to indoor air quality. So hopefully we can tap into that. That's totally new. It also provides money to repair facilities and do improvements that also will mitigate the virus transmission. So hopefully that might be able to do something with the temperature at the entrance, monitoring some of those automated systems. That would be truly honestly great. And then we also understand that there is an expansion of SNAP and that those benefits go through the 30th of June, well, 6 months, so basically the 30th of June, but there is some summertime benefits that you still might be able to offer. And we understand that they've expanded the benefits to include children under 6 years old. So it'd be nice to know that you can actually tell parents and actually our community that AACPS can continue to actually provide meals through a specific date so that they're not thinking that things are just going to end for them. That is a stressor and could be an anxiety point. But if they know that they have until June, that's one less thing that they have to worry about. And then also there is money that has been delineated for childcare and Head Start to support personnel, rent, and other support activities to have daycares open. So hopefully that has some implications for Parks and Rec. I just don't know exactly how that works, but if that's dollars and cents, that might be able to designate certain sites for facilities for use. And that also includes the cleaning and sanitation. Hopefully we can figure out a way to tap into that. And with that, we'll go to the next slide. And this is, I would like to thank, I did have one of our members, Dr. Julie Hallett. She helped me editing this presentation. And I just want to say thank you for her help. Now, mostly all this data was compiled by all of our committee members, so I do want to thank them as well. So with that, I would like to turn it over with any questions that you may have.
Thank you so much, Ms. Howard. Excuse me. Clearly, a lot of work has gone into this in a short amount of time. So please express our appreciation to everyone. And with that, I will ask if there are any questions. I'll start. I will go round robin, but if you have nothing, you can certainly quickly indicate that. Dr. Tobin.
No, excuse me, no questions, but many, many thanks. That was obviously a lot of work and it's much appreciated. Thank you.
Ms. Corkadell.
I definitely want to echo much gratitude. Ms. Howard, I know you've done an outstanding job in your leadership and pulling everyone together. And I know everyone was diligent. I know the reps in my area, they were hitting all forms of communication, getting feedback and getting excellent responses. And thank you guys so very much. And I know we're going to be continuing this conversation. And so please extend that because I hope everybody at 1:15 decided to catch tomorrow morning's video so they can get to work and help the kids in the morning. Not that I don't appreciate people watching us, but thank you so much for staying. I don't think we did not anticipate there were things that came up. And so thank you so very much for your dedication. And you guys are volunteers too, at the end of the day. And all of your expertise, I was just talking to someone, the group
that I had the honor of reviewing on the nomination committee with yourself, not just quantitatively the amount of applications we got in the middle of a pandemic, but the quality of volunteers. Not that we haven't had that in the past, but the folks that are willing to step up, and these are some pretty busy people, indeed. And so I am very grateful. I look forward to digging in further with it, and even more so comparing it. I know that changes have been made and are being made. And as the staff's working with you guys and getting comments and feedbacks, it seems like it's probably very fluid. And so thank you so much, Dr. Alato, and please extend that to the staff, because I think at least the feedback from my district is very positive, that we have opened up another portal of engagement. We want to keep those portals open and continue to find new opportunities for new portals, because this is very, very helpful. And definitely another tool in the toolbox. I would say probably a half dozen. So thank you so very much. I don't have any specific questions for you guys. I do look forward to the final report. And this is very helpful for me to understand in better shape too, as we're moving forward with the questions and the continued dialogue between ourselves, our health officers, and our superintendent and staff, and our students too, as we engage them. So thank you so very much. I think since this is interim, I wouldn't suspect, I personally don't have any questions, because I don't want to guide you guys either. And I don't want to misguide something, or somebody left to interpretation of something being a priority. So Madam President, I don't have any questions. I don't want to influence the process in midstream, and thank you.
So I do have a question, and I do apologize to take this time. And just because of the conversation that happened tonight and some of the ideas that you had, I know that some of our groups have started doing some initial perusal for best practice research. If we found something that kind of taps into some of the things you've talked about, would you like us to share that in advance, and just so that you have it to go? As you were talking about the surveys and you want to do, we ran into that already. So I literally can give you the study, and you can see what's already out there and what was recommended. So just let me know how you want that information flow.
Ms. Howard, I think information is always a good thing. So I can't imagine that anyone is opposed to that. So thank you for the suggestion. And yes, certainly. Mr. Smith.
Can you hear me, Howard?
Yes.
It's always a pleasure. I just want to thank you for that very thorough report. I knew you guys did great work, but wow. So I'm excited to see what you guys come up with in the future. And that's all my comments. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Antwine. Ms. Antwine, do you have anything for Ms. Howard?
So as I was saying, only to myself, obviously. Ms. Howard, thank you very much for your endurance and for this incredible presentation. I think the board voted for this to be an assignment back to the CAC right before the holidays, and to have this much information come back to us is tremendous. I'm glad there are some initial stages at first where we can deliberate on what you're giving us here. I did have one question, but not for you. It's actually for Dr. Alato. Dr. Alato, throughout Ms. Howard's presentation, she indicated concerns for the bridging effect between the support and the tremendous support for food services that we're providing now, and that adjustment, should we go back to hybrid or even full into a full traditional school environment, where there will be students that were probably not qualified for free or reduced lunch before, but would probably certainly be qualified at this point, but without the information or the applications and the application processes. Will there be a bridge of some sort to allow that process to go through while the students, so that the students won't be without food? Has that been thought about yet?
Mrs. Antwine, our current our ability to provide meals to all students ages 2 to 18, regardless of their qualification, will remain in place through the end of June. So we have that ability to continue to provide those meals, 3 meals a day and a snack, through the end of June. What will happen in the summer months during the summer meals program will be dependent upon the U.S. Department of Agriculture and what rules they established for the summer, what we're allowed to do. But the rules have been adjusted so that we can provide those meals through the end of June.
So on another, I'm sorry, when you're saying through June, what happens on the weekends?
We don't serve meals on weekends. We can only serve meals when students would be in school. Now we're in the virtual environment, so not physically in school, but during the school, those that are school days, we're able to serve meals and get reimbursed from the government.
So
we don't serve meals on weekends.
If there is a request that maybe that there, if a survey is done for those who most need on Fridays, if there's a way to have an additional amount in some way, fashion, or form that they might be able to utilize over the weekend, that would be fantastic.
Yeah, I agree. We don't have the ability to do that. But we do, a number of schools and communities have community organizations that are providing, as you well know, meals for the weekends, backpack type meals that students are able to take home for the weekends. And some of that is happening in conjunction with our food delivery service.
Sorry, Ms. Antwine.
Oh, no, you know what? You get that privilege right tonight for waiting up. But those are great questions, Ms. Howard and Dr. Lara. Thank you for the clarification and the ease of mind in a lot of cases. I only have one more question, and that's for you. Back to you, Ms. Howard. The breakout per district, the feedback that Ms. Corkadell was referring to, is that being annotated? And if so, would the board be able to get that breakout per district input?
I'm sorry. So when if members have actually sought out the information from their districts, from their clusters?
No, ma'am. It was my understanding that to compile this consolidated piece, you were getting each district that was represented, each representative from the different schools. I'm saying district, but the representatives on the CAC was providing input for one consolidated piece. And I was trying to see if that breakout was being captured so that the board could review what was being shared in accordance to each school being represented.
Okay. So what we did starting in the November 14th meeting, we actually, no, the November 9th, sorry. We broke into 5 different groups. So we split members participated in different groups. We do have which groups participated in which areas. So we do have who was participating in the SWOT analysis. Is that what you're asking? And then we have the breakdown of where what clusters they were representing?
Yes, ma'am. So if that's being captured, that's the first part of the question. If it is it being captured? And if so, would something be prepared where the board will be able to see that breakout? Not right now at this moment, but most certainly at the end of your process. What's the question?
About the individuals' names by group area of where they participated, just for clarification.
No, ma'am. The actual data that was being provided per district. For example, let's talk about the food and nutrition concerns that were shared as threats as well as weaknesses. Well, it would be good in District 1 to understand what the community was, or those that were being requested to bring back information, specifically what was being said for that particular area, where you all had determined, well, okay, because of this is a threat. And again, this is just captured data. It's not, if you're not doing it, it's not a big deal. I would just like to be able to know specifically what big concerns are in District 1 so that I can make better decisions for the whole.
Okay, understood. No, we weren't doing it as a breakdown of the members when they came and where they were coming from, but some of our members can attribute to different items within the report. And of course, as this has evolved and things have changed, there are things that were on our initial report, but you have in some way, some fashion or form, so it may not be on the final report because it's already been addressed. So if there is something on our final, I could see whether or not we can have our members look at it to gauge if that is an issue within their district, so that we could possibly part of our final be able to give you a breakdown by issue if it's occurring where we see this occurring within those particular clusters.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Mr. Silkworth.
That's all I have, President.
Thank you, Ms. Antwine. Mr. Silkworth?
I don't have any questions, but Ms. Howard, I would like to simply tell you, thank you for such a marvelous presentation. Greatly appreciated. I am super impressed. And I look forward to the final report. This has been very helpful. Thank you so much, Ms. Howard.
You're welcome.
Ms. Frank?
I have a please keep this as quick as possible. I apologize. I just want to double check. At one point you said that one of the concerns you had was the air quality infrastructure failed to meet necessary standards to minimize exposure within facilities and transportation vehicles. I just wanted to follow up on that really quick.
So air quality, in terms of the transmission of the coronavirus, it's all about the aerosol. So when you breathe, you're letting out small particles of moisture. Basically, it's floating around. It's aerosol, so it's floating around the air. And when we're talking about the air quality, that our HVAC, we have the proper filtration and the proper airflow, that either our systems can be retrofitted for it or they can be adapted. Is there, just in terms of, there are some facilities that they do not have, the ability to have, opening up a window or have that same circulation. Maybe there's the system is an older model, but maybe there's some augmentation that can be done to meet those standards that some of the newer schools are able to have a better air quality, so that there is, of course, the equity across all the schools, as well as being able to ensure that we're kind of mitigating the risk of exposure by, the air circulation. So whether it's circulated air or it's vented out and new air is coming in, and having the proper flow.
Okay.
And then on the second side, in terms of transportation, of course, there is, and I'll share the study with that there was a study done that actually looked at how that same transmission possibility of airborne diseases could happen within a vehicle. So by extension, it probably will happen in a bus, to determine whether or not, where you're sitting, if you have windows rolled down, if you have certain kind of circulation of the air, whether it's recirculated, which windows are down, which windows are up, what exposure, which places have the greatest risk of having exposure if someone did have an airborne disease. What is the likelihood of spreading that to passengers or the driver?
Okay, so just is Mr. Sheknovich the person I would ask? Do we use recirculated air? I thought that we used fresh air, or do we not know?
We do indeed. All of our systems in all of our buildings, not my area of expertise, certainly Mr. Sheknovich can jump in, but you either have a building that utilizes outside air as part of the system, or a system that's closed and recirculates and filters all the internal air. All of our schools utilize outside air.
How about our buses? Do we know if our buses have any, besides opening a window, any way to, just vent it in?
Just opening the window.
Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you. I'm sorry. Thank you so much.
No worries.
Ms. Schulheim.
Yes, I don't have any questions other than to say thank you for this very impressive report. Thank you to the whole CAC. Thank you to Dr. Halleck for editing it. This is really impressive, and doing all this at 1:30 in the morning is also impressive. I'm grateful. Thank you.
You're welcome. It means a lot to me. So, this issue and what we're doing. So, I'm fully awake. It's something very dear to me. So I want to make sure that I know this board has made it an emphasis that you want to get this right. You never want to know that any decision that you make may actually impact someone's life. And you want to make sure that everyone is safe, and that even staff, everyone who's part of the system is safe. So if we all have, the adequate knowledge, and I should say more than adequate knowledge, that we really looked at all areas and made sure that we dotted our I's and crossed our T's, and that we communicated all of this information. I think it just is best for everyone. And the community knows that you've done a thorough job to make sure that their children are safe in your care.
It really shows. Thank you. You're a saint.
And in the briefest way possible, I have to reiterate that. Ms. Howard, your passion is very evident, and your dedication to the school system, to the students of the school system. So I can't thank you enough. And so again, please extend our gratitude to the work that went into this, to the entire CAC, but a very, very special thank you to you for sticking it out and being with us tonight. We all learned from your work. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. I want to say thank you. There's one other person that is part of this, is Jen Lombardi. She has been amazing, and without her tutelage. I mean, even she helped with this final document. So Dr. Olato, you chose a winner.
That's great to hear. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And not that we're counting or actually keeping records, but we are closing out section 4 at 1:37 a.m. I'm not sure that's ever happened before. So I believe Ms. Schalheim, you have
Yes, Madam President, I move that we table the whole of section 5, that's 5.01 through 5.04, to a later board meeting, given the late hour.
Do we have a second?
Second.
I'm going to be optimistic for consensus. Do I have any dissent on that motion? Motion pass. Ms. Schalheim.
Thank you, Madam President. I also move that, given the late hour and the interest that the public has in this item, that we also table item 7.09, adoption of the 2021-2022 school year calendar, to a future board meeting agenda.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Dr. Olato, I'm going to go ahead and take the privilege to go ahead and ask you, does this make sense to you? Do you have any concern?
I don't. I think we're fine to move it back. I would another 2 weeks. So at the next board meeting, I think would still serve us well.
All right, so to table this item, that's the motion that's on the table. I'll try again. Do we have consensus? Is there any dissent on tabling the action item 7.09, adoption of the 21-22 school year calendar? All right. So now we are at item 6.01. Dr. Olato, I don't know, do I turn this to you?
Yes, ma'am. There is, if there are questions, we have staff available to answer your questions. You have 3 contracts before you.
So I will try without round robin and see where we are. Do we have any questions on this item? Going once. All right. I believe we have no questions. So we can close out item 6.01. I'm sorry, I'm just consulting because I had a note on the agenda. Okay. Item 7.02, I believe we have no appointments. Am I correct about that?
Madam President, that's correct.
Thank you. Item 7.03, personnel. Dr. Olato?
Yes, ma'am. I recommend the board approve the actions as stipulated on the attached sheets.
Do I have any?
Second.
Well, do we move to so moved? And do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Mr. Burns, saw you pop up. Are we good? You're on mute.
I just popped in case something had come up when you were doing your postponement motions.
Thank you. So we have a motion and we have a second. Is there any discussion? Ms. Howell?
Dr. Tobin?
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Mr. Smith?
Aye.
Ms. Antwine?
Aye.
Mr. Silkworth?
Aye.
Ms. Frank?
Aye.
Ms. Schallheim?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0.
Item 7.04 sabbaticals.
Yes,
Dr.
Madam
Lotto.
President, I recommend that the sabbatical leave request be approved.
I move to approve
I move-
sabbatical request.
Second.
All right. Thank you. Any discussion?
President Ellis, you guys are hating me, but I prepared questions for these items. And if I may, I would like to ask that question, please.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Because this concerns a bilingual facilitator, I just wanted to understand, Dr. Arlotto, how we will be supporting the absence with another facilitator. What is the plan for that, please?
I don't know the specific plans for the caseload for this particular bilingual facilitator. I'd have to ask Mr. Gaston and who oversees bilingual facilitators to get his input. I don't know exactly what the coverage model will be for during the absence of this bilingual facilitator.
Okay, but they're from what I'm understanding from you though, they're definitely working on coverage.
Oh, absolutely. We won't.
Okay.
Whatever the caseload is for this bilingual facilitator, that caseload will get picked up, and we'll continue to serve those families.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes,
That's
ma'am.
all, President Ellis. Thank you.
Great. Ms. Howell?
Dr. Tobin?
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Mr. Smith?
Aye.
Ms. Antwine?
Aye.
Mr. Silkworth?
Aye.
Ms. Frank?
Aye.
Ms. Schallheim?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0.
Item 7.05, access to student information, third reading.
So for the record, Jeanette Ortiz, Legislative and Policy Counsel. Good morning. You have policy JCM before you on third reading. And I think Dr. Arlotto has his recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you.
I do indeed. I recommend board approval of policy JCM, subject to final correction for style and format.
And Ms. Ortiz, I can only look for the silver lining, which is we're not quite in session yet. So thank you.
Yes, I might sleep in tomorrow, Dr. Arlotto, just a little bit, maybe like an hour.
Please,
Yeah,
please
we
grant
have
that.
We have to be in the office in a couple of hours, Ms. Ortiz.
All right. Do we have any discussion?
Madam President, speaking of late night, I did want to recognize the folks who did prepare our presentation for our school calendar and stayed up until just this moment to that. I think I know I was remiss when I second jumped it and made no comment to that. So my apologies to staff, and thank you guys so very much. I think we would have the interest of not keeping you up another hour or two at heart. So thank you for the privilege, Madam President. My apologies.
And
It was
thank
not-
you.
It wasn't germane to it directly, but
Right. No, I appreciate that. And again, those silver linings, I feel very badly for anyone who stuck around and then we did not address it, but considering that item would probably be rather lengthy, it could be considered a blessing. Thank you. So hearing no discussion, I believe we can vote on, since this is third reading.
I'm sorry, Madam President, we don't have a motion or a second at this time.
Do I have a motion?
So moved.
So moved.
To adopt.
Second.
Second.
Great. Ms. Howe?
Dr. Tobin?
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell?
aye.
Mr. Smith?
Aye.
Ms. Antwine?
Aye.
Mr. Silkworth?
Aye.
Ms. Frank?
Aye.
Ms. Schallheim?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0.
Item number 6, Quarterfield School Stormwater Action and Maintenance Agreement.
Point of information, can we bundle the rest of these?
If you do so.
Yeah, I move that we bundle items 7.06 to 7.08, please.
Second,
Do we have consensus to bundle? Is there any dissent? Dr. Arlotto?
Yes, ma'am. I recommend board approval of the stormwater management and inspection maintenance agreements for Quarterfield Elementary School, Brockbridge Elementary School, and Rippling Woods Elementary School.
So move to adopt all three as listed.
Second.
Is there any discussion, any questions? Hearing none, Ms. Howe?
Dr. Tobin?
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell?
aye.
Mr. Smith?
Aye.
Ms. Antwine?
You're muted.
Ms. Antwine?
Aye.
Thank you. Mr. Silkworth?
Aye.
Ms. Frank?
Aye.
Ms. Schallheim?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0.
Item 7.10, board calendar. Schallheim?
Yes, that's me. Wait, let's have a look.
I feel your pain. I can never find it.
Sorry, apologies. I'm scrambling. It was open earlier and then it wasn't.
Hours ago.
Yeah. Lordy.
Wing it. No.
Are you making a motion to move?
Yes.
The,
Here it is.
Got it.
I move that that the January 20th, 2020 board meeting begin at 6 p.m. with executive session to be determined. Apologies for the delay, y'all.
Ms. Schallheim, is the statement of 2020, I believe.
2021.
I just want to make
Lord.
for the record, just for the record, I didn't mean to, I just.
It was wrong on the sheet, although let's be honest, I think 2020 one is telling 2020 to hold its beverage at this point. Yeah. So yes, sorry. January 20th, 2021.
It's 1:51.
Yes. Should I
heard-
reread it or is it acceptable?
I heard a motion.
Understood.
I heard a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Fantastic.
Any discussion? Ms. Howell?
Dr. Tobin,
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell,
Aye.
Mr. Smith,
Aye.
Ms. Antwine,
Aye.
Mr. Silkworth,
Aye.
Ms. Frank,
Aye.
Ms. Schallheim,
Aye.
Ms. Ellis.
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0.
All right.
Point of information.
Item 8.01, Ms. Frank.
Before we close out 7, the motion that we had tabled last time, it was an award of contract. I didn't see that in the documents. So did we move that to this meeting? There was an award of contract for a transfer bus.
There was. Dr. Arlotto, do you know the status of that? And you're on mute.
Isn't it item 8.09?
No, Ms. Schallheim, she's talking about something from the previous meeting that was
8.09, which was the one that Ms. Frank asked us to hold for the 2-week period, is the last one on your documents.
Yes,
Got it.
that's what I was saying. Yes.
Oh, thank you. Sorry.
Sorry. Okay, thank you.
All right.
Point of information or whatever, I don't know at this point. Can I move to bundle items 8.01 to 8.08, knowing that there might be some questions on 8.09? No, there's no questions?
No question.
Okay, so can I move to bundle the lot 8.01 to 8.09, please?
I have a motion. Second?
Second.
Second. Do I have consent? I hear no dissent. We have bundled all of section 8, or consent. Any discussion or questions?
President Ellis, I did have one question that was general to all of them, please.
Yes, go ahead.
Mr. Shagnovitz, good morning. My only question was about the MBE. I noticed that some of the MBE reports were done back in 2017, and I wanted to understand the break between when the MBEs are done and when the award of contract is made. Is it normally a 3-year cycle?
Mr. Cheknovich, are you with us?
If not, I can, in consideration of the time, because I know you guys are hating me for even asking a question, I can just follow up with them offline and get that answer. Thank you.
I will get a response for you. Mr.
Thank
Sheknovich
you, Dr. Arlotto.
may be mad because he wasn't able to present his transportation report. So
Understood. Thank you.
I'll check with him, Miss Antwine.
I'm sure
we'll get a response.
Thank you, Dr. Arlotto. I appreciate it. That's all. Thank you,
Yes,
President Ellis.
yes, ma'am.
Do I have any more?
Oh dear.
Much needed comic relief. Any more discussion or questions? Okay, so our
Madam
next, yes,
So I have recommendations for 8.01 through
My apologies.
8.09. And so, Madam President, I recommend that the Board of Education authorize the award of contracts as listed on today's agenda, 8.01 through 8.09.
So moved.
Moved or second.
All right,
Either way.
motion and a second. My apologies. Almost 2. Let's try and beat it. All right, Ms. Howell.
Dr. Tobin,
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell,
Aye.
Mr. Smith,
Aye.
Ms. Antwine,
Aye.
Mr. Silkworth,
Aye.
Ms. Frank,
Aye.
Ms. Schalheim,
Aye.
Ms. Ellis.
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0.
All
Move
right.
to
that-
adjourn.
Second.
I believe we have consensus. I hear no dissent. Our next meeting is today. The budget, next budget hearing
Good Lord.
will be happening. I believe it's 6. What time is it? Sorry.
6:30.
6:30. So thank you all for attending, and I will see you in a few hours. Meeting is adjourned. Have a good night.
Night, everyone.
Good night, everyone.